This audiobook was created using text-to-speech software and was not read by a real person. Please keep in mind the limitations of the technology when it comes to pacing and pronunciation. Also, if you enjoy the audiobooks we create, please consider supporting the expense of our projects through our Patreon page. Those who do so have access to exclusive book series, are able to download the MP3 files for all the books we create, and also have early access to our normal YouTube releases. For more details, please visit patreon.com/hiddengemsbooks. The link is also available in the video description below. Thank you for listening, and we hope you enjoyed the story.
Introduction. Dangerously Sane. From the private journals of Mace Windu. In my dreams, I always do it right. In my dreams, I'm on the arena balcony, Geonosis. Orange glare slices shadow from my eyes. Below on the sand, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Senator Padme Amidala. On the rough-shaped stone within reach of my arm, Newt Gunray. Within reach of my blade, Jango Fett. And Master Dooku. No, Master no more. Count Dooku. I may never get used to calling him that, even in dreams. Jango Fett bristles with weapons. An instinctive killer, the deadliest man in the galaxy. Jango can kill me in less than a second. I know it. Even if I had never seen Kenobi's report from Kamino, I can feel the violence Jango radiates. In the Force, a pulsar of death. But I do it right. My blade doesn't light the underside of Fett's square jaw. I don't waste time with words. I don't hesitate. I believe. In my dreams, the purple flare of my blade sizzles the gray hairs of Dooku's beard, and in the critical semi-second it takes Jango Fett to aim and fire, I twitch that blade and take Dooku with me into death, and save the galaxy from civil war. I could have done it. I could have done it. Because I knew I could feel it. In the swirl of the Force around me, I could feel the connections Dooku had forged among Jango and the Trade Federation, the Geonosians, the whole separatist movement. Connections of greed and fear, of deception and bald intimidation. I did not know what they were. I did not know how Dooku had forged them or why, but I felt their power. The power of what I now know as a web of treason he had woven to catch the galaxy. I could feel that without him to maintain its weave, to repair its flaws and double its thinning strands, the web would rot, would shrivel and decay until a mere breath would shred it and scatter its strings into the infinite stellar winds. Dooku was the Shatterpoint. I knew it. That is my gift. Imagine a Karuska gem, a mineral whose interlocking crystalline structure makes it harder than Durasteel. You can strike one with a 5-kilo hammer and do no more than dent the hammer's face. Yet the same crystalline structure that gives the Karuska strength also gives it shatterpoints, spots where a precise application of carefully measured force, no more than a gentle tap, will break it into pieces. But to find these shatterpoints, to use them to shape the Karuska gem into beauty and utility, requires years of study, an intimate understanding of crystal structure, and rigorous practice to train the hand in the perfect combination of strength and precision to produce the desired cut. Unless you have a talent like mine, I can see shatterpoints. The sense is not sight, but see is the closest word Basic has for it. It is a perception, a feel of how what I look upon fits into the Force, and how the Force binds it to itself and to everything else. I was 6 or 7 standard years old, well into my training in the Jedi Temple, before I realized that other students, full-grown Jedi Knights, even wise masters, could sense such connections only with difficulty and only with concentration and practice. The Force shows me strengths and weaknesses, hidden flaws and unexpected uses. It shows me vectors of stress that squeeze or stretch, torque or shear, It shows me how patterns of these vectors intersect to form the matrix of reality. Put simply, when I look at you through the Force, I can see where you break. I looked at Jango Fett on the sand in the Geonosian arena, a perfect combination of weapons, skills, and the will to use them, an interlocking crystal of killer. The Force hinted a Shatterpoint, and I left a headless corpse on the sand, the deadliest man in the galaxy. Now, just dead. Situations have Shatterpoints, like gems, but those of situations are fluid, ephemeral, appearing for a bare instant, vanishing again to leave no trace of their existence. They are always a function of timing. There is no such thing as a second chance. When I next encounter Dooku, he will be the war's Shatterpoint no longer. I can't stop this war with a single death. But on that day in the Geonosian arena, I could have. Some days after the battle, Master Yoda had found me in a meditation chamber at the temple. "Your friend he was," the ancient master had said, even as he limped through the door. It is a peculiar gift of Yoda's that he always seems to know what I'm thinking. Respect you owed him, even affection. Cut him down you could not for merely a feeling. But I could have. I should have. Our order prohibits personal attachments for precisely this reason. Had I not honored him so, even loved him, the galaxy might be at peace right now. Merely a feeling, Yoda said. I am a Jedi. I have been trained since birth to trust my feelings. But which feelings should I trust? When I faced the choice to kill a former Jedi Master or to save Kenobi and young Skywalker and the Senator, I let the Force choose for me. I followed my instincts. I made the Jedi choice. And so Dooku escaped. And so the galaxy is at war. And so many of my friends have been slaughtered. There is no such thing as a second chance. Strange. Jedi I am, yet I drown in regret for having spared a life. Many survivors of Geonosis suffer from nightmares. I have heard tale after tale from the Jedi healers who have counseled them. Nightmares are inevitable. There has not been such a slaughter of Jedi since the Sith War, 4,000 years ago. None of them could have imagined how it would feel to stand in that arena, surrounded by the corpses of their friends in the blazing orange noon and the stench and the blood-soaked sand. I may be the only veteran of Geonosis who doesn't have nightmares of that place, because in my dreams, I always do it right. My nightmare is what I find when I wake up. Jedi have Shatterpoints too. Mace Windu stopped in the doorway and tried to recover his calm. An arc of sweat darkened the cowl of his robe, and his tunic clung to his skin. He'd come straight from a training bout at the temple without taking time to shower, and the brisk pace, almost a jog, he'd maintained through the labyrinth of the Galactic Senate had offered no chance for him to cool off. Palpatine's private office, in the Supreme Chancellor's suite beneath the Senate's great rotunda, opened before him, vast and stark. An expanse of polished ebonite floor, a few simple, soft chairs, a flat trestle desk, also ebonite. No pictures, paintings, or decorations other than two lone statues. Only floor-to-ceiling holographic repeaters showing real-time images of Galactic City as seen from the pinnacle of the Senate Dome. Outside, the orbital mirrors would soon turn their faces from Coruscant's sun, bringing twilight to the capital. Within was only Yoda, alone, perched solemnly on his hover chair, hands folded around the head of his stick. "On time you are," the ancient master observed, "but barely. Take a chair. Composed we must be. Serious, I fear this is." I wasn't expecting a party. Mace's boot heels clacked on the polished floor. He pulled one of the soft, plain chairs closer to Yoda and sat beside him, facing the desk. Tension made his jaw ache. The courier said this is about the operation on Haruun Kal. The fact that of all the members of the Jedi Council and the Republic High Command, only the 2 senior members of the Council had been summoned by the Chancellor implied that the news was not good. These 2 senior members could hardly have appeared more different. Yoda was barely 2/3 of a meter tall, with skin green as Chadian wander kelp, and great bulging eyes that could sometimes seem almost to take on a light of their own. Mace was tall for a human, less than a hand's breadth short of 2 meters, with shoulders broad and powerful, heavy arms, dark eyes, and a grim set to his jaw. Where Yoda had let his sparse remnants of hair straggle at random, Mace's skull was smooth-shaven, the color of polished llamas. But their greatest difference perhaps lay in the feel of the 2 Jedi Masters. Yoda emanated a sense of mellow wisdom combined with the impish sense of humor characteristic of the true sage. But his great age and vast experience sometimes made him seem a bit removed, even detached. Nearing 900 years of age led him to naturally take the long view. Mace, in contrast, had been elevated to the Jedi Council before his 30th birthday. His demeanor was exactly opposite. Lean, driven, intense. He radiated incisive intellect and unconquerable will. As of the Battle of Geonosis, which had opened the Clone Wars, Mace had been on the Council for more than 20 standard years. It had been 10 since anyone had last seen him smile. He sometimes wondered privately if he would ever smile again. "But it is not the planet Haruun Kal that brings you in a sweat to this office," Yoda said now. His tone was light and understanding, but his gaze was sharp. "Concerned for a Depa, you are." Mace lowered his head. "I know. The Force will bring what it will, but Republic intelligence has reported that the Separatists have pulled back. Their base outside Pelek Ba is abandoned. Yet return she has not." Mace knotted his fingers together. A breath brought his voice back to its customary deep, flat dispassion. "Haruun Kal is still nominally a Separatist planet, and she's a wanted woman. It won't be easy for her to get off-world, or even to signal for extraction. The local militia use all kinds of signal jamming, and whatever they don't jam, they triangulate. Whole partisan bands have been wiped out by one incautious transmission." "Your friend, she is." Yoda used his stick to poke Mace on the arm. "Care for her, you do." Mace didn't meet his eyes. His feelings for Depa Billaba ran deep. She had been on-world for 4 standard months. She couldn't communicate regularly. Mace had tracked her activities by sporadic Republic intelligence reports of sabotage at the Separatist starfighter base, and the fruitless expeditions of the Bala Y militias trying, and failing, to wipe out Depa's guerrillas or even contain them. More than a month ago, Republic intelligence had sent word that the Separatists had pulled back to the Javarno cluster because they could no longer maintain and defend their base. Her success could not have been more brilliant. But he feared to learn at what cost. "But it can't simply be that she's missing, or—" he murmured. A dark flush spread over his bare dome of skull when he realized he'd spoken his thoughts aloud. He felt Yoda's eyes on him still, and gave half an apologetic shrug. "I was only thinking, if she'd been captured or killed, there would be no need for such secrecy." The creases on Yoda's face deepened around his mouth, and he made that ch sound of mild disapproval that any Jedi would instantly recognize. "Frivolous speculation is, when patience will reveal all." Mace nodded silently. One did not argue with Master Yoda. In the Jedi Temple, this was learned in infancy. No Jedi ever forgot it. "It's maddening, Master. If only, 10 years ago, we could have simply reached out." Cling to the past. A Jedi cannot. Yoda interrupted sternly. His green stare reminded Mace not to speak of the shadow that had darkened Jedi perception of the Force. This was not discussed outside the temple, not even here. Member of the Jedi Council, she is. Powerful Jedi. Brilliant warrior. She'd better be. Mace tried to smile. I trained her. But worry you do, too much. Not only for Depa, but for all the Jedi. Ever since Geonosis. The smile wasn't working. He stopped trying. I don't want to talk about Geonosis. Known this 4 months I have. Yoda poked him again, and Mace looked up. The ancient master leaned toward him, ears curled forward, and his huge green eyes glimmered softly. But when, finally, to talk you want, listen, I will. Mace accepted this with a silent inclination of his head. He'd never doubted it, but still he preferred to discuss something else, anything else. Look at this place, he murmured, nodding at the expanse of the Supreme Chancellor's office. Even after 10 years, the difference between Palpatine and Valorum. How this office was in those days. Yoda lifted his head in that reverse nod of his. Remember Finis Valorum well, I do. Last of a great line he was. Some vast distance drifted through his gaze. He might have been looking back along his 900 years as a Jedi. It was unsettling to contemplate that the Republic, seemingly eternal in its millennium-long reign, was not much older than Yoda himself. Sometimes, in the tales Yoda told of his long-vanished younger days, a Jedi might have heard the youth of the Republic itself. Brash, confident, bursting with vitality as it expanded across the galaxy, bringing peace and justice to cluster after cluster, system after system, world after world. For Mace, it was even more unsettling to contemplate the contrast Yoda was seeing. Connected with the past, Valorum was, rooted deep in tradition's soil. In the wave of his hand, Yoda seemed to summon Finis Valorum's dazzling array of antique furniture gleaming with exotic oils, his artworks and sculptures and treasures from 1,000 worlds. Legacies of 30 generations of House Valorum had once filled this office. Perhaps, too deep, a man of history was Valorum. Palpatine. Yoda's eyes drifted closed. A man of today, Palpatine is. You say that as though it pains you. Perhaps it does, or perhaps my pain is only of this day, not its man. I prefer the office like this. Mace half nodded around the sweep of open floor, austere, unpretentious, and uncompromising. To Mace, it was a window into Palpatine's character. The Supreme Chancellor lived entirely for the Republic, simple in dress, direct in speech, unconcerned with ornamentation or physical comfort. A shame he can't touch the Force. He might have made a fine Jedi. But then, another Supreme Chancellor would we need. Yoda smiled gently. Better this way, perhaps it is. Mace acknowledged the point with a slight bow. Admire him, you do. Mace frowned. He'd never thought about it. His adult life had been spent at the orders of the Supreme Chancellor, but he served the office, not the man. What did he think of the Supreme Chancellor as a person? What difference could that make? I suppose I do. Mace vividly recalled what the Force had shown him while he watched Palpatine sworn in as Supreme Chancellor 10 years before. Palpatine was himself a Shatterpoint on which the future of the Republic, perhaps even the whole galaxy, depended. The only other person I can imagine leading the Republic through this dark hour is, well, he opened a hand. You, Master Yoda. Yoda rocked back on his hover chair and made the rustling snuffle that served him for a laugh. No politician am I, foolish one. He still occasionally spoke as though Mace were a student. Mace didn't mind. It made him feel young. Everything else these days made him feel old. Yoda's laughter faded. "And no fit leader for this republic would I be." He lowered his voice even further to barely above a whisper. "Clouded by darkness are my eyes. The Force shows me only suffering and destruction and the rise of a long, long night. Better off without the Force, leaders perhaps are, able to see well enough. Young Palpatine seems." Young Palpatine, who had at least 10 years on Mace and looked twice that, chose that moment to enter the room accompanied by another man. Yoda stepped down from his hover chair. Mace rose in respect. The Jedi Masters bowed, greeting the Supreme Chancellor with their customary formality. He waved the courtesies aside. Palpatine looked tired. Flesh seemed to be dissolving beneath his sagging skin, deepening his already hollowed cheeks. The man with Palpatine was hardly larger than a boy, though clearly well past 40. Lank, thinning brown hair draped a face so thoroughly undistinguished that Mace could forget it the instant he glanced away. His eyes were red-rimmed, he held a cloth handkerchief to his nose, and he looked so much like some minor bureaucratic functionary, a clerk in a dead-end government post, with job security and absolutely nothing else, that Mace automatically assumed he was a spy. "We have news of Depa Billaba." Despite his earlier reasoning, the simple sadness in the Chancellor's voice sent Mace's stomach plummeting. "This man has just come from Haruun Kal. I'm afraid, well, perhaps you should simply examine the evidence for yourself." "What is it?" Mace's mouth went dry as ash. "Has she been captured?" The treatment a captured Jedi could expect from Dooku's separatists had been demonstrated on Geonosis. "No, Master Windu," Palpatine said. I'm afraid it's quite a bit worse." The agent opened a large travel case and produced an old-fashioned holoprojector. He spent a moment fiddling with controls, and then an image bloomed above the mirror-polished ebonite that served as Palpatine's desk. Yoda's ears flattened, and his eyes narrowed to slits. Palpatine looked away. "I have seen too much of this already," he said. Mace's hands became fists. He couldn't seem to get his breath. The shimmering corpses were each the size of his finger. He counted 19. They looked human, or close to it. There was a scatter of prefabricated huts, blasted and burned and broken. The ruins of what must have once been a stockade wall made a ring around the scene. The jungle that surrounded them all stood 4 decimeters high and covered 1.5 meters of Palpatine's desk. After a moment, the agent sniffed apologetically. "This is, seems to be, the work of loyalist partisans, under the command of Master Billaba." Yoda stared. Mace stared. There, those wounds. Mace needed a better view. When he reached into the jungle, his hand crawled with the bright ripples of the holoprojector's scanning matrix lasers. These. He passed his hand through a group of 3 bodies that gaped with ragged wounds. "Enhance these." The Republic intelligence agent answered without taking his handkerchief away from his reddened eyes. I'm Master Windu. This recording is, quite unsophisticated. Almost, primitive." His voice vanished into a sneeze that jerked him forward as though he'd been slapped on the back of the head. Sorry, I can't. My system won't tolerate histamine suppressors. Every time I come to Coruscant." Mace's hand didn't move. He didn't look up. He waited while the agent's whine trickled to silence. 19 corpses, and this man complained about his allergies. "Enhance these," Mace repeated. Yes, sir." The agent manipulated the holoprojector's controls with hands that didn't quite tremble. Not quite. The jungle flicked out of existence. It reappeared an instant later, spread across 10 meters of the office's floor. The tangled upper branches of the holographic trees had become glimmering scan patterns on the ceiling. The corpses were now almost half life-sized. The agent ducked his head, scrubbing furiously at his nose with a handkerchief. "Sorry, Master Windu, sorry, but the system, it's primitive, yes." Mace waded through the light-cast images until he could squat beside the bodies. He rested his elbow on his knees, holding his hands together before his face. Yoda walked closer, then crouched as he leaned in for a better view. After a moment, Mace looked up into his sad green eyes. "See?" "Yes, yes," Yoda croaked. "But from this, no conclusion can be drawn." "That's my point. For those of us who are not Jedi," Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's voice had the warm strength of a career politician's. He rounded his desk, on his face the slightly puzzled smile of a good man who faced an ugly situation with hope that everything might still turn out all right. "Perhaps you'll explain?" "Yes, sir. The other bodies don't tell us much, between decomposition and scavenger damage. But some of the mutilation on the soft tissue here." A curve of Mace's hand traced gaping slashes across a holographic female torso. "Isn't from claws or teeth. And they didn't come from a powered weapon. See the scoring on her ribs? A lightsaber, even a vibroblade, would have slashed right through the bone. This was done with a dead blade, sir." Revulsion tightened the Supreme Chancellor's face. Dead blade? You mean just like a piece of metal? Just a sharp piece of metal?" "A very sharp piece of metal, sir." Mace cocked his head a centimeter to the right. "Or ceramic, transparasteel, even carbonite." Palpatine took a deep breath as though suppressing a shudder. "It sounds dreadfully crude and painful." "Sometimes it is, sir, not always." He didn't bother to explain how he knew. "But these slashes are parallel and all of nearly the same length. It's likely she was dead before the cuts were made, or at least unconscious. Or," the agent sniffled and coughed apologetically, "just, tied up." Mace stared at him. Yoda closed his eyes. Palpatine lowered his head as though in pain. "There is a history of, I guess you'd say, recreational torture in the Haruun Kal conflict, on both sides." The agent flushed as though he was ashamed to know such things. "Sometimes people hate so much that just killing the enemy isn't enough." A fist clenched in Mace's chest. That this soft little man, this civilian, could accuse Depa Billaba of such an atrocity, even by implication, grabbed his heart with sick fury. A long, cold stare showed him every place on this soft man's soft body where one sharp blow would kill. The agent blanched, as if he could count them all in Mace's eyes. But Mace had been a Jedi far too long for anger to gain an easy grip. A breath or two opened that fist around his heart, and he stood. "I have seen nothing to indicate Depa was involved." "Master Windu," Palpatine began, "what was the military value of this outpost?" "Military value?" The agent looked startled. "Why, none, I suppose." "These were Balawai jungle prospectors. Jups, they call them. Some Jups operate as a kind of irregular militia, but irregulars are nearly always men. There were 6 women here, and Balawai militia units never bring their, children." "Children," Mace echoed. The agent nodded reluctantly. 3. Bioscans indicate one girl about 12, the other 2 possibly fraternal twins. Boy and a girl, about 9. Had to use bioscans." His sickly eyes asked Mace not to make him finish. "Because a few days in the jungle hadn't left enough of them to be identified any other way." Mace said, "I understand." "These weren't militia, Master Windu. Just Balawai jungle prospectors in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Jungle prospectors?" Palpatine appeared politely interested. And what are Balawai? Off-worlders, sir, Mace said. The jungles of Haruun Kal are the galaxy's sole source of thistle bark, as well as portok leaf, ginsal, tyroon, and lamas, among others. Spices and exotic woods, and these are valuable enough to draw off-world emigrants into a war zone? Have you priced thistle bark lately? Palpatine smiled regretfully. I don't care for it, actually. I suppose my tastes are pedestrian. You can take a boy out of the mid-rim, but... Mace shook his head. Not relevant, sir. My point, these were civilians. Depa wouldn't be involved in something like this. She couldn't. Hasty your statement is, Yoda said gravely. Seeing all evidence, I fear we have not. Mace looked at the agent. The agent flushed again. Well, yes, Master Yoda is correct. This, recording, he twitched his head around at the ghostly corpses that filled the office, was made with the prospector's own equipment. It's adapted to Haruun Kal work, where more sophisticated electronics. I don't need a lesson on Haruun Kal. Mace's voice went sharp. I need your evidence. Yes, of course, Master Windu. The agent fished in his travel case for a second or two, then came up with an old-fashioned data wafer of crystal. He handed it over. It's audio only, but we've done voice print analysis. It's not exact, and there's some ambient noise, other voices, jungle sounds, that kind of thing. But we put match probability in the 90% range. Mace weighed the crystal wafer in his hand. He stared down at it. There. Right there. The flick of a fingernail could crack it in two. I should do it, he thought. Crush this thing. Snap it in half right now. Destroy it unheard. Because he knew. He could feel it. In the Force, stress lines spidered out from the wafer like frost-scaling supercooled transparasteel. He could not read the pattern, but he could feel its power. This would be ugly. Where did you find it? It was, at the scene of the massacre. It was, well, at the scene. Where did you find it? The agent flinched. Again, Mace took a breath, then another. With the third, the fist in his chest relaxed. I am sorry. Sometimes he forgot how intimidating some men found his height and voice, not to mention his reputation. He did not wish to be feared, at least not by those loyal to the Republic. Please, he said, it might be significant. The agent mumbled something. I'm sorry. I said it was in her mouth. He waved a hand in the general direction of the holographic corpse at Mace's feet. Someone had fixed her jaw shut, so scavengers wouldn't get at it when they, well, you know, scavengers prefer the tongue. Nausea bloomed below Mace's ribs. His fingertips tingled. He stared down at the woman's image. Those marks on her face, he had thought they were just marks, or some kind of fungus, or a colony of mold. Now his eyes made sense of them, and he wished they hadn't. Dull, gold-colored lumps under her chin. Brass vine thorns. Someone had used them to nail her jaw shut. He had to turn away. He realized that he had to sit down, too. The agent continued. Our station boss got a tip and sent me to check it out. I hired a steam crawler from some busted-out jups, rented a handful of townies who can handle heavy weapons, and crawled up there. What we found, well, you can see it. That data wafer. When I found it. Mace stared at the man as though he had never seen him before, and he hadn't. Only now, finally, was he truly seeing him. An undistinguished little man, soft face and uncertain voice, shaky hands and allergies. An undistinguished little man who must have resources of toughness that Mace could barely imagine. To have walked into a scene that Mace could barely stomach, even in a bloodless, translucent laser image, to have had to smell them, touch them, to pry open a dead woman's mouth, and then to bring the recordings here so that he could live it all again. Mace could have done it. He thought so, probably. He'd been some places and seen some things. Not like this. The agent said, "Our sources are pretty sure the tip came from the ULF itself." Palpatine glanced a question. Mace spoke without taking his eyes off the agent. "The Upland Liberation Front, sir. That's Depa's partisan group. Uplanders is a rough translation of Karunai, the name the mountain tribes give themselves." "Karunai?" Palpatine frowned absently. "Aren't those your people, Master Windu?" "My kin." He made himself unclench his jaw. "Yes, Chancellor, you have a good memory." "A politician's trick." Palpatine gave a gently self-deprecating smile and waved a dismissive hand. "Please go on." The agent shrugged as though there was little more to tell. "There have been a lot of disturbing reports. Execution of prisoners. Ambushes of civilians. On both sides. Usually they can't be verified. The jungle swallows everything. So when we got this tip—" "You found this because somebody wanted you to find it," Mace finished for him. "And now you think—" Mace turned the data wafer over and over through his fingers, watching it catch splinters of light. "You think those people might have been killed just to deliver this message?" "What a hideous idea!" Palpatine lowered himself slowly onto the edge of his desk. He appealed to the agent. "This can't be true, can it?" The agent only hung his head. Yoda's ears curled backward and his eyes narrowed. "Some messages, most important, is how they are framed. Secondary, their content is." Palpatine shook his head in disbelief. "These ULF partisans, we ally ourselves with them? The Jedi ally with them? What sort of monsters are they?" "I don't know." Mace handed the wafer back to the agent. "Let's find out." He slotted it into a port on the side of the holoprojector and touched a control. The holoprojector's phased wave speakers brought the jungle around them to life with noise. The rush of wind-rattled leaves, skrills and clatters of insect calls, dim Dopplered shrieks of passing birds, the howls and coughs of distant predators. Through the eddies and boils of sound drifted a whisper sinuous as a river snake. A human or near-human whisper, a voice murmuring in Basic, sometimes comprehensible for a word here or phrase there, sometimes twisting below the distorting ripples of the oral surface. Mace caught the words Jedi and night or knife, and something about look between the stars. He frowned at the agent. "You can't clean this up?" "This is cleaned up." The agent produced a data pad from his travel case, keyed it alight, and passed it to Mace. "We made a transcript. It's provisional, best we can do." The transcript was fragmentary, but enough to draw chills up Mace's arms. Jedi Temple. Taught, Taught, or possibly Taut. Dark, an enemy. But Jedi, under cover of night. One whisper was entirely clear. He read the words on the datapad's screen as the whisper seemed to come from just behind his shoulder. "I use the night, and the night uses me." He forgot to breathe. This was bad. It got worse. The whisper strengthened to a voice. A woman's voice. Depa's voice. On the datapad in his hand, and murmuring in the air behind his shoulder, "I have become the darkness in the jungle." The recording went on and on. Her murmur drained him, of emotion, of strength, even of thought. The longer she rambled, the emptier he got. Yet her final words still triggered a dull shock inside his chest. She was talking to him. "I know you will come for me, Mace. You should never have sent me here, and I should never have come. But what's done can never be undone. I know you think I've gone mad. I haven't. What's happened to me is worse. I've gone sane. That's why you'll come, Mace. That's why you'll have to. Because nothing is more dangerous than a Jedi who's finally sane." Her voice trailed off into the jungle mutter. No one moved or spoke. Mace sat with interlocked fingers supporting his chin. Yoda leaned on his cane, eyes shut, mouth pinched with inner pain. Palpatine stared solemnly through the holographic jungle as though he saw something real beyond its boundary. That's all there is." The agent extended a hesitant hand to the holoprojector and flicked a control. The jungle vanished like a bad dream. They all stirred, rousing themselves, instinctively adjusting their clothing. Palpatine's office now looked unreal, as though the clean carpeted floor and crisp lines of furniture, the pure filtered air, and the view of Coruscant that filled the large windows were the holographic projection, and they all still sat in the jungle, as though only the jungle were real. Mace spoke first. "She's right." He lifted his head from his hands. "I have to go after her. Alone." Palpatine's eyebrows twitched. "That seems unwise." "Concur with Chancellor Palpatine, I do," Yoda said slowly. "Great risks there would be. Too valuable you are. Send others, we should." "There is no one else who can do this." "Surely, Master Windu," Palpatine's smile was respectfully disbelieving, "a Republic intelligence covert ops team, or even a team of Jedi?" "No." Mace rose and straightened his shoulders. "It has to be me." "Please, we all understand your concern for your former student, Master Windu, but surely—" "Reasons he must have, Supreme Chancellor," Yoda said. "Listen to them we should." Even Palpatine found that one did not argue with Master Yoda. Mace struggled to put his certainty into words. This difficulty was a function of his particular gift of perception. Some things were so obvious to him that they were hard to describe, like explaining how he knew it was raining while he stood in a thunderstorm. "If Depa has gone mad, or worse, fallen to the dark side," he began, "it's vital that the Jedi know why, that we discover what did it to her. Until we know this, no more Jedi should be exposed to it than is absolutely necessary. Also, this all might be entirely false, a deliberate attempt to incriminate her. That ambient noise on the recording." He glanced at the agent. "If her voice was faked, say synthesized by computer, that noise could be there precisely to blur the evidence of trickery, couldn't it?" The agent nodded. "But why would someone want to frame her?" Mace waved this off. "Regardless, she must be brought in, and soon, before rumor of such massacres reaches the wider galaxy. Even if she had nothing to do with them, having a Jedi's name associated with these crimes is a threat to the public trust in the Jedi. She must answer any charges before they are ever publicly made." "Granted, she must be brought in," Palpatine allowed. "But the question remains, why you?" "Because she might not want to come." Palpatine looked thoughtful. Yoda's head came up and his eyes opened, gleaming at the Supreme Chancellor. "If rogue she has gone, to find her, difficult it will be. To apprehend her." His voice dropped as though the words caused him pain. "Dangerous that will be." "Depa was my Padawan." Mace moved away from the desk and stared out the window at the shimmering twilight that slowly darkened the capital cityscape. "The bond of master and Padawan is intense. No one knows her better, and I have more experience in those jungles than any other living Jedi. I'm the only one who can find her if she doesn't want to be found, and if she must be." He swallowed and stared at the moon disk of light scattered from one of the orbital mirrors. "If she must be stopped," he said at length, "I may be the only one who can do that, too." Palpatine's eyebrows twitched polite incomprehension. Mace took a deep breath, finding himself once more looking at his hands, through his hands, seeing only an image in his mind sharp as a dream. Lightsaber against lightsaber in the temple's training halls, the green flash of Depa's blade seeming to come from everywhere at once. He could not unmake what he had made. There were no second chances. Her voice echoed inside him. "Nothing is more dangerous than a Jedi who's finally sane." But he said only, "She is a master of Vapad." In the silence that followed, he studied the folds and wrinkles of his interlaced fingers, focusing his attention into his visual field to hold at bay dark dream ghosts of Depa's blade flashing toward Jedi necks. "Vapad?" Palpatine repeated, eventually. Perhaps he'd grown tired of waiting for someone to explain. "Isn't that some kind of animal?" "A predator of Serapin," Yoda supplied gravely. "Also the nickname it is, given by students, for the 7th form of lightsaber combat." "Humph, I've always heard there were only 6. 6 there were, for generations of Jedi. The 7th is not well known. A powerful form it is, deadliest of all, but dangerous it is, to its master, as well as its opponent. Few have studied. One student alone to mastery has risen. But if she's the only master, and this style is so deadly, what makes you think—" "She's not the only master, sir." He lifted his head to meet Palpatine's frown. "She is my only student to become a master." "Your only student," Palpatine echoed. "I didn't study Vapad." Mace let his hands fall to his sides. "I created it." Palpatine's brows drew together thoughtfully. "Yes, I seem to recall now. A reference in your report on the treason of Master Sora Bulk. Didn't you train him as well? Didn't he also claim to be a master of this Vapad of yours?" "Sora Bulk was not my student." "Your associate, then?" "And he did not master Vapad," Mace said grimly. "Vapad mastered him." Ah, I see. With respect, sir, I don't think you do. I see enough to worry me, just a bit." The warmth of Palpatine's smile robbed insult from his words. "The relationship of master and Padawan is intense, you said, and I well believe it. When you faced Dooku on Geonosis." "I prefer," Mace said softly, "not to talk about Geonosis, Chancellor." "Depa Billaba was your Padawan, and she is still perhaps your closest friend, is she not? If she must be slain, are you so certain you can strike her down?" Mace looked at the floor, at Yoda, at the agent, and in the end he had to meet Palpatine's eyes once more. It was not merely Palpatine of Naboo who had asked. This question had come from the Supreme Chancellor. His office demanded an answer. "May the Force grant, sir," Mace said slowly, "that I will not have to find out." Part 1. Men in the Jungle. 1. The Downward Spiral. Through the curved, transparasteel, Haruun Kal was a wall of mountain-punched clouds beside him. It looked close enough to touch. The shuttle's orbit spiraled slowly toward the surface. Soon enough, he would be able to touch it in truth. The in-system shuttle was only a 20-seater, and even so it was 3/4 empty. The shuttle line had bought it used from a tour company. The tube-like passenger fuselage was entirely transparent steel, its exterior scarred and fogged with microbody pits, its interior bare except for strips of gray no-skid laid along the aisles. Mace Windu was the lone human. His shipmates were two Kubas who fluted excitedly about the culinary possibilities of pinch beetles and buzzworms, and a mismatched couple who seemed to be some kind of itinerant comedy act. A Kittinak and a Fulfihian, whose canned banter made Mace wish for earplugs, or hard vacuum, or plain old-fashioned deafness. They must have been far down on their luck to be taking a tourist shuttle into Pelik Baw. Haruun Kal's capital city is a place lounjacks go to die. Passenger liners on the Javarno Loop only stopped there at all because they had to drop into real space anyway for the system transit. Mace sat as far from the others as the shuttle's limited space allowed. The Jedi Master wore clothing appropriate to his cover. A stained vest of Corellian sand panther leather over a loose shirt that used to be white, and skin-tight black pants with wear patches of gray. His boots carried a hint of polish, but only above the ankle. The uppers were scuffed almost to suede. The only parts of his ensemble that were well maintained were the supple holster belted to his right thigh, and the gleaming Mersan Power 5 it held. His lightsaber was stuffed into the kit bag beneath his seat, disguised as an old-fashioned glow rod. The data pad on his lap was also a disguise, though it worked well enough for him to encrypt his journal on it. Most of it was actually a miniature subspace transmitter, frequency locked to the band monitored by the medium cruiser Halleck, on station in the Ventran system. The Carunal Highland swung into view. A vast plateau of every conceivable shade of green, skirted by bottomless swirls of cloud, crisscrossed by interlocking mountain ranges. A few of the tallest peaks were capped with white. Many of the shorter mountains plumed billows of smoke and gas. The eastern half of the highland had already rolled through the Terminator. When the shuttle passed into the planet's shadow, gleams of dark red and orange specked the world like predators' eyes beyond the ring of a campfire's light. Open caldera of the highland's many active volcanoes. It was beautiful. Mace barely noticed. He held the recording wand of the fake data pad and spoke very, very softly. From the private journals of Mace Windu. Initial Haruun Kal entry. Depa's down there, right now. I shouldn't be thinking about this. I shouldn't be thinking about her. Not yet. But she's down there. She's been down there for months. I can't imagine what might have happened to her. I don't want to imagine. I'll find out soon enough. Focus. I have to focus. Concentrate on what I know is true while I wait for the mud to settle and the water to become clear. A lesson of Yoda's. But sometimes you can't wait, and sometimes the water never clears. I can focus on what I know about Haruun Kal. I know a lot. Here's some of it. Haruun Kal, Alhar 1, sole planet of the Alhar system. Haruun Kal is the name given to it in the language of the indigenous human population, the Karunai, uplanders. It translates to basic as above the clouds. From space, the world appears to be oceanic, with only a few green-topped islands rising from a restless multicolored sea. But this is deceptive. The sea that these islands punctuate is not liquid, but an ocean of heavier-than-air toxic gases, which plume endlessly from the planet's innumerable active volcanoes. Only on the mountaintops and the high plateaus can oxygen-breathing life survive, and not on many of these. Unless they rise far above the cloud sea, they are vulnerable to Haruun Kal's unpredictable winds, especially during Haruun Kal's brief winter, when the Thakiz Bakal, the downstorm, blows. The winds can whip the thick cloud sea high enough to scour lowlands free of oxygen breathers within hours. Its capital, Pelek Ba is located on the sole inhabited landmass, the plateau known as the Coronal Highland, and is the largest permanent settlement on this primarily jungle-covered planet. The indigenous humans live in small, semi-nomadic tribal groups called gauche, and avoid the settlements, which are maintained by off-worlders of a wide variety of species. The Karunai lump all off-worlders and settled folk under the somewhat contemptuous category of Balawai, down folk. There is a long history of unorganized local conflicts. This doesn't help. I can't fit what I know of Haruun Kal into a guidebook description. Too much of what I know is the color of the sun flash and the smell of the wind off grandfather's shoulder, the silken ripple of a grasser's undercoat through my fingers, the hot, fierce sting of an ack dog's force touch. I was born on Haruun Kal, far back in the highland. I am a full-blooded Koran. 100 generations of my ancestors breathed that air and drank that water, ate the fruit of that soil, and were buried deep within it. I've returned only once, 35 standard years ago, but I have carried that world with me, the feel of it, the power of its storms, the upswelling tangle of its jungles, the thunder of its peaks. But it is not home. Home is Coruscant. Home is the Jedi Temple. I have no recollection of my infancy among the Karunai. My earliest memory is of Yoda's kindly smile and enormous gentle eyes close above me. It is still vivid. I don't know how old I might have been, but I am certain I could not yet walk. Perhaps I was too young to even stand. In memory, I can see my plump infant's hands reaching up to tug at the white straggles of hair above Yoda's ears. I recall squalling, shrieking like a wounded glowbat, as Yoda prefers to describe it, as some kind of toy, a rattle it might have been, bobbed in the air just beyond my grasp. I recall how no amount of shouting, screaming, howling, or tears could draw that rattle 1 millimeter closer to my tiny fist. And I recall the instant I first reached for the toy without using my hands, how I could feel it hanging there, and I could feel how Yoda's mind supported it, and a whisper of the Force began to hum in my ears. My next lesson. Yoda had come to take the rattle away, and I, with my infant's instinctive selfishness, had refused to release it, holding on with both my hands and all I could summon of the Force. The rattle broke. To my infant mind, a tragedy like the end of a world, for that had been Yoda's way of introducing the Jedi law of non-attachment. Holding too tightly to what we love will destroy it, and break our hearts as well. That's a lesson I don't want to be thinking about right now, but I can't help myself. Not right now. Not while I'm up here, and Depa is down there. Depa Billaba came into my life by accident, one of those joyous coincidences that are sometimes the gift of the galaxy. I found her after I fought and killed the pirates who had murdered her parents. These pirates had kidnapped their victim's lovely infant daughter. I never learned what they wanted to do with her, or to her. I refused to speculate. An advantage of Jedi mental discipline, I can stop myself from imagining such things. She grew to girlhood in the temple and to womanhood as my Padawan. The proudest moment of my life was the day I stood and directed the Jedi Council to welcome its newest member. She is one of the youngest Jedi ever to be named to the Council. On the day of her elevation, Yoda suggested that it was my teaching that had brought her so far while still so young. He said this, I think, more from courtesy than from honesty. She came so far while still so young because she is who she is. My teaching had little to do with it. I have never met anyone like her. Depa is more than a friend to me. She's one of those dangerous attachments. She is the daughter I will never have. All the Jedi discipline in the galaxy cannot entirely overpower the human heart. I hear her voice again and again. You should never have sent me here, and I should never have come. I can't stop myself from reaching into the Force, though I know it is useless. since shortly before Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi stood in front of the Council to report the rebirth of the Sith, a mysterious veil of darkness has clouded the Force. Close by, in both space and time, the Force is as it has always been. Guide and ally, my invisible eyes and unseen hands. But when I try to search through the Force for Depa, I find only shadows, indistinct and threatening. The crystal purity of the Force has become a thick fog of menace. Again, but what's done can never be undone. I can shake my head till my brain rattles, but I can't seem to drive away those words. I must clear my mind. Pelek Ba is still separatist, and I will have to be alert. I must stop thinking about her. Instead, I think about the war. The Republic was caught entirely unprepared. After 1,000 years of peace, no one, especially not us Jedi, truly believed civil war would ever come. How could we? Not even Yoda could remember the last general war. Peace is more than a tradition. It is the bedrock of civilization itself. This was the Confederacy's great advantage. The Separatists not only expected war, but counted on it. By the time the smoldering Clone War burst into Geonosian flame, their ships were already in motion. In the weeks that followed, while we Jedi tended our wounds and mourned our dead, while the Senate scrambled to assemble a fleet, any kind of fleet, to match the power of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, while Supreme Chancellor Palpatine pleaded and bargained and sometimes had to outright threaten wavering senators to not only stay loyal to the Republic, but also support its clone army with their credits and their resources, the Separatists had fanned out across the galaxy, seeding the hyperspace lanes with their forces. The major approaches into Separatist space were picketed by droid starfighters, backed up by newly revealed capital ships, Geonosian dreadnoughts that lumbered out from secret shipyards. Strategically, it was a masterpiece. Any thrust into the worlds at the core of the Confederacy would be blunted and delayed long enough for Separatist reserves to engage it. Any attack with sufficient strength to swiftly overwhelm their pickets would leave hundreds or thousands of worlds open to swift Separatist reprisal. Behind their droid-walled frontier, they could gather their forces at leisure, striking out to swallow Republic systems piecemeal. Even before the Republic was ready to fight, we had lost. Yoda is the master strategist of the Jedi Council. A life as vast as his predisposes one to see the big picture and take the long view. He developed our current strategy of limited engagement on multiple fronts. Our goal is to harass the Separatists, wear them down in a war of attrition, chip away at them, and prevent them from consolidating their position. In this way, we hope to gain time for the titanic manufacturing base of the Republic to be converted to the production of ships, weapons, and other war materiel. And time to train our troops. The Kaminoan clone troopers are not only the best soldiers we have, they are very nearly our only soldiers. We would use them to train civilian volunteers and law enforcement personnel in weapons and tactics, but the Separatists have managed to keep nearly all 1.2 million of them fully engaged, rushing from system to system and planet to planet to meet probing attacks from the bewildering variety of war droids that the Techno-Union, with the financial backing of the Trade Federation, turns out in seemingly unlimited quantities. Since we need all our clones simply to defend Republic systems, we have been forced to find ways to attack without them. The Separatists don't enjoy unalloyed popularity, even in their core systems. And in any society, there are fringe elements eager to take up arms against authority. Jedi have been covertly inserted on hundreds of worlds with a common mission: to organize loyalist resistance, train partisans in sabotage and guerrilla warfare, and generally do whatever possible to destabilize the Separatist governments. That was why Depa Billaba came to Haruun Kal. I sent her here. The Alhar system, of which Haruun Kal is the sole planet, lies on the nexus of several hyperspace lanes, the hub of a wheel called the Javarno Loop, whose spokes join the separatist systems of Kilasu, Jutrand, Leposi, and the Javarno cluster with Opari, Ventran, and Chamance, all loyalist. Due to local stellar configurations and the mass sensitivities of modern hyperdrives, any ship traveling from one of these systems to another can cut several standard days off its journey by coming through Alhar, even counting the day-long real space transit of the system itself. None of these systems has any vast strategic value, but the Republic has lost too many systems to secession to risk losing any to conquest. Control of the Alhar Nexus offers control of the whole region. It was decided that Haruun Kal is worth the Council's attention, and not solely for its military uses. In the Temple archives are reports of the Jedi anthropologists who studied the Koran tribes. They have a theory that a Jedi spacecraft may have made a forced landing there, perhaps thousands of years ago during the turmoil of the Sith War, when so many Jedi were lost to history. There are several varieties of fungi native to the jungles of Haruun Kal that eat metals and silicates. A ship that could not lift off again immediately would be grounded forever, and comm equipment would be equally vulnerable. The ancestors of the Karunai, the anthropologists believed, were the shipwrecked Jedi. This is their best explanation for a curious genetic fact. All Karunai can touch the Force. The true explanation may be simpler. We have to. Those who cannot use the Force do not long survive. Humans can't live in those jungles. The Karunai survive by following their grasser herds. Grassers, great six-limbed behemoths, tear down the jungle with their forehands and massive jaws. Their name comes from the grassy meadows that are left in their wake. It is in those meadows that the Karunai make their precarious lives. The grassers protect the Karunai from the jungle. The Karunai, in turn, with their force-bonded companions, the fierce Ak dogs, protect the grassers. When the Jedi anthropologists were ready to depart, they had asked the elders of Mace Windu if they might take with them a child to train in the Jedi arts, thus recovering the force talents of the Karunai to serve the peace of the galaxy. That would be me. I was an infant, an orphan, called by the name of my Gosh, for my parents had been taken by the jungle before my naming day. I was 6 months old. The choice was made for me. I've never minded. It is the Karunai that Depa came here to train and use as anti-government partisans. The civil government of Haruun Kal is entirely Balawai. Off-worlders and their descendants, beneficiaries of the financial interests behind the Theiselbark trade. Government of the Balawai, by the Balawai, and for the Balawai. No Koran need apply. The government and the planetary militia, their military arm, joined the Confederacy of Independent Systems as a cynical dodge to squelch an ongoing Judicial Department investigation into their treatment of the Koran natives, in exchange for the use of the capital spaceport as a base to conduct repair and refit for the Alhar fleet of droid starfighters. The Separatists provided arms for the militia and turned a blind eye toward illegal Balawai activities in the Karunal Highland. But since Depa arrived, the Separatists have discovered that even the smallest bands of determined guerrillas can have a devastating effect on military operations, especially when all these guerrillas can touch the Force. This was a large part of Depa's argument for coming here in the first place, and why she insisted on handling it personally. Untrained Force users can be exceedingly dangerous. Wild talents crop up unpredictably in such populations. Depa's mastery of Vapad makes her virtually unbeatable in personal combat, and her own cultural training in the elegant, philosophico-mystical disciplines of the Chalactan adepts makes her uniquely resistant to all forms of mental manipulation, from force-powered suggestion to brainwashing by torture. I believe she may have also nursed a private hope that some of the Karunai might be persuaded to enlist in the Grand Army of the Republic. A cadre of force-capable commandos could take a great deal of the pressure off the Jedi and accomplish missions that no clone troopers could hope to survive. I suspect, too, that part of the reason she insisted on taking this mission was sentimental. I think she came here because Haruun Kal is where I was born. Though this world has never been my true home, I bear its stamp to this day. The Koran culture is based on a simple premise, what they call the 4 pillars: honor, duty, family, herd. The first pillar is honor, your obligation to yourself. Act with integrity. Speak the truth. Fight without fear. Love without reservation. Greater than this is the second pillar, duty, your obligation to others. Do your job, work hard, obey the elders. Stand by your gosh. Greater still is the third pillar, family. Care for your parents, love your spouse, teach your children, defend your blood. Greatest of all is the fourth pillar, herd. For it is on the grasser herds that the life of the gosh depends. Your family is more important than your duty. Your duty outweighs your honor, but nothing is more important than your herd. If the well-being of the herd requires the sacrifice of your honor, do it. If it requires that you shirk your duty, you do it. Whatever it takes. Even your family. Yoda once observed that, though I left Haruun Kal as an infant and returned only once, as a youth, to train in the Koran force bond with the great axe, he thinks I have the 4 pillars in my veins along with my Koran blood. He said that honor and duty are as natural to me as breathing, and that the only real difference my Jedi training has made is that the Jedi have become my family, and the Republic itself is my herd. This is flattering. I hope it might be true, but I don't have an opinion on the subject. I'm not interested in opinions. I'm interested in facts. This is a fact. I found the Shatterpoint of the Javarno Loop. Another fact. Depa volunteered to strike it. And another fact. That she said, "I have become the darkness in the jungle." The spaceport at Pelek Ba smelled clean. It wasn't. Typical backworld port, filthy, disorganized, half-choked with rusted remnants of disabled ships. Mace stepped off the shuttle ramp and slung his kit bag by its strap. Smothering wet heat pricked sweat across his bare scalp. He raised his eyes from the ochre-scaled junk and discarded crumples of empty Nutripacks scattered around the landing bay up into the misty turquoise sky. The white crown of Grandfather's shoulder soared above the city. The tallest mountain on the Karunal Highland, an active volcano with dozens of open calderae. Mace remembered the taste of the snow at the tree line, the thin cold air, and the aromatic resins of the evergreen scrub below the summit. He had spent far too much of his life on Coruscant. If only he could have come here for some other reason. Any other reason. A straw-colored shimmer in the air around him explained the clean smell. A surgical sterilization field. He'd expected it. The spaceport had always had a powered-up surgical field umbrella to protect ships and equipment from the various native fungi that fed on metals and silicates. The field also wiped out the bacteria and molds that would otherwise have made the spaceport smell like an overloaded refresher. The spaceport's probiotic showers were still in their long, low blockhouse of mold-stained duracrete, but their entrance had been expanded into a large, temporary-looking office of injection-molded plastifoam, with a foam slab door that hung askew on half-sprung hinges. The door was streaked with rusty stains that had dripped from the fungus-chewed Durasteel sign above. The sign said, "Customs." Mace went in. Sunlight leaked green through mold-tracked windows. Climate control wheezed a body temperature breeze from ceiling vents. and the smell loudly advertised that this place was well beyond the reach of the surgical field. Inside the customs office, enough flybuzz hummed to get the two Kubas chuckling and eagerly nudging each other. Mace didn't quite manage to ignore the Fofihian broadly explaining to a bored-looking human that he'd just jumped in from Kashi-Eek, and boy were his legs tired. The agent seemed to find this about as tolerable as Mace did. He hurriedly passed the comedians along after the pair of Kubas, and they all disappeared into the shower blockhouse. Mace found a different customs agent. A Nemoidian female with pink-slitted eyes, cold-bloodedly sleepy in the heat. She looked over his identikit incuriously. "Corellian, huh? Purpose of your visit?" "Business." She sighed tiredly. "You'll need a better answer than that. Corellia's no friend of the Confederacy." "Which would be why I'm doing business here." "Huh. I scan you. Open your bag for inspection." Mace thought about the old-fashioned glow rod stashed in his bag. He wasn't sure how convincing its shell would be to Nemoidian eyes, which could see deep into the infrared. "I'd rather not." "Do I care? Open it." She squinted a dark pink eye up at him. "Hey, nice skin job. You could almost pass for a Koran." "Almost." "You're too tall, and they mostly have hair. And anyway, Karunai are all force freaks, yes? They have powers and stuff." "I have powers." "Yeah?" "Sure." Mace hooked his thumbs behind his belt. "I have the power to make 10 credits appear in your hand." The Nemoidian looked thoughtful. "That's pretty good power. Let's see it." He passed his hand over the customs agent's desk and let fall a coin he'd palmed from his belt-slit pocket. The Nemoidian had powers of her own. She made the coin disappear. "Not bad." She turned up her empty hand. "Let's see it again." "Let's see my identikit validated and my bag passed." The Nemoidian shrugged and complied, and Mace did his trick again. "Power like yours? You'll get along fine in Pelek Ba," she said. "Pleasure doing business with you. Be sure to take your PB tabs, and see me on your way off-world. Ask for Puel." "I'll do that." Toward the back of the customs office, a large advertise screen advertised everyone entering Pelek Ba to use the probiotic showers before leaving the spaceport. The showers replaced beneficial skin flora that had been killed by the surgical field. This advice was supported with gruesomely graphic hollows of the wide variety of fungal infections awaiting unshowered travelers. A dispenser beneath the screen offered half-credit doses of tablets, guaranteed to restore intestinal flora as well. Mace bought a few, took one, then stepped into the shower blockhouse. The blockhouse had a smell all its own, a dark, musky funk, rich and organic. The showers themselves were simple auto nozzles spraying bacterium-rich nutrient mist. They lined the walls of a 30-meter walk-through. Mace stripped off his clothes and stuffed them into his kit bag. There was a conveyor strip for possessions beside the walk-through entrance, but he held on to the bag. A few germs wouldn't do it any harm. At the far end of the showers, he walked into a situation. The dressing station was loud with turbine-driven air-jet dryers. The two Kubas and the comedy team, still naked, milled uncertainly in one corner. A large, surly-looking human in sun-bleached khakis and a military cap stood facing them, impressive arms folded across his equally impressive chest. He stared at the naked travelers with cold, unspecific threat. A smaller human in identical clothing rummaged through their bags, which were piled behind the large man's legs. The smaller man had a bag of his own, into which he dropped anything small and valuable. Both men had stun batons dangling from belt loops and blasters secured in snap-flap holsters. Mace nodded thoughtfully. The situation was clear enough. Based on who he was supposed to be, he should just ignore this. But cover or not, He was still a Jedi. The big one looked Mace over, head to toe and back again. His stare had the open insolence that came of being clothed and armed and facing someone who was naked and dripping wet. Here's another. Smart guy carried his own bag. The other rose and unlooped his stun baton. Sure, smart guy. Let's have the bag. Inspection. Come on. Mace went still. Probi mist condensed to rivulets and trickled down his bare skin. I can read your mind, he said darkly. You only have 3 ideas, and all of them are wrong. Huh? End of side 1. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 2, Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel. Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 38. Mace flipped up a thumb. You think being armed and ruthless means you can do whatever you want. He folded his thumb and flipped up his forefinger. You think nobody will stand up to you when they're naked. He folded that one again and flipped up the next. And you think you're going to look inside my bag. Oh, he's a funny one. The smaller man spun his stun baton and stepped toward him. He's not just smart, he's funny. The big man moved to his flank. Yeah, regular comedian. The comedians are over there. Mace inclined his head toward the Fulfohian and his Kittinak partner, naked and shivering in the corner. See the difference? Yeah? The big man flexed his big hands. What are you supposed to be, then? I'm a prophet. Mace lowered his voice as though sharing a secret. I can see the future. Sure you can. He set his stubble-smeared jaw and showed jagged yellow teeth. What do you see? You, Mace said, bleeding. His expression might have been a smile if there had been the faintest hint of warmth in his eyes. The big man suddenly looked less confident. In this he could perhaps be excused. Like all successful predators, he was interested only in victims, certainly not in opponents, which was the purpose of this particular racket after all. Members of any sapient species who were culturally accustomed to wearing clothes would feel hesitant, uncertain, and vulnerable when caught naked, especially humans. Any normal person would stop to put on pants before throwing a punch. Mace Windu, in contrast, looked like he might know of uncertainty and vulnerability by reputation, but had never met either of them face to face. 188 centimeters of muscle and bone, absolutely still, absolutely relaxed. From his attitude, the probi mist that trickled down his naked skin might have been carbon fiber-reinforced ceramic body armor. Do you have a move to make? Mace said. I'm in a hurry. The big man's gaze twitched sideways and said, Mace felt a pressure in the force over his left kidney and heard the sizzle of a triggered stun baton. He spun and caught the wrist of the smaller man with both hands, shoving the baton's sparking corona well clear with a twist that levered his face into the path of Mace's rising foot. The impact made a smack as wet and meaty as the snap of bone. The big man bellowed and lunged, and Mace stepped to one side and whip-cracked the smaller man's arm to spin his slackening body. Mace caught the small man's head in the palm of one hand and shoved it crisply into the big man's nose. The two men skidded in a tangle on the slippery, damp floor and went down. The baton spat lightning as it skittered into a corner. The smaller man lay limp, the big man's eyes spurted tears, and he sat on the floor, trying with both hands to massage his smashed nose into shape. Blood leaked through his fingers. Mace stood over him. Told you. The big man didn't seem impressed. Mace shrugged. A prophet, it was said, received no honor on his own world. Mace dressed silently while the other travelers reclaimed their belongings. The big man made no attempt to stop them or even to rise. Presently, the smaller man stirred, moaned, and opened his eyes. As soon as they focused well enough to see Mace still in the dressing station, he cursed and clawed at his holster flap, struggling to free his blaster. Mace looked at him. The man decided his blaster was better off where it was. "You don't know how much trouble you're in," he muttered sullenly as he settled back down on the floor, words blurred by his smashed mouth. He drew his knees up and wrapped his arms around them. "People who butch up with Capitol Militia don't live long around." The big man interrupted him with a cuff on the back of his head. "Shut it." Capitol Militia? Mace understood now. His face settled into a grim mask, and he finished buckling down his holster. "You're the police." The Fofohian mimed a pratfall. "You'd think they'd hire cops who weren't so clumsy, eh?" "Oh, I don't know, Footy," the Kittenak said in a characteristically slow, terminally relaxed voice. "They bounced real nice." Both Kubas whirred something about slippery floors, inappropriate footwear, and unfortunate accidents. The cops scowled. Mace squatted in front of them. His right hand rested on the Power Five's butt. "It'd be a shame if somebody had a blaster malfunction," he said. "A slip, a fall, sure, it's embarrassing, it hurts. But you'll get over it in a day or two. If somebody's blaster accidentally went off when you fell..." He shrugged. "How long will it take you to get over being dead?" The smaller cop started to spit back something venomous. The larger one interrupted him with another cuff. "We scan you," he growled. "Just go." Mace stood. "I remember when this was a nice town." He shouldered his kit bag and walked out into the blazing tropical afternoon. He passed under a dented, rusty sign without looking up. The sign said, "Welcome to Pelek Ba." Faces. Hard faces, cold faces, hungry or drunk, hopeful, calculating, desperate. Street faces. Mace walked a pace behind and to the right of the Republic Intelligence Station boss, keeping his right hand near the Mersan's butt. Late at night, the streets were still crowded. Haruun Kal had no moon. The streets were lit with spill from taverns and outdoor cafes. Light poles, tall hexagonal pillars of duracrete with glow strips running up each face, stood every 20 meters along both sides of the street. Their pools of yellow glow bordered black shadow. To pass into one of the alley mouths was to be wiped from existence. The Intel station boss was a bulky, red-cheeked woman about Mace's age. She ran the Highland Green Washateria, a thriving laundry and public refresher station on the capital's north side. She never stopped talking. Mace hadn't started listening. The Force nudged him with threat in all directions, from the rumble of wheeled ground cars that careened at random through crowded streets, to the fan of death sticks in a teenager's fist. Uniformed militia swaggered or strutted, or sometimes just posed, puffed up with the fake dangerous attitude of armed amateurs. Holster flaps open, blaster rifles propped against hip bones. He saw plenty of weapons waved, saw people shoved, saw lots of intimidation and threatening looks, and crude street gang horseplay. He didn't see much actual keeping of the peace. When a burst of blaster fire sang out a few blocks away, no one even looked around. But nearly everyone looked at Mace. Militia faces, human or too close to call, looking at Mace, seeing only a Koran in off-world clothes. Their eyes went dead cold, blank, measuring. After a while, hostile eyes all look alike. Mace kept alert and concentrated on projecting a powerful aura of, "Don't mess with me." He would have felt safer in the jungle. Street faces, drink-bloated moons of bust-outs mooching spare change. A Wookiee gone gray from nose to chest, exhaustedly straining against his harness as he pulled a two-wheel taxi cart, fending off street kids with one hand while the other held onto his money belt. jungle prospector faces, fungus scars on their cheeks, weapons at their sides. Young faces, children younger than Depa had been on the day she became his Padawan, offering trinkets to Mace at special discounts because they liked his face. Many of them were Karunai. From the private journals of Mace Windu. Sure, come to the city. Life's easy in the city. No vine cats, no drill mites, no brass vines or death hollows. No shoveling grasser manure, no hauling water, no tending ack pups. Plenty of money in the city. All you have to do is sell this or endure that. What you're really selling, your youth, your hope, your future. Anyone with sympathy for the separatist cause should spend a few days in Pelik Ba. Find out what the Confederacy is really fighting for. It's good that Jedi do not indulge in hate. The station boss's chatter somehow wandered onto the subject of the intel front she managed. Her name was Flora Mirla Tank. But call me Flor, sweetie, everybody does. Mace picked up the thread of her ramble. Hey, everybody needs a shower once in a while, so why not get your clothes spiffed at the same time? So everybody comes here. I get Jups, Cornos, you name it. I get militia and Seppi brass. Well, used to, till the pullback. I get everybody. I got a pool. I got 6 different saunas. I got private showers. You can get water, alcohol, probi, sonics, you name it. Maybe a recorder or two to really get the dirt we need. Some of these militia officers, you'd be amazed what they fall to talking about, alone in the steam room. Know what I mean? She was the chattiest spy he'd ever met. When she eventually stopped for breath, Mace told her so. Yeah, funny, huh? How do you think I've survived this game for 23 years? Talk as much as I do, it takes people longer to notice you never really say anything. Maybe she was nervous. Maybe she could smell the threat that smoked in those streets. Some people thought they could hold danger at bay by pretending to be safe. I got 37 employees. Only 5 are intel. Everybody else just works there. Ha! I make twice the money off the washateria as I draw after 23 years in the service. Not that it's all that hard to do, if you know what I mean. You know what an RS-17 makes? Pathetic. Pathetic. What's a Jedi make these days? Do they even pay you? Not enough, I'll bet. They love that service is its own reward junk, don't they? Especially when it's other people's service. I'll just bet. She'd already assembled a team to take him up country. 6 men with heavy weapons and an almost new steam crawler. They look a little rough, but they're good boys, all of them. Freelancers, but solid. Years in the bush. 2 are full-blooded Cornos. Good with the natives, you know. For security reasons, she explained, she was taking him to meet them herself. Sooner you're on your way, happier we'll both be, right? Am I right? Taxis are hopeless this time of day. Mind the gutter cookie. That stuff will chew right through your boots. Hey, watch it, creepo. Ever hear that peds have the right of way? Yeah? Well, your mother eats hot slime. She stumped along the street, arms swinging. You know this Jedi of yours is wanted, right? You got a way to get her off-world? What Mace had was the Halleck-On station in the Ventran system with 20 armed landers and a regiment of clone troopers. What he said was, yes. A new round of blaster fire sang perhaps a block or 2 away, salted with staccato pops crisper than blaster hits. Flor instantly turned left and dodged away up the street. Whoops, this way. You want to keep clear of those little rumbles, you know? Might just be a food riot, but you never know. Those hand claps? Slug throwers or I'm a Doug. Could be action by some of those guerrillas your Jedi runs. Lots of the Cornos carry slug throwers, and slugs bounce. Slug throwers, I hate 'em, but they're easy to maintain. Day or 2 in the jungle and your blaster'll never fire again. A good slug rifle, keep 'em wiped and oiled, they last forever. The guerrillas have pretty good luck with them, even though they take a lot of practice. Slugs are ballistic, you know. You have to plot the trajectory in your head. Give me a blaster any time. A new note joined the blaster fire. a deeper, throatier thrum, 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 thrum. Mace scowled over his shoulder. That was some kind of light repeater, a T-21 or maybe a Marathon Thunderbolt. Military hardware. It would be good, he said, if we could get off the street. While she assured him, no, don't worry, these scuffles never add up to much. He tried to calculate how fast he could dig his lightsaber out of his kit bag. The firing intensified. Voices joined in, shouts and screams, anger and pain. It started to sound less like a riot and more like a firefight. Just beyond the corner ahead, white-hot bolts flared past along the right-of-way. More blaster fires zinged behind them. The firefight was overflowing, becoming a flood that might surround them at any second. Mace looked back. Along this street, he still could see only crowds and ground cars, but the militia members were starting to take an interest. Checking weapons, trotting toward alleys and cross streets. Flor said behind him, "See, look at that. They're not even really aiming at anything. No, we just nip across." She was interrupted by a splattering thwop. Mace had heard that sound too often. Steam, superheated by a high-energy bolt exploding through living flesh. A deep tissue blaster hit. He turned back to Flor and found her staggering in a drunken circle, painting the pavement with her blood. Where her left arm should have been was only a fist-sized mass of ragged tissue. Where the rest of her arm was, he couldn't see. She said, "What? What?" He dived into the street. He rolled, coming up to slam her hip joint with his shoulder. The impact folded her over him. He lifted her, turned, and sprang back for the corner. Bright flares of blaster bolts bracketed invisible sizzles and finger snaps of hypersonic slugs. He reached the meager cover of the corner and laid her flat on the sidewalk, tucked close against the wall. This isn't supposed to happen. Her life was flooding out of the shattered stump of her shoulder. Even dying, she kept talking. A blurry murmur. "This isn't happening. It can't be happening. My arm." In the force, Mace could feel her shredded brachial artery. With the force, he reached inside her shoulder to pinch it shut. The flood trickled to sluggish welling. "Take it easy." He propped her legs on his kit bag to help maintain blood pressure to her brain. "Try to stay calm. You can live through this." Boots clattered on permacrete behind him, a militia squad sprinting toward them. Help is on the way. He leaned closer. "I need the meet point and the recognition code for the team." "What? What are you talking about?" "Listen to me. Try to focus. Before you go into shock, tell me where I can find the upcountry team and the recognition code so we'll know each other." You don't understand. This isn't happening." "Yes, it is. Focus. Lives depend on you. I need the meet point and the code." But you don't understand." The militia behind him clattered to a stop. "You, Corno, stand away from that woman." He glanced back, 6 of them, firing stance, the light pole at their backs, haloed black shadow across their faces. Plasma-charred muzzles stared at him. "This woman is wounded, badly. Without medical attention, she will die." "You're no doctor," one said, and shot him. 2. Capital Crimes. He had plenty of time to get familiar with the interrogation room. 4 meters by 3, duracrete blocks flecked with gravel, whose sheer planes glinted like mica. The walls from waist-high to ceiling had once been painted the color of aged ivory. The floor and lower walls used to be the green of wander kelp. What was left of both paint jobs flaked in patches rimmed with mildew. The binder chair that held him was in better condition. The clamps at his wrists were cold and hard and had no weakness he could touch. Those at his ankles sliced pale gouges into the leather of his boots. The chest plate barely let him breathe. No windows. One glow strip cast soft yellow from the joining of wall and ceiling. The other one was dead. The door was behind him. Twisting to watch it hurt too much. The Durasteel table in the center of the room was dented and speckled with rust. He thought it was rust, Hoped it was. On the far side of it was a wooden chair, its bow back stripped from wear. His vest and shirt were tattered at the shoulder where the first bolt had struck. The skin beneath was scorched and swollen with a black bruise. Set on stun, the bolt had barely penetrated his skin, but the concussive force of the steam burst still hit like a club. It had picked him up and spun him. The pounding in his skull implied that at least one shot had caught the side of his head. He didn't remember. He didn't remember anything between that first shot and waking up in this binder chair. He waited. He waited a long time. He was thirsty. Uneasy pressure in his bladder somehow made his head hurt worse. Studying the room and assessing his injuries could occupy only so much of his time. Much of the rest of it he spent replaying Floor's death. He knew she was dead. She had to be. She couldn't have lived more than a minute or two after the militia stunned him. Without his force hold to pinch off that brachial artery, she would have bled out in seconds. She would have lain on that filthy sidewalk, staring up at city-dimmed stars, while the last of her consciousness darkened, faded, and finally winked out. Again and again he heard that wet, splattering thwop. Again and again he carried her back under cover, and stopped her bleeding, and tried to speak with her, and was shot by men he thought were coming to help. Her death had gotten inside him, down below his ribs. It ate at him, a tiny pool of infection that grew through the hours in that room until it became a throbbing abscess. Pain and nausea and sweats. Chills. A fever of the mind. Not because he was responsible for her death. It ate at him because he wasn't. He'd had no idea she was about to walk into a blaster bolt. The force never offered the faintest hint of a clue. No trace of a bad feeling, or rather, no hint that all the bad feelings he'd had were about to add up to something much, much worse. Nothing. Nothing at all. That's what sickened him. What happens to a Jedi when he can no longer trust the Force? Was this what broke Depa? He shook that thought out of his skull. He drove his attention into his visual field, focusing on cataloging the smallest detail of his prison. Until he could see for himself, he told himself solidly, he owed her the presumption of innocence. Such doubts were unworthy of her, and of him, but they kept creeping back no matter how hard he stared at the mildew-eaten paint on the wall. I know you think I've gone mad. I haven't. What's happened to me is worse. I've gone sane. He knew her. He knew her, to the marrow of her bones, her most secret heart, her cherished dreams and faintest, foggiest hopes. She could not be involved in massacres of civilians, of children. Nothing is more dangerous than a Jedi who's finally sane. She couldn't. But as seconds swelled to hours, the certainty in his head went hollow, then desperate, like he was trying to talk himself into something he knew was wrong. He felt the door behind him open. A damp breeze licked the back of his neck. Footsteps entered and clicked to one side, and he twisted to look. They belonged to a smallish human male, comfortably plump, wearing militia khakis that were improbably well-starched, considering the heat and the damp. The man carried a snap-rim case covered in tanned animal hide. He brushed a wave of end-dampened hair, the color of aluminum, away from his dark eyes, and offered Mace a pleasant smile. "No, please." He waved a hand toward the door. "Feel free to have a look." Twisting farther, Mace could see down the corridor behind his binder chair. At the far end stood a pair of steady-looking militiamen with blaster rifles aimed at his face. Mace frowned, an unusual position for guards. "Is this clear enough?" The man moved around Mace to the table, never crossing their line of fire, and opened his animal hide bag. "I'm told you have a bit of a concussion. Let's not make it fatal, shall we?" The Force showed him a dozen places on that soft body where a single blow would maim or kill. This man was no warrior, but energy spidered outward from him in all directions. An important man. Mace found no direct threat in him, only a cheery pragmatism. Not talkative? Don't blame you. Well, my name's Gepton. I'm Chief of Security for the Capital District. My friends call me Lors. You can call me Colonel Gepton. He waited, still wearing that indifferently pleasant smile. After a few seconds, he sighed. Well, we know who I am, and we know who you're not. He flipped open the lid of Mace's identikit. You're not Kinsal Trapano. I'm guessing not Corellian either. Interesting history you don't have. Smuggler, small-time pirate, gunrunner, etc., and so forth. He settled into the wooden chair, laced his fingers together, and propped his hands on his belly. He watched Mace with that pleasant smile, silently, waiting for him to say something. Mace could have kept him waiting for days. Without Jedi training, no human truly understands what patience is. But Depa was out there, somewhere, doing something. The longer it took him to reach her, the more of it she might do. He decided to talk. A small victory for him, Mace thought. No loss for me. What am I charged with? That depends. What have you done? Officially. Gepton shrugged. Nothing's been filed, yet. Then why am I being held? We're interrogating you. Mace raised an eyebrow. Oh yes, we are. Gepton winked. We are indeed. I'm a terrific interrogator. You haven't even asked me a question. Gepton smiled like a sleepy vine cat. Questions are inefficient, in your case futile. You must be good indeed, Mace said, to have figured that out without even asking one. By way of reply, Gepton reached into the animal skin case and pulled out Mace's lightsaber. The glow rod shell had been stripped away. Traces of adhesive showed black against the metal. He hefted it in his hand, smiling. And torture would probably be a waste of time too, yes? He set the lightsaber on the table and spun it like a bottle. Mace could feel its whirl in the Force, feel exactly how to touch it with his mind, to lift it and trigger it and set it flashing upon Colonel Gepton, to slay or hold hostage, or to slash through the restraints that held him in the binder chair. He let it spin. The two shooters standing ready at the far end of the corridor made sense to him now. His lightsaber's spin took on a wobble, slowed, and trickled to a stop, its emitter centered on his breastbone. I believe that means you're it, Gepton said. A neat trick. Mace measured him again. The colonel endured his scrutiny blandly. Gepton, Mace said. Could be a Corran name. And in fact it is, the colonel admitted cheerily. My paternal grandfather came out of the jungle some 70-odd years ago. This, is not discussed, you understand, not in polite society. Is that something you still have here, polite society? Gepton shrugged. My name's only a mild handicap. Maybe that trace of Corran blood is what makes me too proud to change it. Mace nodded, more to himself than to the other. If the man had enough force touch to control the lightsaber's spin, he might easily have enough to conceal his intentions. Mace revised his threat assessment from low to unknown. What do you want from me? Well, that's the real question, isn't it? There are a variety of things you could do for me. You could, say, be a substantial boost to my career. A Jedi? Even your basic Jedi grunt might be valuable to the right people. I mean, I've captured an enemy officer here, haven't I? The Confederacy might reward me handsomely for you. In fact, I know they would, and maybe even give me a medal. He tilted his head, a humorous sidelong look. You don't seem concerned by the possibility. If he were planning to turn Mace over to the Separatists, Gepton wouldn't be here. Mace waited, silently. Ah, it's true. The colonel sighed after a moment. I'm not political, and there's something else you might be able to do for me. Mace kept waiting. Well, I see it like this. Here I have a Jedi, probably an important Jedi, since we caught him next to the corpse of the planetary chief of Republic intelligence. He winked at Mace again. Oh, yes. Flora Mirula and I were old friends. Friends too long to let political differences come between us, eh? I'm sure she'd be gratified by your obvious grief. Gepton took this without a blink. It didn't even dent his smile. Tragic. After so many years, in so many dangerous places, to be cut down by a stray blaster bolt. Collateral damage. Merely a bystander. Hardly innocent, though, was she? It was possible, Mace reflected, that he might come to profoundly dislike this man. If your men hadn't shot me, she'd still be alive. He chuckled. If my men hadn't shot you, I wouldn't have the pleasure of your company tonight. And has this pleasure been worth your friend's life? That remains to be seen. Their gazes locked for a full second. Mace had seen lizards with more expressive eyes. Predatory lizards. He revised his threat assessment again, upward. Gepton shifted his weight like a man getting comfortable after a large meal. So, back to this Jedi in question. I'm thinking this Jedi is also someone a little on the capable side, even perhaps actively dangerous. Since he answers the description of a fellow who broke several bones belonging to a pair of my best men. Those were your best? I'm sorry. So am I, Master Jedi, so am I. Well, I fell to wondering what business might possibly bring an important, dangerous Jedi like yourself to our little back world of Haruun Kal. You would hardly have come so far just to commit petty assault upon peace officers. I fell to wondering if your business might possibly have something to do with another Jedi. One who seems to be running around up-country doing all sorts of un-Jedi-ish kinds of things, like murdering civilians. Might your business have something to do with her? If it does... Gepton tilted his chair back and looked at Mace over the curves of his plump cheeks. We've been hunting this Jedi for some time now. I've even posted a bounty, a big bounty. It's possible that if someone were to deal with my existing Jedi problem, I might feel fully compensated. I might not even miss that reward we were talking about earlier. I see. Maybe you do, and maybe you don't. Here's the thing. I can't quite make up my mind. Mace waited. Gepton sighed irritably and settled his chair back on the floor. You're not the easiest man to have a conversation with. This didn't call for a reply, so Mace didn't make one. See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well, I suppose I just need a way to ease my mind, you understand? I'm right on the bubble here. I can go either way. I'd like that reward. Yes, indeed I would. But given the choice, I'd prefer my, up-country Jedi problem taken care of. But I'm not sure that's the best decision I could make right now. For my future, I'm wavering, you see, teetering. I need a little reassurance, if you know what I mean. Now Mace finally understood what they were talking about. How much reassurance do you need? Gepton's eyes glinted the same flat sheen as the sheer planes of the gravel in the walls. 10,000. I'll give you 4. Gepton scowled at him. Mace stared back. His face might have been carved from stone. I can keep you here a very long time. Mace said, 3,500. You insult me. What, am I not worth even haggling with? We are haggling. 3,250. I'm wounded, Master Jedi. You mean Jedi Master, Mace said. 3,000. Gepton's face blackened, but after a moment wasted trying to match uncompromising stares with Mace Windu, a losing proposition, he shook his head and shrugged again. 3,000. I suppose one must make allowances. He sighed. There is a war on, after all. They cut him loose at dawn. Mace descended the worn stone sweep of the Ministry of Justice's front steps. The high cirrus over Grandfather's shoulder bled morning. The light poles had gone pale. The street below was as restlessly crowded as ever. He had his kit bag over his shoulder and his blaster strapped to his thigh. His lightsaber was in an inside pocket of his vest, concealed below his left arm. He slid into the crowd and let its current carry him along. Endless faces passed him, meeting his eyes incuriously or not at all. Carts clattered. Music trickled from open doorways and leaked from personal players. Once in a while, the massive rumble of steam crawler treads forced the crowds to one side or another. At such times, the touch of unfamiliar flesh made his skin crawl. The smell of human sweat mingled with Yuzum urine and the musky funk of Togorians. He smelled the unmistakable tang of Talanda till elbow glands, and the smoke of portok leaf roasting over llamas fires, and he could only marvel dully at how alien it all was. Of course, the alien here was Mace. He could not guess what he should do next. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I should have been working my way toward Depa already. I could have headed for the Highland Green Washateria to make new contact with the remaining Republic intelligence agents on world. I could have hired my own team. Though the bribe to Gepton wiped out the credit account of Kinsal Trapano, it never contains more than a few thousand. That account is monitored by the Jedi Council. New funds would be added as required. A steam crawler wouldn't be hard to come by, and the streets were filled with dangerous-looking people who might be willing to hire on. I could have done any number of things. Instead, I drifted with the current of the crowds. I discovered that I was afraid of making another mistake. It's an unfamiliar feeling. Not until Geonosis did I truly understand that such a thing was even possible. At the temple, we teach that the only true mistake a Jedi ever makes is to fail to trust the Force. Jedi do not figure things out or come up with a plan. Such actions are the opposite of what being a Jedi means. We let the Force flow through us and ride its currents to peace and justice. Most of Jedi training involves learning to trust our instincts, our feelings, as opposed to our intellects. A Jedi must learn to unthink a situation, to unact, to become an empty vessel for the Force to fill with wisdom and action. We feel the truth when we stop analyzing it. The Force acts through us when we surrender all effort. A Jedi does not decide. A Jedi trusts. To put it another way, we are not trained to think. We are trained to know. But at Geonosis, our knowing failed us all. Haruun Kal has already taught me that the tragedy of misjudgment that was Geonosis was not an isolated event. It can happen again, will happen again. I don't know how to stop it. To have come here alone made sense, but it was intellectual sense, and the intellect is a deceiver. To go after Depa myself feels right, but my feelings can no longer be trusted. The shadow and the Force turns our instincts against us. I didn't know what to do, and I didn't know how to decide what to do. There were instincts, though, that had little to do with Jedi training. It was one of these Mace followed when he felt a "hey buddy" nudge on his shoulder and looked around to find no one there. The nudge had come through the Force. He scanned a sea of faces and heads and steam crawler smoke. Limp cafe banners dripping in the moist air. A cart with a ragged mange-patched grasser in the traces. A driver flourished an electropod. 2 creds anywheres in town, 2 creds. Nearby, a Yuzum with alcohol-bleared eyes snarled. He was harnessed to one of the two-wheeled taxi carts. He turned in the traces and snatched a human out of the seat, holding him overhead in one enormous hand while the other displayed wickedly hooked claws. His snarl translated, "No money? No problem, I'm hungry." Another nudge. Mace got a glimpse of him this time. The crowd made one of those smoke-random rifts that let him see 100 meters along the street. A slender Koran, half Mace's age or less, darker skin, wearing the brown, close-woven tunic and pants of a jungle Gaussian. Mace caught a quick flash of white teeth and a hint of startling blue eyes, and then the young Koran turned and moved away up the street. Those startling eyes. Had Mace seen him before? On the street the night before, maybe. Around the time of the riot. Mace went after him. He needed a direction. This one looked promising. The young Koran clearly wanted him to follow. Each time the crowds would close between them and Mace would lose him, another force nudge would draw his eyes. The crowds had their own pace. The faster Mace tried to move, the more resistance he met. Elbows and shoulders and hips and even one or two old-fashioned straight arms to the chest, accompanied by unfriendly assessments of his walking manners and offers to fill that particular gap in his education. To these he responded with a simple, "You don't want to fight me." He never bothered to emphasize this with the force. The look in his eyes was enough. One excitable young man didn't say a word, deciding instead to communicate with a wild overhand aimed at Mace's nose. Mace gravely inclined his head as though offering a polite bow, and the young man's fist shattered against the frontal bone of Mace's shaven skull. He briefly considered passing along some friendly advice to the excitable youth about the virtues of patience, nonviolence, and civilized behavior, or at least a mild critique of the fellow's sloppy punch, but the agony on his face as he knelt, cradling his broken knuckles, put Mace in mind of one of Yoda's maxims, that the most powerful lessons without words are taught. So he only shrugged apologetically and walked on. The pressure of the crowds brought his pursuit up against the law of diminishing returns. Mace couldn't gain on the young Koran without attracting even more attention and possibly injuring any number of insufficiently polite people. Sometimes, when the Koran flicked a glance back, Mace thought he might detect a hint of a smile, but he was too far away to read it. Was that smile encouraging? Friendly? Merely polite? Malicious? Predatory? The Koran turned down a narrower, darker street, still shadowed with the lees of night. Here the crowds had given way to a pair of Yarkura, sleeping off their evening's debauchery arm in arm, perilously close to a pool of vomit, and 3 or 4 aging Balawai women, who had ventured out to sweep the walkstones in front of their respective tenement doorways. Their morning rite of mutual griping broke down as Mace approached. They clutched their brooms possessively, adjusted their kerchiefs that bound whatever thin hair they may have had left, and watched him in silence. One of them spat near his feet as he passed. Instead of responding, he stopped. Now off the main streets and away from the constant rumble of voice, foot, and wheel, he could hear a new sound in the morning, faint but crisp, a thin, sharp hum that pulsed irregularly, bobbing like a cup on a lazy sea. Repulsor lift engine, maybe more than one. Echoes along the building-lined street made the sound come from everywhere, but it wasn't getting louder, and when he got another forced nudge from Smiley up the street and moved on, it didn't get fainter either. On the opposite sides of the buildings around, he thought, pacing me. Maybe swoops, maybe speeder bikes. Not a land speeder. A land speeder's repulsor lifts hummed a single note. They didn't pulse as the vehicle bobbed. This was starting to come into focus. He followed Smiley through a maze of streets that twisted and forked. Some were loud and thronged, most were quiet, giving out no more than muttered conversation and the thutter of polymer cycle tires. Rooftops leaned overhead, upper floors reaching for each other, eclipsing the morning into one thin jag of blue above permanent twilight. The twisting streets became tangled alleys. One more corner, and Smiley was gone. Mace found himself in a tiny enclosed courtyard, maybe 5 meters square. Nothing within but massive trash bins overflowing with garbage. Trash chutes veined the blank faces of buildings around. The lowest windows were 10 meters up and webbed with wire. High above, on the rim of a rooftop, Mace's keen eyes picked out a scar of cleaner brick. Smiley must have gone fast up a rope and pulled it up behind him, leaving no way for Mace to follow. In some languages, a place like this was called a dead end. A perfect place for a trap. Mace thought, finally. He'd begun to wonder if they'd changed their minds. He stood in the courtyard, his back to the straight length of alley, and opened his mind. In the force, they felt like energy fields. 4 spheres of cautious malice layered with anticipated thrill, expecting a successful hunt, but taking no chances. 2 hung back at the far mouth of the alley to provide cover and reserves. The other 2 advanced silently with weapons leveled, going for the point-blank shot. Mace could feel the aim points of their weapons skittering hotly across his skin like Eridusian lava beetles under his clothes. The repulsor lift hum sharpened and took on a direction. Above to either side. Speeder bikes, he guessed. His forced perception expanded to take them in as well. He felt the heightened threat of powerful weapons overhead, and swoops were rarely armed. 1 rider each. Out of sight over the rims of the buildings, they circled into position to provide crossing fire. This was about to get interesting. Mace felt only a warm anticipation, after a day of uncertainty and pretense, of holding on to his cover and offering bribes and letting thugs walk free. He was looking forward to doing a little straightforward, uncomplicated butt-whipping. But then he caught the tone of his own thoughts, and he sighed. No Jedi was perfect. All had flaws against which they struggled every day. Mace's few personal flaws were well known to every Jedi of his close acquaintance. He made no secret of them. On the contrary, it was part of Mace's particular greatness that he could freely acknowledge his weaknesses and was not afraid to ask for help in dealing with them. His applicable flaw here, he liked to fight. This in a Jedi was especially dangerous, and Mace was an especially dangerous Jedi. With rigorous mental discipline, he squashed his anticipation and decided to parley. Talking them out of attacking might save their lives, and they seemed to be professionals. Perhaps he could simply pay for the information he wanted, instead of beating it out of them. As he reached his decision, the men behind him reached their range. Professionals indeed. Without a word, they leveled their weapons, and twin packets of galvaned plasma streaked at his spine. In even the best-trained human shooter, there is at least a quarter-second delay between the decision to fire and the squeeze on the trigger. Deep in the force, Mace could feel their decision even before it was made, an echo from his future. Before their fingers could so much as twitch, he was moving. By the time the blaster bolts were quarter of the way there, Mace had whirled, the speed of his spin opening his vest. By the time the bolts were halfway there, the force had snapped his lightsaber into his palm. At 3/4, his blade extended, and when the blaster bolts reached him, they met not flesh and bone, but a meter-long continuous cascade of vivid purple energy. Mace reflexively slapped the bolts back at the shooters, but instead of rebounding from his blade, the bolt splattered through it and grazed his ribs and burst against a trash bin behind him so that it boomed and bucked and shivered like a cracked bell. Mace thought, I might be in trouble after all. Before the thought could fully form in his mind, the 2 shooters, a distant, calculating part of Mace's brain filed that they were both human, had flipped their weapons to auto-burst. A blinding spray of bolts filled the alleyway. Mace threw himself sideways, flipping in the air. A bolt clipped his shin, hammering his leg backward, turning his flip into a tumble, but he still managed to land in a crouch behind the cover of the alleyway's inner corner. He glanced at his leg. The bolt hadn't penetrated his boot leather. Stun setting, he thought. Professionals who want me alive. While he was trying to feel his way toward what they might try next, he noticed that his blade cast a peculiarly pale light. Much too pale. Even as he crouched there, staring drop-jawed into the paling shaft, it faded, flickered, and winked out. He thought, and this trouble I'm in just might be serious. His lightsaber was out of charge. That's not possible, he snarled. It's not. With a lurch in his gut, he got it. Gepton. Mace had underestimated him. Corrupt and greedy, yes. Stupid? Obviously not. Jedi! A man's voice from the alley, one of the shooters. Let's do this the easy way, huh? Nobody has to get hurt. If only that were true, Mace thought. We've got all kinds of stuff out here, Jedi. Not just blasters. We got glop. We got night-night. We got stun nets. But they hadn't used any yet. Mercenaries, Mace decided. Maybe bounty hunters, not militia. Glop grenades and sleep gas were expensive. A blaster bolt cost almost nothing. So they were saving a few credits. They were also giving him time to think, and he was about to make them regret it. You want to know what else we got? Mace could hear his smirk. Look up, Jedi. Over the roof rims above, the pair of speeder bikes bobbed upward, visored pilots skylining themselves against the blue. Their forward steering vanes scattered mirror flashes of the sunrise across the courtyard floor. Their underslung blaster cannons bracketed Mace with plasma-scorched muzzles. He was completely exposed to their crossfire, but they weren't firing. Mace nodded to himself. They wanted him alive. A hit from one of those cannons, and they'd have to pick up his body with shovels and a mop. But that didn't mean cannons were useless. A blast from the lead bike shattered a chest-sized hunk of baked clay wall 2 meters above him. Chunks and slivers pounded him and slashed him and battered him to the ground. Heat trickled down his skin, and he smelled blood. He was cut. The rest was too fresh to know how bad it might be. He scrambled through the rubble and dived behind a trash bin. No help there. The speeder pilot blasted the bin's far side, and it slammed Mace hard enough to knock his wind out. Shot. Concussed, cut, battered, bladeless. Haruun Kal was pounding him to pieces, and he hadn't been on-world even a standard day. All right. He reached up and splayed his hands above the trash bin so that the speeder pilots could see. He let his decharged lightsaber dangle, thumb through its belt ring. All right, I'm coming out. Don't shoot. The lead speeder drifted in a little as he worked his way out from behind the bin, hands high. The other speeder hung back for high cover. Mace picked his way to the alley mouth, took a deep breath, and stepped out from the corner. The two shooters slowly uncovered, one from behind a trash bin and the other stepping out from a recessed doorway. The two backups stayed at the corners of the alley's far mouth. "You're pretty good," Mace said. "Among the best I've ever seen." "Hey, thanks," one answered. From his voice, this was the one who'd spoken earlier. The leader, then, most likely. His smile was less friendly than his tone. He and his partner both carried fold-stock blasters in the crooks of their arms. The men at the end of the alley had over-under blaster rifles combined with something large-bore, grenade launchers or wide-galvaned riot blasters. "Coming from a Jedi like you, I imagine that's high praise." "You certainly do come prepared." "Yep. Let's have that blaster, eh? Nice and easy." Slowly, very slowly, Mace switched his lightsaber to his left hand, inching his right down toward the Power Five's butt. "I wish I could tell you how many times teams like yours have come after me. Not just in alleys, on the street, caves, cliffs, freighter holds, dry washes, you name it. And now you're caught. Put the blaster on the ground and kick it toward my friend here." Pirates, bounty hunters, tribals, howl packs. Mace might have been reminiscing with old friends as he complied, armed with everything from thermal detonators to stone axes, and sometimes just claws and teeth. The Silent One bent down for the Power 5. His blaster's muzzle dropped out of line. Mace took a step to his left. Now the talker was in the line of fire from the two behind him. Mace reached into the Force, and the alleyway crystallized around him. A web of shear planes and stress lines and vectors of motion. It became a gemstone with flaws and fractures that linked the talker and his partner, the two shooters at the far end, the speeder bikes and their pilots, the 20-meter-high buildings to either side, and Mace. No Shatterpoint that he could see would get him out of this. Doesn't mean I won't, he thought. Just means it won't be easy, or certain, or even likely. He took one deep breath to compose himself. One breath was all it took. If the Force should bring death to him here, he was ready. Now the lightsaber, the talker said. You are better prepared than most. Mace balanced his lightsaber on his palm. But like all those others, you've forgotten the only piece of equipment that would actually do you any good. Yeah? What's that? Mace's voice went cold, and his eyes went colder. An ambulance. The leader's smile tried to turn into a chuckle, but instead it faded away. Mace's level stare was a humor-free zone. The leader hefted his blaster. The lightsaber. Now. Sure. Mace tossed it toward him. Take it. His lightsaber tumbled through a long arc. In the Force he felt them all fractionally relax. The slightest easing of trigger pressure, the tiniest shift of adrenaline-charged concentration. They relaxed because he was now unarmed. Because none of them understood what a lightsaber was. Mace had begun the construction of his lightsaber when he was still a Padawan. On the day he first put hand to metal, he had dreamed that lightsaber for 3 years already, had imagined it so completely that it existed in his mind, perfect in every detail. Its construction was not creation, but actualization. He took mental reality and made it physical. The thing of metal and gemstone, of particle beam and power cell, was only an expression. His real lightsaber was the one that existed only in the part of the Force Mace called his mind. A lightsaber was not a weapon. Weapons might be taken or destroyed. Weapons were unitary entities. Many people even gave them names of their own. Mace would no more give a name to his lightsaber than he would to his hand. He was not the boy who first imagined its shape 41 years before. Nor was his lightsaber identical to that first image in the dreams of a 9-year-old boy. With each new step in his ever-deepening understanding of the Force and his place in it, he had rebuilt his lightsaber, remade it. It had grown along with him. His lightsaber reflected all he knew, all he believed, all he was. Which was why it required no effort, no thought, to seize his lightsaber's tumbling hand grip through the Force and fire it like a bullet. It screamed through the air, and its butt took the talker between the eyes with a hollow stone-on-wood whack. The impact flipped him off his feet, unconscious or dead, before he hit the ground. His hands spasmed on the blaster, and it gushed energy. Through the Force, Mace nudged the blaster's muzzle to sweep the talker's partner and blow him spinning to the ground. Mace guided it farther upward, and hammering energy chewed an arc of chunks from the walls before it battered the steering vanes of the speeder bike above and behind him, smacking it into a spin that kept the pilot too busy hanging on to even think about firing a weapon. The over-unders of the two at the alley mouth now coughed, but Mace was already in motion. He force-sprang at a slant and met the far wall 5 meters up, then kicked higher and across to the opposite wall, up and back again, zigzagging toward the rooftops through a storm of blaster fire. Belated grenades burst below. Spit-white glop spewed across the alley, swirling the purple cloud of night-and-night anesthetic gas. But Mace was already well above the effect zone. He sailed up over the lip of the flat-baked tile roof, and there were people up there. The roof was cluttered with hods full of tiles and pots of liquid permacite and bundled tarpaulins that might have been keeping the winter rains out, but now had become camouflage for at least 2 men. Lying concealed beneath the tarps, the men were invisible to the eye, but Mace felt them in the force, adrenaline shivers, and the desperate self-control it took to remain motionless. Bystanders? Roofers caught in a sudden firefight, hiding for their lives. Reserves for the assault team. Mace was not certain he'd live to find out. Before he could touch down, the other speeder pilot cut off his path with a fountain of blaster fire that traversed back to intercept him. A shove with the force dropped him short, but as he made contact with the roof, the pilot fired an impact-fused grenade at Mace's feet. Mace reached out with the force and slapped the grenade away from himself and the hidden men, but the cannon's blast stream hammered a line of shattered tiles and smoking holes in the rooftop straight at them. So he sprang toward it. An upward thrust with the force lifted him over the blast stream, and he made his spring into a twisting dive roll that brought him to his feet with his back to the massive communal chimney that rose from the center of the roof. The chimney shuddered with the impact of cannon fire on its far side. Through the force, he felt the other speeder bike circling toward an open shot. Cannon holes in the roof, he thought. Those cannons left shattered gaps big enough to dive through, if he could drop through one into the building. The chimney was only a meter taller than Mace was. He sprang to the top. Cannon fire blasted into its baked clay wall, tracking up toward his legs. Before he could spot a roof hole big enough to dive through, the chimney bucked and began to crumble. He clawed for his balance. A man shouted, "Hey, Windu! Happy name day!" And Mace got a glimpse of tarpaulins flipping back and blue eyes and white teeth, and something came tumbling toward him through the air. It was shaped vaguely like a cryoban grenade, but when Mace reached into the force to slap it away, he recognized it. Its feel was as familiar as the sound of Yoda's voice. It was a lightsaber. It was Depa's lightsaber. Instead of slapping it away, Mace drew it toward him, and through the force he felt her, felt Depa as though she stood at his side and had taken his hand. Its grip smacked into his palm. In the green flash of Depa's blade, the situation looked different. The rest of the fight lasted less than 5 seconds. The speeder bike above opened fire again, and Mace slipped to one side, letting the force move the blade. Blaster bolts ricocheted from the energy fountain and smashed the speeder's power cell, sending it flipping toward the ground within the alley's end. The blue-eyed Corrin, Smiley, the one who had led him here, and the other man who had lain beneath the tarp held rapid-fire slug throwers that they slipped over the roof rim to fill the alley below with a lethal swarm of bullets. 2 more Karunai popped out of cover on the rooftop across the alley. One had a slug thrower. Flame leapt from its barrel. The other, a big light-skinned Corrin girl with reddish hair, stood upright, wide-legged, a massive Mersan thunderbolt tucked into her armpit, showering the alley with howling packets of galvaned particle beam. The other pilot didn't like the new odds. He power-slewed his speeder and shrieked away above the rooftops. Smiley yanked his barrel around and took aim at the pilot's back, but before he could fire, the speeder bike flipped in the air, tumbled out of control, and crashed through the wall of a distant building at roughly 200 kilometers an hour. Smiley waved a hand, and the Karunai stopped firing. The sudden silence rang in Mace's ears. Was that fun or what? Smiley grinned at Mace and winked. Come on, Windu. Tell me that didn't warm your shorts a little. Mace dropped to the rooftop and angled Depa's blade to a neutral position. Who are you? I'm the guy who just slipped your jiffies off the roaster. Let's go, man. Militia'll be here any minute. The 2 Karunai across the alley were already sliding down slender ropes toward the ground. Smiley and his friend hooked grapnels that might have been made of polished brass vine over the lip of the roof and paid out rope below. His friend slung his slug rifle and slipped over the edge. Mace scowled toward the column of smoke that now rose from the gaping hole the second speeder bike had left in the building blocks away. Smiley caught his look and chuckled. Love that fungus. Ate his fly-by-wire. Saved me a shot. Mace muttered, I'm just hoping nobody was home. Yeah, think of the mess. Smiley gave him that big white grin. Forget about identifying bodies, huh? Better to just hose it out. Mace looked at him. I have a feeling, he said slowly, that you and I aren't going to be friends. And that's got my heart pumping pond water, let me tell you. Smiley took a rope in his hands and beckoned. On the double, Windu. What do you want, an invitation? Flowers and a box of candy? The cascade of Depa's lightsaber highlighted both their faces the color of sunlight in the jungle. What I want, Mace told him, is for you to tell me what you were doing with this blade. The lightsaber? The blue in his eyes sparked with manic fire. That's my credentials, he said, and disappeared below the rim. 3. Jungle to jungle. Mace stood on the roof, staring into the emerald gleam of Depa's blade. Either she'd given it to Smiley, or he'd taken it off her corpse. Mace hoped it was the former. At least he thought he did. The Depa he knew. Would she lend out her lightsaber? Would she give away part of herself? Something told him it hadn't exactly been a concordance of fealty. After a few seconds, he released the activation plate. Her blade shrank and vanished, leaving behind only a tang of ions in the air. He slipped the hand grip into the inner pocket of his vest. It didn't go in easily. The grip was tacky with a thin layer of goo that had an herbaceous scent. Some kind of plant resin, sticky, but it didn't come off on his hand. He shook his head, scowling at his palm. Then he sighed and shrugged. Perhaps it was time he stopped expecting things on this planet to make sense. He leaned out over the roof rim, 4 bodies below in the alley, plus the pilot lying amid the wreckage of his speeder bike in the alley. Include the one who'd crashed into the building, and that was all of them. Smiley and the Karunai were swiftly and efficiently looting the dead. Mace's jaw tightened. One of the dead, the talker maybe, had a deep blood-lipped gash from ear to ear. Someone had cut his throat. A sick weight gathered in Mace's chest. Some things did make sense after all, and the sense this made turned his stomach. The Force gave him no sign of guilt from any of them. Perhaps the violence here was so recent that its echoes washed away any such subtleties. Or perhaps whichever of them had done this felt no guilt at all. And these killers were his best hope, perhaps his only hope, of reaching Depa. But he could not simply let this pass. Another lesson of Yoda's came to mind. When all choices seem wrong, choose restraint. Mace slid down the rope. Smiley nodded him over. You're a mess, you know that? Take that shirt off. He reached down to pull a med pack off a dead man's belt. There'll be spray bandage in here. Mace took Smiley's upper arm with one hand. You and I, he said, need to re-establish our relationship. Hey, ow, huh? Smiley tried to jerk free and discovered that Mace's grip would not suffer by comparison with a freighter's docking claw. Trying just hurt his arm. Hey! We got off on the wrong foot, Mace said. We're going to make an adjustment. Do you think we can manage this peacefully? The other Karunai looked up from their looting. They stood, faces darkening as they turned toward Mace and Smiley, shifting grips on their weapons. Fingers slipped through trigger guards. Bad idea, Mace said, for everyone concerned. Hey, easy on the arm, huh? I might need it again someday. Mace's hand tightened. Tell them what we're doing. You want to lay off the bone-crushing grip? Smiley's voice was going thin. Beads of sweat swelled across his upper lip. What, you like my arm so much you want to take it home with you? This isn't my bone-crushing grip. This is my don't-do-something-stupid grip. Mace tightened it enough to draw a squeak of pain through Smiley's lips. We'll graduate to bone-crushing in about 10 seconds. When you put it that way, tell them what we're doing. Smiley twisted his neck to look over his shoulder at the other Karunai. "Hey, you kids stand down, huh?" he said weakly. "We're just, re-establishing our relationship." "Peacefully." "Yeah, peacefully." The other 3 Karunai let their weapons dangle from their shoulder slings and went back to looting the bodies. Mace released him. Smiley massaged his arm, looking aggrieved. "What exactly is your malfunction, anyway?" "You didn't lead me into a trap. You used me to lead them into a trap." "Hey, Captain Obvious, newsflash. This wasn't a trap." Mace frowned. "Then what would you call it?" "It was an ambush." Smiley smirked. "What, they don't teach basic in Jedi school?" "Do you know," Mace said, "that I disliked you the instant we met?" "Is that Jedi speak for thank you so much for saving my lightsaber-waving butt? She." He shook his head, mock sad. "So what is it? What's your fuss?" "I would have liked," Mace told him solidly, "to have taken them alive." "What for?" In Pelek Ba, Mace reflected, that was a fair question. Turn them over to the authorities? What authorities? Geptun? The cops who ran the strong arm at the Probai showers? He took a deep breath. For questioning. "Everything needing to know you?" This came from the big red-haired girl with the thunderbolt. She looked up at Mace, still crouched beside a corpse. Her accent dripped high upland. "Are looking at it, you. 6 Balawai scum, over and done, never another Corran's home burn. Never another herd slaughter, never another child murder, never another woman." She didn't finish, but Mace would read the final word in the smoke of hate that clouded her eyes. He could feel it in the anger and violation that pulsed from her into the Force. He could more than guess what she had been through. In the Force, he could feel how it had made her feel. Sick with loathing, so wounded inside her heart that she could not allow herself to feel at all. His face softened for an instant, but he hardened it again. He knew instinctively that she wanted no pity. She was no one's victim. If she saw how sorry he felt for her, she'd hate him for it. So instead, he lowered his voice, speaking gently and respectfully. "I see. My question, though, how are you certain that these men have done such things?" "Balawai, them." She said it as if she were spitting out a hunk of rotten meat. These were the people Depa had sent for him? The sick weight in his chest gathered mass. He stepped away from Smiley and opened his fingers toward his lightsaber, where it lay beside the talker's throat-cut corpse. The decharged grip leapt from the ground to his hand. "Listen to me, all of you." The simple authority in his voice drew their eyes and held them. He said, "You will do no murder while I am in your company. Do you understand this? If you try, I will stop you. Failing that—" Muscle bunched along his jaw, and his knuckles whitened on his lightsaber's hand grip. Smoldering threat burned the calm from his dark eyes. "Failing that," he said through his teeth, "I will avenge your victims." Smiley shook his head. Hello? Huh? Maybe you haven't noticed, but we're at war here. You get it?" A thin whistling in the distance swelled to become a shriek. Other whistles joined in, rising in pitch and volume both. Sirens, militia units on their way. Smiley turned to his companions. "That's the bell, kids. Saddle up." The Karunai worked faster, stripping the corpses of med packs, food squares, blaster gas cartridges, credits, boots. "You call it war," Mace said, "but these were not soldiers." "Maybe not. Sure got some nifty gear, though, don't they?" Smiley picked up one of the over-unders and sighted appreciatively along its barrel. "Very nice. How else are we going to get stuff like this? It's not like your bloody Republic sends us any." "Is it worth their lives?" Little judgmental, aren't we? Didn't we just slip your jiffies off the roaster? A thanks wouldn't exactly be out of line." "It was you," Mace replied grimly, "who put my jiffies on the roaster. And you took your time about slipping them off." Though the mockery stayed in his tone, Smiley's eyes went remote. "I don't know you, Windu, but I know who you're supposed to be. She talks about you all the time. I know what you're supposed to be able to do. If they could have taken you—" "Yes?" His head flicked a centimeter to the right, a Corran shrug. "I would have let him. You coming, or what?" Pelek Ba rolled past the ground car's tinted windows. The vehicle bumped along on large toroidal balloons made of a native tree resin and used laminated wooden bow slats as springs. The driver was local, a middle-aged Corran with a web of cataract across one eye and bad teeth stained red from chewing raw thistle bark. Mace and the Karunai sat behind him in the passenger cabin. Mace kept his head down, pretending to be engrossed in cobbling together an improvised adapter to recharge his lightsaber from looted blaster packs. It didn't require all that much of his attention. His lightsaber was designed to be easily rechargeable. In an emergency, he could even use the Force to flip a concealed lock on the inside of its hermetically sealed shell, opening a hatch that would allow him to manually switch out the power cell. Instead, he laboriously wired up leads from the blaster packs and pretended to study their charge monitors. Mostly, it was an excuse to keep his head down. The first thing the Karunai did once they were on their way was swiftly and efficiently field-strip the captured weapons, despite the cramped compartment and the jouncing ride. Mace guessed they must have had plenty of practice. All exposed parts they rubbed with chunks of a translucent orange-brown resin that Smiley said was Portok amber, a natural fungicide that the ULF used to protect their weapons. This was the same resin that coated the hand grip of Depa's lightsaber. Smiley passed Mace a chunk. "Better rub up yours, too, and you might consider getting yourself a knife. Maybe a slug pistol. Even with the amber, powered weapons are unreliable here." He told Mace to keep the chunk and shrugged off his thanks. Smiley's name was Nick Rastu. He'd introduced himself in the ground car while he was spray bandaging Mace's cuts and treating his bruises by a liberal use of the stolen, captured medpack. Mace recalled a Gauche Rastu that had been loosely affiliated with Gauche Windu. That Nick had taken the Rastu name meant he must be Nidosh, a clan child, an orphan, like Mace. But not much like Mace. Unlike his companions, Nick spoke basic without an accent, and he knew his way around the city, probably why he seemed to be in charge. Mace gathered from their conversation that Nick had spent much of his childhood here in Pelek Ba. After what he'd seen of the Corran children in this city, he refused to let himself imagine what Nick's childhood must have been like. The big, emotionally ravaged girl they called Chalk. The other two looked enough alike to be brothers. The older, whose teeth showed scarlet thistle stains, was called Lesh. The younger brother, Besh, never spoke. A knurl of scar joined the corner of his mouth to his right ear, and his left hand was missing its last 3 fingers. In the ground car, they spoke to each other in Karun. Eyes on his lightsaber's hand grip, Mace gave no sign that he understood most of what they said. His Karun was rusty, learned 35 standard years before, but serviceable enough, and the Force offered understanding where his memory might fail. Their chatter was mostly what he would expect from young people after a firefight, a mix of, "Did you see when I?" and, "Wow, I really thought I was gonna," while they sorted through the adrenaline-charged chaos of imagery that was inevitably the memory of battle. Chalk glanced at Mace from time to time. "What's with Jedi Rockface?" she asked the others generally. "I don't like him. He looks the same when he's cleaning his weapons as he did while he was using them. Makes me nervous." Nick shrugged at her. "Would you be happier if he was like Depa? Count your blessings, and mind your mouth. She said he spent some time up country a few years ago. He might still speak some Karun." Chalk's only response was a bleak, silent scowl that twisted in Mace's stomach like a knife. Like Depa. He burned to ask what Nick had meant by that, but he wouldn't. He couldn't. He couldn't ask them about Depa. He was half sick with dread already, which was no state in which to meet his former Padawan and examine her mental and moral health. He would need as clear and open a mind as all his Jedi training and discipline could produce. He couldn't risk contaminating his perceptions with expectations or hopes or fears. They bounced and swayed through a part of town Mace didn't recognize, a tangle of shabby stone housing blocks that rose from a scree of wood-frame shanties. Though the streets were far less crowded here, the only foot traffic seemed to be surly, ragged-looking men and furtive women peering from doorways or clustered in nervous groups. The ground car still spent valuable minutes, stopped at this corner and that bend and another angle, waiting in the blare of the steam horn for the way to clear. They'd have made better time in an airspeeder, but Mace didn't suggest it. Flying on this world struck him as a chancy undertaking. Though he couldn't say for certain that it would be any more chancy than spending more time with these young Karunai. They worried him. They had enough force touch to be unpredictable and enough savagery to be dangerously powerful. And then there was Nick, who was at best marginally sane. Back in the alley, standing among the corpses with the militia on the way, Mace had asked where their transport was and why they weren't hurrying to meet it. He didn't want to get caught in another firefight. Relax, neither do they. Nick had smirked at him. What do you think those sirens are about? They're letting us know they're coming. They don't try to catch you. If they did, they'd have to fight us. He'd stroked his long-barreled slug thrower as though it were a pet. Think they're gonna do that? I would. Yeah, okay, but they're not Jedi. I've noticed. Several of the weapons the Karunai had left on the ground. Besh had picked up Mace's Power 5, frowned at it, then shrugged and tossed it back among the bodies. Mace had moved to retrieve it, and Nick had told him not to bother. It's mine. It's junk, Nick countered. He picked it up. Here, look. He pointed it at Mace's forehead and pulled the trigger. Mace managed not to flinch, barely. A wisp of greenish smoke had trailed downward from the grip. Nick had shrugged and tossed the blaster back to the ground. Fungus got it, just like that second speeder bike. Some of those circuits are only nanometers thick. A few spores can eat right through 'em. That, Mace had told him, was not funny. Not as funny as if I'd been wrong, huh? Nick chuckled. What's the matter, Windu? Depa says you got a great sense of humor. Through clenched teeth, Mace said, she must have been joking. In the car, he looked from one to another of the Karunai. He could trust none of them. Though he felt no malice from them, he'd felt none from Gepton either. But he did feel, knotted around them, a strangling web of anger and fear and pain. Karunai were Force users, but they'd never had Jedi training. These radiated darkness, as though they came from some reversed universe where light is only a shadow cast by the darkness of the stars. Their anger and pain beat against him in waves that triggered resonance harmonies in his own heart. Without knowing it, they called to emotions that Mace's lifetime of Jedi training was supposed to have buried. And those buried emotions were already stirring to answer. He recognized that he was in danger here, in ways deeper than the mere physical. Now, sitting in the ground car, waiting for his lightsaber to recharge, Mace decided that he should get some things straight with these 4 young Karunai, and there'd never be a better time. I think we'll all speak basic now, Mace said. Any being will soon enough tire of listening to conversation in a foreign tongue. Which was not even a lie. Chalk gave him a dark look. Here, basic is foreign tongue. Fair enough, Mace allowed. Nonetheless, When I am in your company, that is what we will speak. Pretty free with the orders, aren't we? No murder, no looting, speak basic. Nick said, who said you're in charge? And if we don't feel like doing what we're told, what's it gonna be, mister? There is no emotion. Harsh language? I am in charge, Mace said quietly. This was greeted with a round of half-pitying sneers and snorts and shaken heads. Mace looked at Nick. Do you doubt my ability to maintain a grip on the situation? Oh, very funny, Nick said, massaging his arm. I won't bore you with the complexities of chain of command, Mace said. I'll stick to facts, simple facts, straightforward, easy to understand, like this one. Master Billaba sent you here to bring me to her. Says who? If she wanted me dead, you'd have left me in that alley. She wouldn't have sent you to divert or ditch me. She knows you're not good enough for that. Says you. You're under orders to deliver me. Depa doesn't exactly give orders, Nick said. It's more like she just lets you know what she thinks you should do, and then you do it. Mace shrugged. Do you intend to disappoint her? The uncertain looks they now exchanged drove that sick knife deeper into Mace's gut. They feared her, or something to do with her, in a way they did not fear him. Nick said, So? So you need my cooperation. Mace checked the meter on the blaster pack. This one was depleted. He pulled the adapter out of his lightsaber's charge port. Nick sat forward, a dangerous glint sparking in his blue eyes. Who says we need your cooperation? Who says we can't just pack you up and send you Jedi free delivery? Instead of hooking in the next blaster pack, Mace balanced the lightsaber's hand grip on his palm. I do. Another glance made the rounds, and Mace felt swift currents ripple the Force back and forth among them. The brothers blanched. Chalk's knuckles whitened on the thunderbolt. Nick's face went perfectly blank. Their hands shifted on their rifles. Mace hefted the lightsaber. Reconsider. He watched each of them mentally calculate the odds of bringing a weapon to bear in the cramped cabin before he could trigger his blade. Your chances come in two shapes, he said, slim and fat. Okay. Nick carefully lifted empty hands. Okay, everybody, stand down. Relax, huh? How twitchy are we, huh? Listen, you need us too, Windu. Master Windu. Nick blinked. You're kidding, right? I worked very hard to gain that title, and I've worked even harder to deserve it. I prefer that you use it. Yeah. I was saying you need us, too. I mean, you're not from around here. I was born on the north slope of Grandfather's shoulder. Yeah, okay, sure. I know you're from here, but you're still not from here. You're from the galaxy. Nick's hands clutched as though he were trying to pull words from the air. Depa says, you know what Depa says? Master Billaba. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Master Billaba tries to explain it like this. It's like you live in the galaxy, you know? The other galaxy. The other galaxy? Mace frowned. Go on. End of side 2. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 3. Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel. Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 79. She says that you, all of you, the Jedi, the government, everybody, you're like from the galaxy of peace. You're from the galaxy where rules are rules, and almost everybody plays along. Haruun Kal, though, we're a whole different place, you know? It's like the laws of physics are different. Not opposite, not up is down or black is white, nothing that simple. Just different. So when you come here, you expect things to work a certain way. But they don't. because things are different here. You understand?" "I understand," Mace said heavily, "that you're not my only option for local guides. Republic Intelligence set up a team to take me up country." The looks exchanged among the Karunai stopped Mace in mid-sentence. "You know something about that up-country team." It wasn't a question. "Up-country team?" Nick echoed derisively. "See, this is what I'm talking about. You just don't get it." "Don't get what?" Some of that manic glitter snuck back into his bright blue eyes. "Who do you think we left dead in that alley just now?" Mace stared. Nick showed him those gleaming teeth of his. Mace looked at Lesh. Lesh spread his hands. His thistle-stained smile was apologetic. "Does talk true, Nick. Things are different here." Besh shrugged, nodding. Mace looked at Chalk, at her eyes, incongruously dark in her fair-skinned face, at the way she cradled the massive Merson thunderbolt on her lap as though it were her child. And many things suddenly fell into place. "It was you," he said to her wonderingly. "You shot Floramirla Tank." The blistering afternoon sun dissolved the departing ground car into heat, shimmer, and dust. Mace stood in the road and watched it go. This far from the capital, the road was little more than a pair of ruts filled with crushed rock snaking through the hills. Green foliage striped its middle, the jungle reclaiming its own from the center out. For this short patch, the road paralleled the silver twist of grandmother's tears, a river of snowmelt from grandfather's shoulder that joined with the great downrush a few clicks from Pelik Ba. They were well above the capital now, on the far side of the great mountain. Nick and the others were already hiking uphill through an ankle-high litter of bracken and scrub, weapons slung across their shoulders. The living wall of the jungle loomed 20 meters above. In the far distance, Mace could just make out a segmented line of gray blotches, probably tame grassers. The Balawai government used teams of the great beasts to clear the jungle back from the road. "Master Windu." Nick had stopped on the hillside above. He beckoned for Mace to follow and pointed at the sky. "Air patrols. We need to make the tree line." But still Mace stood in the road. Still he watched dust rise and twist in the ground car's wake. Nick had said, "You're from the galaxy of peace," and "Things are different here." A deep uneasiness coiled behind his ribs. Were he not a Jedi and immune to such things, he might call it superstitious dread. An unreasoning fear that he had left the galaxy behind in the ground car, that civilization itself was bouncing away down the road to Pelik Ba, leaving him out here with the jungle. He could smell it. Perfume of heavy blooms, sap from broken branches, dust from the road, sulfur dioxide rolling down from active caldera upslope on grandfather's shoulder. Even the sunlight seemed to carry a scent out here, hot iron and rot. And Mace himself. He could smell himself sweat. Sweat trickled the length of his arms. Sweat beaded on his scalp and trailed down his neck, across his chest, along his spine. The tatters of his blood-stained shirt lay somewhere along the roadway, clicks behind. The leather of his vest clung to his skin, already showing salt rings. He had begun to sweat before they'd even left the ground car. He had begun to sweat while Nick explained why Republic-supported partisans, under the command of a Jedi Master, had murdered the station boss of Republic Intelligence. "Tank's been playing her own game for years now," Nick had said. "Up-country team, my bloody saddle sores. You, Master Windu, were on your way to a Seppi intel camp in the Javarno cluster. It goes like this. 1, she turns you over to the team. 2, The team reports an accident in the jungle. Your body's never recovered because you're getting what's left of your brains sucked out in a torture cell somewhere in Javarno. 3. Tank retires to a resort world in the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Mace had been shaken. Too much of it made too much sense. But when he asked what evidence Nick had of this, the young Corin had only shrugged. This isn't a court of law, Master Windu. It's a war. So you murdered her. You call it murder. Nick shrugged again. I call it slipping your jiffies off the roaster. I remember. We've been waiting for you for days. Depa, Master Billaba, described you to us and told us to watch for you at the spaceport, but we had a little militia trouble and missed you. We didn't pick you up again until you were coming out of the washateria with Tank. And we almost lost you then, too. Got a little hung up in a food riot. Then before we could get to you, you managed to get your Jedi butt stunned into next year. Fighting a pitched battle with the militia on an open street in Pelik Ba is not a high-percentage survival tactic, if you know what I mean. You couldn't have just warned me? Sure we could, which would have decloaked us to Tank and her Balawai pals. Gotten us killed for nothing, because you wouldn't have believed us anyway. I'm not sure I believe you now. Mace had turned his lightsaber over in his palm, feeling the unpleasant way the Portok amber gripped his skin. It's not lost on me that I only have your word on this. Everyone who might contradict your story is dead. Yeah, that doesn't seem to trouble you. I'm used to it. Mace frowned. I don't understand. That's what war is, Nick said. His voice had lost its mocking edge and sounded almost kind. It's like the jungle. By the time the whatever it is that's moving through the trees out there is close enough that you can see for sure what it is, or who it is, you're already dead. So you make your best guess. Sometimes you're right, and you take out an enemy or spare an ally. Sometimes you're wrong, then you die, or you have to live with having killed a friend. He showed his teeth, but his smile had no warmth left in it. And sometimes you're right and you die anyway. Sometimes your friend isn't a friend. You never know. You can't know. I can. That's part of what being a Jedi is. Nick's smile had turned knowing. Okay, take your pick. We're murderers who must be brought to justice. Or we're soldiers doing our duty. Either way, who else is going to take you to Master Billaba? Mace growled. This is not lost on me either. So what are you going to do about it? He and the others watched Mace think it over. And in the end, the decision Mace reached surprised none of them. It disappointed only himself. Nick had winked. Welcome to Haruun Kal. Now the ground car's dust plume slipped into a fold of the hills and was gone. At the green wall above, Besh and Lesh had already vanished into the canopied shadow. Chalk and Nick waited for him just below the tree line, crouched in the scrub, watching the sky, outlined against the green. The wall of jungle was green only on the outside. Between the leaves and trunks, among the fronds and flowers and vines, was shadow so thick that from out here under the brilliant sun it looked entirely black. Mace thought, it's not too late to change my mind. He could leave Nick here, could turn his back on Chalk and Besh and Lesh, hike along the road, catch a ride into Pelik Ba, hop a shuttle for the next liner on the Javarno loop. He knew somehow that this was his last chance to walk away, that once he crossed the green wall, the only way out would be through. He couldn't guess what he might find on the way, except possibly Depa. You should never have sent me here, and I should never have come. It was too late to change his mind after all. He was in the jungle already. He'd walked into it from the shuttle in the Pelik Ba spaceport. maybe from the balcony on Geonosis, or maybe he'd been just standing still and the jungle had grown around him before he'd noticed. Welcome to Haruun Kal. His boots crunched through the husks of bracken as he toiled up the slope. Chalk nodded to him and vanished through the wall. Nick gave him a smile as if he knew what Mace had been thinking. Better keep up, Master Windu. Another minute, we would have left you standing there. You want to be alone out here? I don't think so. He was right about that. If we should happen to get separated, is there a landmark I should make for? Don't worry about it. Just keep up. But if we do, how will I find you? You won't. Nick shook his head, smiling into the jungle. If we get separated, you won't live long enough to worry about finding us. You get it? Keep up. He walked into the trees and was swallowed by the green twilight. Mace nodded to himself and followed Nick into the shadows without looking back. 4. The Summertime War. Single file through the jungle. Chalk picked their path, parting gleam fronds, tipping grip leaf trailers aside with the muzzle of the thunderbolt. Mace followed perhaps 10 meters back, with Nick close behind his shoulder. Besh and Lesh brought up the rear together, switching positions from time to time, covering each other. Mace had to look sharp to keep track of Chalk. Once they were well into the jungle, he could no longer easily feel any of the Karunai in the Force. His gaze had a tendency to slip aside from them, to pass over them without seeing unless he firmly directed his will. A useful talent in a place where humans were just another prey animal. Occasionally a force pulse as unmistakable as an upraised hand came from one or another of the Karunai, and they would all stop in their tracks. Then seconds or minutes of stillness, listening to wind rustle and animal cries, eyes searching among green shadow and greener light, reaching into the Force through a riot of lives for what? Vine cat? Militia patrol? Stobor? Then a wave of relaxation clear as a sigh. Some threat Mace could not see or feel had passed, and they walked on. It was even hotter under the trees than in full sunlight. Any relief due to shade was canceled by the deep smothering stillness of the air. Though Mace heard a constant ruffle of leaves and branches high above, the breeze never seemed to reach down through the canopy. They broke out into a gap, and Nick called a halt. The jungle canopy layered a roof above them, but the folds of ground here were clear for dozens of meters around, smooth gray-gold trunks of jungle trees becoming cathedral buttresses supporting walls of leaf and vine. Upslope, a spring-fed pond brimmed over into a steamy, sulphur-scented stream. Chalk moved into the middle of the gap, lowered her head, and went entirely still. A force wave passed out from her and broke across Mace, and 35 years fell away. For a delicious instant, he was once more a boy returned to the company of gauche Windu after a lifetime in the Jedi Temple, feeling for the first time the silken warmth of a Corran's force call to an Ak. Then it passed, and Mace was again a grown man, again a Jedi Master, tired and worried, frightened for his friend, his order, and his republic. Within minutes, a crashing outside the gap heralded the arrival of large beasts, and soon the jungle wall parted to admit a grasser. It lumbered into the gap on its hind legs, its 4 anterior limbs occupied with ripping down greenery, and stuffing it into a mouth large enough to swallow Mace whole. It chewed placidly, bovine contentment in all 3 of its eyes. It turned these eyes toward the humans one at a time, first the right, then the left, then the crown, assuring itself that none of its 3 eyes spied a threat. 3 more grassers tore their way into the gap. All 4 were harnessed for riding, the wide saddles cinched above and below their foreshoulders, exactly as Mace remembered. One wore a dual saddle setup, the secondary saddle slung reversed at the beast's mid-shoulder. All 4 grassers were thin, smaller than Mace remembered. The largest of them might not have topped 6 meters at full stretch, and their greatcoats were dull and coarse. a far cry from the sleek, glossy behemoths he'd ridden all those years ago. This was as troubling as anything he'd yet seen. Had these Karunai abandoned the fourth pillar? Nick reached up to take the knotted mounting rope of the dual-saddled grasser. "Come on, Master Windu, you're riding with me." "Where are your acts?" "Around. Can't you feel them?" And now Mace could, a ring of predatory wariness outside the green walls. Savagery and hunger and devotion tangled into a semi-sentient knot of, "Let's find something to kill." Nick rope-walked up the flank of the grasser and slid into the upper saddle. "You'll see them if you need to see them. Let's hope you don't." Is it no longer customary to introduce a guest to the acts of the gauche? "You're not a guest. You're a package." Nick slid a brass vine goad out of its holster beside the saddle. "Mount up. Let's get out of here." Without even understanding why he did it, Mace moved away into the middle of the gap. One breath composed his mind. The next expressed his nature into the force around him. Jedi serenity balancing buried temper, devotion to peace tipping the scales against a guilty pleasure in fighting. Nothing was hidden here. Light and dark, pure and corrupt, hope, fear, pride, and humility. He offered up everything that made him who he was, with a friendly smile, lowered eyes, and hands open at his sides. Then he sent rippling through the force the call he'd been taught 35 years before. And he got an answer. Slipping through the walls of the gap, measured tread blending seamlessly with wind rustle and fly buzz. Horned reptoid heads questing, lidless oval eyes of gleaming black. "Windu!" A hiss from Nick. "Don't move." Triangular fangs scissored along each other as jaws that could crush durasteel worked and chewed. Steaming drool trailed down mouth folds of scaled hide thick enough to stop a lightsaber. Splay-toed feet with shovel-sized claws churned kilos of dirt with every step. Muscular armored tails, as long as their land speeder-sized bodies, whipped sinuously back and forth. The act dogs of Haruun Kal. 3 of them. Nick hissed again. "Back up, just back up, straight toward me. Very slowly. Don't show them your back. They're good dogs, but if you trigger their hunt-kill instincts..." The beasts circled, switching tails that could break Mace in half. Their eyes, hard-shelled and lidless, glittered without expression. Their breaths all stank of old meat, and their hides gave off a leathery musk, and for an instant Mace was on the sand in the Circus Horrificus in the bowels of Nar Shaddaa, surrounded by thousands of screaming spectators at the mercy of Gargon the Hutt. He understood now why he had done this, why he'd had to. Because in that instant's vision of a long-ago arena, Depa was at his side. Was that their last mission together? Could it be? It seemed so long ago. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I had come to Nar Shaddaa to track down exotic animal smugglers who had sold attack-trained act dogs to the Red Iaro terrorists of Lannick. And Depa had followed me to the smuggler's moon because she had suspected I might need her help. How right she was. Even together, we barely survived. It was a terrible fight against mutated giant acts for the amusement of the Circus Horrificus patrons. But remembering it in the jungle, I found that my eyes filled with tears. On that day in Nar Shaddaa, she showed me blade work that surpassed my own. She had continued to grow and study and progress in Vapad as well as the Force. She made me so very proud. It had been years since she had passed her trials of knighthood. She had long been a Jedi Master and a member of the Council. But for that one day, we had again been Mace and Depa, Master and Padawan, pitting the lethal efficiency of Vapad against the worst the galaxy could throw at us. We fought as we had so many times, a perfectly integrated unit, augmenting each other's strengths, countering each other's weaknesses. And on that day, it seemed we should have never done anything else. As Jedi Knights, we were unbeatable. As Masters, members of the Council. What have we won? Anything? Or have we lost everything? How is it that our generation came to be the first in 1,000 years to see our republic shattered by war? "Windu!" Nick urgently hissed Mace back to the present. Mace lifted his head. Nick stared down at him from 3 meters above the jungle floor. "Don't just stand there." "All right." Mace lifted his hands, and all 3 act dogs lay down. A touch of the Force and a turn of both palms, and the 3 dogs rolled onto their backs, black tongues lolling to the side between razor-sharp teeth. They panted happily, gazing at him with absolute trust. Nick said something about dipping himself in Tusker poop. Mace moved to one dog's head, sliding the palm of his hand between the triangle that 6 vestigial horns formed on the axe brow. His other hand he placed just beside the axe lower lip so that the creature's huge tongue could flick Mace's scent into the olfactory pits beside his nostrils. He moved from one to the next, and then to the last. They took his scent, and he took their force field. With the severe formality such solemn occasions demanded, they respectfully learned each other. Magnificent creatures, so different from the mutant giants that Depa and he had fought in the Circus Horrificus. In the fetid depths of Nar Shaddaa, Gargon had taken noble defenders of the herd and twisted them into vicious slaughterers. And Mace could not help but wonder if something on Haruun Kal might have done the same to Depa. "All right," he said to everyone and no one. "I'm ready to go." Every night they made a cold camp. No fire and no need for one. The axe would keep predators at bay, and the Karunai did not mind the darkness. Though militia gunships did not fly at night, a campfire was sufficiently hotter than the surrounding jungle that it could be detected by satellite sensors. Nick explained dryly that you never knew when the Balawai might decide to drop a Doka on your head. He said that the government still had an unknown number of Doka platforms in orbit. The deorbiting kinetic anti-emplacement weapons were basically just missile-sized rods of solid durasteel with rudimentary guidance and control systems set in orbit around the planet. Cheap to make and easy to use. A simple command to the Doka's thrusters would kick it into the atmosphere on a course to strike any fixed position coordinates. Not too accurate, but then it didn't have to be. A meteorite strike on demand. For the Karunai, campfires were a thing of the past. Many of the nocturnal insects signaled each other with light, making the night sparkle like a crowded starfield. And the different kinds of glowvines were mildly phosphorescent in varying colors. They combined into a pale general illumination not unlike faint moonlight. The grassers always slept standing, all 6 of their legs locked straight, eyes closed, still reflexively chewing. The Karunai had bedrolls lashed to their saddles. Mace used a wallet tent he kept in a side pocket of his kit bag. Once he split the pressure seal with his thumbnail, its internally articulated ribs would automatically unfold a transparent skin to make a shelter large enough for 2 people. They would sit or kneel on the ground, sharing their meals. Once the food squares and candy they'd looted from the dead men ran out, their meals became strips of smoked grasser meat and a hard, cave-aged cheese made from raw grasser milk. Their water came from funnel plants when they could find them, waxy orange leaves that wrapped themselves in a watertight spiral 2 meters high, trapping rainwater to keep the plant's shallow root system moist. Otherwise, they filled their canteens from warm streams or bubbling springs that Chalk occasionally tasted and pronounced safe to drink. Even the ionic auto-sterilizer in Mace's canteen couldn't remove the faint, rotten egg taste of sulfur. After they ate, Lesh would often pull a soft roll of raw thistle bark from his pack and offer it around. Nick and Mace always refused, Chalk might take a little, Besh a little more. Lesh would use his belt knife to carve off a hunk the size of 3 doubled fingers and stuff it into his mouth. Roasted and refined for sale, thistle was a mildly stimulating intoxicant, no more harmful than sweet wine. Raw, it was potent enough to cause permanent changes in brain chemistry. A minute of chewing would pop sweat across Lesh's brow and give his eyes a glassy haze, if there was enough vine light to see it by. Mace learned a great deal about these young Karunai, and by implication, about the ULF, during these nights in camp. Nick was the leader of this little band, but not by any reason of rank. They didn't seem to have ranks. Nick led by force of personality and by lightning use of his acid wit, like a jester in control of a royal court. He didn't talk of himself as a soldier, much less a patriot. He claimed his highest ambition was to be a mercenary. He wasn't in this war to save the world for the Karunai. He was in it, he insisted, for the credits. He constantly talked about how he was getting ready to blow this bloody jungle. Out there in the galaxy, there's real credits to be made. It was clear to Mace, though, that this was just a pose, a way to keep his companions at arm's length, a way to pretend he didn't really care. Mace could see that he cared all too much. Lesh and Besh were in the war from stark hatred of the Balawai. A couple of years before, Besh had been kidnapped by jungle prospectors. His missing fingers had been cut off one at a time by the Balawai to force him to answer questions about the location of a supposed treasure grove of lamas trees. When he could not answer these questions, in fact, the treasure grove was only a myth, they assumed he was just stubborn. "If you won't answer us," one had said, "we'll make sure you never answer anyone else either." Besh never spoke because he couldn't. The Balawai had cut out his tongue. He communicated by a combination of simple signs and an extraordinarily expressive force projection of his emotions and attitudes. In many ways, he was the most eloquent of the group. Chalk proved a surprise to Mace. Guessing what he had of what had happened to her, he'd expected that she would be fighting out of a personal vendetta not unlike Lesh and Besh. On the contrary, even before joining the ULF, she and some members of her gauche had hunted down the men who'd molested her, a 5-man squad of regular militia and their non-com, and given them the traditional Koran punishment for such crimes. This was called Tan Peltrokal, which roughly translated as jungle justice. The guilty men were kidnapped, spirited away 100 kilometers from the nearest settlement, then stripped of equipment, clothing, food, everything, and released, naked, in the jungle. Very, very few men had ever survived Tan Peltrokal. These didn't. So Chalk did not fight for revenge. In her own words, "Tough girl, me. Big, strong, good fighter. Didn't want to be. Had to be. How I lived through what they did, me. Fought me. Never stopped fighting. And lived through it. Now I fight so other girls don't have to fight. Get to be girls, them. You follow? Only 2 ways to stop me. Kill me, or show me no girls have to fight." Mace understood. No one should have to be that tough. "I am impressed by how you move through the jungle," Mace said to her once in one of these cold camps. "It's not easy to see you even when I know you're there. Even your grasser is hard to track." She grunted, chewing bark. Her dismissive shrug was about as casual as Mace's question. That is, not very. "That's an interesting way of using—" He dredged from the depths of 35-year-old memory the Karun word for the Force. Pelakotin. Roughly, world power. Pelakotin. Is this something you've always been able to do? What Mace was really asking, what he was afraid to ask outright, did Depa teach you that? If she was teaching Jedi skills to people who were too old to learn Jedi discipline, people with no defense against the dark side. "You don't use Pelicotin, Chalk said. Pelicotin uses you. This was not a comforting answer. Mace recalled that the strict literal translation of the word was jungle mind. He discovered that he didn't really want to think about it. In his head he kept hearing, "I have become the darkness in the jungle." The grasser's lumbering pace was smooth and soothing. To make better time, it walked on both hind and mid limbs. This put its back at such an angle that Mace's rear-facing saddle let him recline somewhat, his shoulders resting on the grasser's broad, smooth spine, while Nick rode the four-shoulder saddle, peering over the top of its head. These long, rocking rides through the jungle struck Mace with a deep uneasiness. Facing only backward, he could never see what was ahead, only what they had already passed, and even that had meanings he could not penetrate. Much of what he looked at, he could not be wholly sure if it was plant or animal, poisonous, predatory, harmless, beneficial, perhaps even sentient enough to have a moral nature of its own, good or evil. He had a queasy feeling that these rides were symbolic of the war itself, for him. He was backing into it. Even in the full light of day, he had no clue what was coming and no real understanding of what had passed. Utterly lost. Darkness would only make it worse. He hoped he was wrong. Symbols are slippery, uncertain. During the day, he saw the act dogs in glimpses through the jungle as they ranged the rugged terrain around. They went before and behind, patrolling to guard the others from jungle predators, of which these jungles hid many that were large enough to kill a grasser. The three acts were bonded to Besh, Lesh, and Chalk. Nick had no ack of his own. Hey, growing up on the streets of Pelik Ba, what would I do with an ack? What would I feed it, people? Well, actually, now that I think about it. You could find one now, Mace said. You have the power. I've felt it. You could have a force-bonded companion, like your friends do. Are you kidding? I'm too young for that kind of commitment. Really? She, worse than being married. Mace said distantly, I wouldn't know. Mace would often get drowsy from the heat and the grasser's smooth gait. What little sleep he got at night was plagued by feverish dreams, indistinctly menacing and violent. The first morning after he'd triggered his wallet-tense auto-fold and tucked it back into its hand-sized pocket in his kit bag, Nick had heard his sigh and saw him rub his bleary eyes. Nobody sleeps well out here, he'd told Mace with a dry chuckle. You'll get used to it. Day travel was a dreamlike flow from jungle gloom to brilliant sun and back again as they crossed grasser roads, the winding strips of open meadow left behind by grasser herds as they ate their way through the jungle. These were often the only times he'd see Chalk and Besh and Lesh, their grassers and their acks. Using the act dogs to keep in contact, they could spread out for safety. Open air was the only relief they got from the insects. It was the territory of dozens of species of lightning-fast insectivorous birds. The dogflies and pinch beetles and all the varieties of wasp and bee and hornet stuck mostly to the relative safety of shade. Mace's skin was a mass of bites and stings that required considerable exercise of Jedi discipline to avoid scratching. The Karunai occasionally used juices from a couple of different kinds of crushed leaves to treat particularly nasty or dangerous stings, but in general they seemed not to really notice them, in the way a person rarely notices the way boots unnaturally constrict toes. They'd had a lifetime to get used to it. Though they could have moved faster by following the grasser roads, frequent overflights by militia gunships made that too risky. Nick informed him that people riding grassers were shot on sight. Every hour or two, the acts gave warning of approaching gunships. Their keen ears could pick up the hum of repulsor lifts from more than a kilometer away, despite the jungle's constant buzz and rustle, whir and screech, and even the distant thunder of the occasional minor volcanic eruption. Mace got enough glimpses of these gunships to have an idea of their capabilities. They looked to be customized versions of ancient Sinar turbostorms, blast boats retrofitted for atmospheric close assault work. Relatively slow but heavily armored, bristling with cannons and missile launchers, large enough to transport a platoon of heavy infantry. They seemed to travel in threes. The militia's ability to maintain air patrols, despite the metal-eating fungi and molds, was explained by the straw-colored shimmer that haloed them as they flew. Each gunship was large enough to carry its own surgical field generator. From the height of the brush and young trees on the Grasser roads, the most recent ones they crossed seemed to be at least 2 or 3 standard years old. Mace mentioned this to Nick. He grunted grimly. "Yeah, they don't only shoot us, you know. When Bala Y gunners get bored, they start blasting Grasser herds, just for fun. It's been a couple of years since we've been stupid enough to gather more than 4 or 5 Grassers in any one place. And even then, we have to use axe to keep them separated enough that they don't make easy targets." Mace frowned. Without constant contact and interaction with others of their kind, Grassers could become depressed, sick, sometimes even psychotic. "This is how you care for your herds?" Though he couldn't see Nick's face, he could hear the look on it. "Got a better idea?" Beyond winning the war, Mace had to admit he did not. Something else bothered him. Nick had said, "a couple of years," but the war had begun only a few months before. When he mentioned this, Nick replied with a derisive snort. "Your war began a few months ago. Ours has been going since before I was born." So began Mace's lesson in the summertime war. Nick wasn't sure how it started. He seemed to think it was an inevitable collision of lifestyles. The Karunai followed their herds. The herds destroyed the hostile jungle. The destruction of the jungle made Koran survival possible. Keeping down the drill mites and the buzzworms and the grip leaf and vine cats, and the million other ways the jungle had to kill a being. The Bala Y, by contrast, harvested the jungle. They needed it intact to promote the growth of all the spices and woods and exotic plant extractives that were the foundation of Haruun Kal's entire civilized economy. And Grassers were especially partial to thistle bark and portok leaf. Koran guerrillas had been fighting Bala Y militia units in these jungles for almost 30 years. Nick thought it probably started with some bust-outs. Jungle prospectors down on their luck, deciding to blame their bad luck on Karunai and their Grassers. He guessed these jups got liquored up and decided to go on a Grasser hunt, and he guessed that after they wiped out the herd of some unlucky Gauche, the men of the Gauche discovered that the Bala Y authorities weren't interested in investigating the deaths of mere animals. So the Gauche decided they might go on a hunt themselves. A Bala Y hunt. Why shouldn't they? They had nothing left to lose, Nick said. With their herds slaughtered, their Gauche was finished anyway. Sporadic raids had gone back and forth for decades. The Karunal Highland was a big place. The bloodshed might die down for years at a time, but then a series of provocations from one side or the other would inevitably spark a new flare-up. Koran children were raised to hate the Bala Y. Bala Y children in the uplands were raised to shoot Karunai on sight. It was a very old-fashioned war on the Koran side. The metal-eating fungi restricted them mostly to simple weapons, usually based on chemical explosives of one kind or another, and living mounts instead of vehicles. They couldn't even use comm units because the Bala Y government had geosynchronous detector satellites in orbit that could pinpoint comm transmissions instantly. They coordinated their activities through a system of force communication that was hardly more sophisticated than smoke signals. By the time Nick was old enough to fight, the summertime war had become a tradition, almost a sport. Late in the spring, when the winter rains were long enough gone that the hills were passable, The more adventurous young men and women of the Karunai would band together on their grassers for their yearly forays against the Balawai. The Balawai, in turn, would load up their steam crawlers and grind out to meet them. Each summer would be a fevered dream of ambush and counter-ambush, steam crawler sabotage and grasser shooting. A month or so before autumn brought the rains again, everyone would go home to get ready for next year. Some of Depa's dazzling success was now explained, Mace realized. She didn't have to create a guerrilla army. She'd found one ready-made, blooded and hungry. This clone war of yours? Who cares? You think anybody on Haruun Kal gives a handful of snot who rules on Coruscant? We kill Seppis because they give weapons and supplies to the Balawai. The Balawai support the Seppis because they get stuff like those gunships. For free, too. They used to have to buy them and ship them in from Opari. You follow? This is our war, Master Windu. Nick shook his head with amused contempt. You guys are just passing through. You make it sound almost like fun. Almost? Nick grinned down at him. It's the most fun you can have while you're sober, and you don't really have to be all that sober. Look at Lash. I admit I don't know a lot about war, but I know it's not a game. Sure it is. You keep score by body count. That's revolting. Nick shrugged. Hey, I've lost friends. People who were as much family to me as anyone can be. But if you let the anger chew you up inside, you're just going to do something stupid and get yourself killed. Maybe along with other people you care about. And fear is just as bad. Too cautious gets people just as dead as too bold. Your answer is to pretend it's fun? Nick's grin turned sly. You don't pretend anything. You have to let it be fun. You have to find the part of yourself that likes it. The Jedi have a name for that. Yeah? Mace nodded. It's called the dark side. Night. Mace sat cross-legged before his wallet tent, stitching a tear in his pants left by a brush with a brass vine. He had his fake data pad propped against his thigh. Its screen provided enough light that he could do the needlework without drawing blood. Its durasteel casing showed black mildew and the beginning of fungal scarring, but it had been adapted for the Haruun Kal jungles, and it still worked well enough. They'd finished their cheese and smoked meat. The Karunai field-stripped their weapons by touch, reapplying Portok amber to vulnerable surfaces. They spoke together in low voices, mostly sharing opinions on the weather and the next day's ride, and whether they might reach Depa's ULF band before they were intercepted by an air patrol. When Mace finished patching his pants, he put away the stitcher and silently watched the Karunai, listening to their conversation. After a time, he picked up the datapad's recording rod and flicked it on, fiddling with it for a moment to adjust its encryption protocol. When he had it set to his satisfaction, he brought the recording rod near his mouth and spoke very softly. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I've read war tales in the temple archives from the early years of the Republic and before. According to these tales, soldiers in bivouac are supposed to speak endlessly of their parents or their sweethearts, of the food they would like to eat or wine they wish they were drinking, and of their plans for after the war. The Karunai mention none of these things. For the Karunai there is no after the war. The war is all there is. Not one of them is old enough to remember anything else. They don't allow themselves even a fantasy of peace. Like that death hollow we passed today. Deep in the jungle, Nick turned our grasser aside from our line of march to skirt a deep fold in the ground that was choked with a riot of impossibly lush foliage. I didn't have to ask why. A death hollow is a low point where the heavier-than-air toxic gases that roll downslope from the volcanoes can pool. The corpse of a 100-kilo tusker lay just within its rim, its snout only a meter below the clear air that could have saved it. Other corpses littered the ground around it. Rot crows and jacunas and other small scavengers I didn't recognize, lured to their deaths by the jungle's false promise of an easy meal. I said something along these lines to Nick. He laughed and called me a Balawai fool. "There's no false promise," he'd said. "There's no promise at all. The jungle doesn't promise. It exists. That's all. What killed those little ruskaks wasn't a trap. It was just the way things are." Nick says that to talk of the jungle as a person, to give it the metaphoric aspect of a creature, any creature, that's a Balawai thing. That's part of what gets them killed out here. It's a metaphor that shades the way you think. Talk of the jungle as a creature, and you start treating it like a creature. You start thinking you can outsmart the jungle, or trust it, overpower it, or befriend it, deceive it, or bargain with it. And then you die. Not because the jungle kills you, you get it? Just because it is what it is. These are Nick's words. The jungle doesn't do anything. It's just a place. It's a place where many, many things live. And all of them die. Fantasizing about it, pretending it's something it's not, is fatal. That's your free life lesson for the day, he told me. Keep it in mind. I will. I have a feeling that his lesson applies equally well to this war. But how can I avoid pretending this war is something it's not? I don't yet know what real war really is. So far, I have only impressions. Vast, unknown, and unknowable, living darkness, deadly as this jungle. And my guide cannot be trusted. Day. Mace stood in a universe of rain, as though the jungle's trees and ferns and flowers had grown at the foot of a towering waterfall. Rain pounded through leaf and branch with a roar that made conversation possible only in shouts. No waterproof gear could handle this. In less than a minute, Mace's clothes had soaked through. He dealt with it in Corran style. He ignored it. His clothes would dry, and so would he. He was more concerned with his eyes. He had to shelter them with both hands in order to look up against the rush. Visibility was only a handful of meters. It was just barely good enough that he could see the corpses. They hung upside down, elbows bent at a strange angle because their hands were still tied behind them. Living grip leaves twined around their ankles held them 6 meters above the jungle floor, low enough to bring their heads within an easy jump for a vine cat, like the one in Ack had chased off as Mace and Nick approached. Mace counted 7 bodies. Birds and insects had been at them, as well as the vine cats. They'd been hanging for a while, in damp gloom that alternated with thunderous downpours. And metals weren't the only thing the local molds and fungi fed on. Through the colorless tatters that were all that remained of their clothing, it was impossible to tell even if they had been men or women. Mace was only moderately certain they had been human. He stood beneath them, looking up into the empty eye sockets of the 2 that still had heads. "Is this what you felt?" Nick shouted down from the saddle. His grasser reached for the grip leaves that held the bodies, and Nick jammed its forelimb with his brass vine goad. The grasser decided to rip up some nearby glass ferns instead. It never stopped chewing. Mace nodded. Echoes of these murders howled in the force around him. He'd been able to feel it from hundreds of meters away. This place stank of the dark side. "Well, now you've seen it. Nothing for us to do here. Come on, mount up." The corpses stared down at Mace without eyes, asking him, "What will you do about us?" "Are they—" Mace's voice was thick. He had to cough it clear, and enough water ran into his mouth that he passed a few seconds coughing for real. "Are these Balawai?" "How should I know?" Mace stepped out from below the bodies and squinted up at Nick. A blaze of lightning above the canopy haloed the young Corran's black hair with gold. "You mean they could have been Karunai?" "Sure. What's your point?" He seemed puzzled that Mace would care one way or the other. Mace wasn't sure why he cared either, or even if he cared. People are people, dead is dead. Even if these had happened to be the enemy, nothing could make this right. We should bury them. We should get out of here. What? Mount up, we're leaving. If we can't bury them, at least we can cut them down, burn them, something. Mace caught at the mounting rope as though his merely human strength might hold back the 2-ton grasser. Sure, burn 'em. Nick sputtered a mouthful of the drenching rain down the grasser's flank. There's that Jedi sense of humor again. We can't just leave them for the scavengers. Sure we can, and we will. Nick leaned down toward him, and on his face was something that might have even been pity. For Mace, that is. For the dead, he seemed to feel nothing at all. If those are Karunai, Nick shouted, not unkindly, to give them any kind of decent burial, we'll only light a giant "We were here" advertiscreen for the next band of irregulars or militia patrol, and give them a pretty good idea of when. If those are Balawai. He glanced up at them. Everything human left his face. He lowered his voice, but Mace could read his lips. If they're Balawai, he muttered, this is already better than they deserve. Night. Mace woke from evil dreams without opening his eyes. He wasn't alone. He didn't need the Force to tell him this. He could smell him. Rank sweat, drool, and raw thistle. Lesh. Barely a murmur. Why here, Windu? You come here why? The wallet tent was pitch black. Lesh shouldn't even have known Mace was awake. What want here, you? Come to take her away from us, you? Said you would, she. His voice was blurry with the drug and with a childlike weepy puzzlement, as though he suspected Mace might break his favorite toy. Lesh. Mace pitched his voice deep, calm, assured as a father. You have to leave my tent, Lesh. We can talk about this in the morning. Think you can? Huh? Think you can? His voice thinned, a shout strangled to a whisper. Now Mace smelled machine oil and Portok amber. He was armed. Don't understand yet, you. But find out you will. Mace reached into the Force. He could feel him, crouched by Mace's ankle. Mace's bedroll was pinned beneath his boots. A less-than-ideal combat position. Lesh. Mace added the Force to his voice. You want to leave now. We'll talk in the morning. What morning? Morning for you? Morning for me? Mace couldn't tell if he was saying morning, M-O-R-N-I-N-G, or M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G. Something was still strong enough, even in Lesh's thistle-addled mind, that he could resist Mace's force-pushed order. Don't know anything, you. His voice went thicker, hitching as if he wasn't breathing well. But teach you, will Car. What you do, he knows. Teach you, will the axe. Wait, you. Wait and see. Car. There'd been a Car Vastor mentioned in several of Depa's reports. His name had come up as a particularly capable leader of a commando squad, independent or semi-independent. Mace was unclear on the ULF's command structure, but Lesh breathed the name with a sort of superstitious awe. And had he said Axe, A-K-K-S, or A-X? Lesh, you have to go. Now. Questions notwithstanding, Mace was not so foolish as to engage a bark-drunk man in conversation. Think you know her. Think she's yours. Teach you better, maybe. Live long enough to learn you? Maybe not. That was enough of a threat for a flick of the Force to bring his lightsaber to his hand. The sizzling flare of its blade cast purple-fringed shadows, but Lesh was not attacking. He hadn't moved. His rifle was tucked crosswise into his lap. Tears streamed down his face. That was the blur in his voice. That was the thick hitch. He was crying, silently. "Lesh," Mace began in astonishment. "What's the matter?" He stopped himself, because Lesh was still bark-drunk, and Mace was still not a fool. Instead, he offered a hand towel from his kit bag. "Here, wipe your face." Lesh took it and smeared the streaks below his eyes. He stared down at the towel and knotted it between his fists. "Windu." "No." Mace held out his hand for the towel. "We'll talk in the morning, after you sober up." Lesh nodded and sniffled against the back of his fist. With one last beseeching look at Mace, he was gone. The night rolled on, slow and sleepless. Meditation offered less rest than sleep would, but no dreams. Not a bad bargain. In the morning, when he asked Lesh if he still wanted to talk, Lesh pretended he didn't know what Mace meant. Mace watched his back as he walked away, and a flash of Force intuition took him and shook him, and he knew. By nightfall, Lesh would be dead. Day. The Axe Force yammer was almost painful. They'd given this call often enough that Mace knew it now. Gunships, more than one. Mace could feel that Nick was worried. In the Force, dry ice tension rolled off him. It was starting to affect Mace, too. Breathing it in off Nick tied knots in Mace's stomach. Air patrols had been dogging them all day long. Spiral routes and quarter-cutting. Search pattern. It wasn't safe to assume they were looking for anything but the four Karunai and Mace. Tension twisted those knots in Mace's guts. How could people live their lives under this kind of pressure? "Bad luck," Nick muttered under his breath. Bad luck." They were exposed in a notch pass through a razorback ridge. Some long-ago ground quake had knocked a gap here. A broad fan of scrub-clutched scree made the ramp they'd climbed up to the pass. They'd been picking their way through a jumble of boulders, a few dozen meters wide, Axe ranging before and behind. The sides of the gap were towering cliff faces hung with flowering vines and epiphytic trees that clung to the rock with root-fingered grips. The spine of the ridge was shrouded in low clouds. Only 200 or 300 meters away, the slope on the far side led down into dark jungle beyond. They might be able to reach the trees before the air patrol overflew them. But Nick reined in their grasser. Lesh is in trouble. Mace didn't have to ask how he knew. These young folks shared a bond almost as profound as the one they had with their axe. Mace thought of his Force flash from the morning. He said, "Go." Nick wheeled the grasser and they galloped back through the notch. From Mace's rear-facing saddle, he watched Chalk overtaking them on her way back from her position on point. Her grasser was the fastest of the four, and it carried only half the load of Nick's. As they cleared the crest of the pass, Mace used the Force to lift himself up so that he could stand on the saddle facing forward, his hands on Nick's back, leaning to see past his shoulder. On the descending curve of the pass, someone was down. An act dog nosed him nervously. Lesh. His grasser stood placidly a dozen meters away, ripping small trees from the cliff wall to fill its ever-chewing maw. Besh got there first. He swung down from his grasser and sprinted to his brother's side. "Get up!" Nick shouted. "Mount up and move!" Nick gestured, and in the Force, Mace felt a tug, as though an unseen hand had taken hold of his line of sight and dragged it out toward the jungle below. A pair of matte, dull specks of metal skimmed the canopy, trailing a shock wake of roiling leaves. "Gunships, coming straight for the notch." "Might not have seen us yet," Nick muttered to himself. "Might just be checking the pass." "They've seen us." Nick looked down at Mace past his shoulder. "How do you know?" "Because they travel in threes." His last word was swallowed by howls of repulsor lifts and snarling turbojets that brought a gunship slewing into the gap from the other side of the ridge. Mace expected it to swoop in for a strafing run, but instead it hovered, cycling its turbojets. "What are they doing?" Nick scowled back at the gunship. "You've heard the expression, 'we're cooked'?" "Yes." Ventral bays swung open in the gunship's belly, and nozzles shaped like a chemical rocket's reaction chamber deployed in a wide-angled array. They belched jets of flame that hit the ground and splashed and ran like rivers of fire, coating rocks and filling crevices. In just over a second, the whole end of the pass had become an inferno so intense Mace had to shield his face with his arm. The gunship swept toward them, burying the gap in fire. "In this case," Nick said grimly, "it's not just an expression." 5. Blood fever. The gunship bore down on them, riding a towering fan of flame. The Grasser unleashed an ear-splitting honk and threw itself into a shockingly fast sprint, bounding from rock to rock, bucking and twisting in the air. Nick unleashed an equally ear-splitting stream of profanity as he wrapped his arms around its neck to hang on. Its forebody whipped back and forth, and all four of its arms windmilled in panic. Mace gathered himself, feeling the flow of the force, letting his mind link the path of the bucking Grasser to the jets of the gunship's flame projectors. As the gunship sailed overhead, Mace stiffened his hand into a blade and jabbed the Grasser in the nerve plexus below its mid-shoulder. The Grasser blared a yelp like the horn of an air taxi in heavy traffic and leapt 5 meters sideways into the gap between the fringes of two flame streams, so that they roared around Nick and Mace, only a few splashes igniting patches of fur on the Grasser's legs. Mace gestured, and the force pushed air away from the burning fur, snuffing it with a bubble of vacuum. The gunship thundered past, gouts of flame clawing toward Chalk. She slipped around to the chest of her Grasser, and it cradled her in its forelimbs as it ran, shielding her with its body. Nick's curses strangled to coughs on the thick black petrochemical smoke. The smoke burned Mace's eyes like acid, blinding him with tears. He used the force to nail himself to the saddle, then by feel he flipped open the stolen med pack that hung from Nick's belt and let the force tell him which spray hypo to use. He jabbed it into Nick's back beside his spine, then triggered it against his own chest. Nick twisted at the sting. "What the frag—" "Gas binder," Mace said. Intended for emergency use during fires on shipboard, the gas binder selectively scrubbed a user's bloodstream of a variety of toxins, from carbon monoxide to hydrogen cyanide. "Not as good as a breath mask, but it'll keep us conscious for a few minutes." "We get to be wide awake while we burn to death? Great! How can I ever thank you?" The gunship heeled over as it slewed into a curve that would bring it around for another run. Flame raked the haunches of Chalk's Grasser, and its whole flank caught fire. It screamed and threw up its hands as it pitched forward, thrashing on the burning rocks, sending Chalk tumbling hard into a boulder. Her force-bonded Ak, Galthra, bounded from crag to crag, howling fury, clawing at the air as though she wanted to reach up and drag the gunship down on top of her. Mace felt no fear from her. Aks were bred on the slopes of active volcanoes, and their armored hide was tough enough to stop a lightsaber. The gunship rounded its turn and streaked back toward Mace and Nick. Mace reached deeper into the force, opening himself, seeking a Shatterpoint. The fluid situation in the Notch Pass gelled, then splintered into crystal. Grassers and Aks and people and gunships became nodes of stress, vectors of intersecting energy, joined by flaws and fault lines. Mace's mouth set in a grim slit. He saw one bare chance. The gunship could pass above them and rain fire all day long. No lightsaber was going to deflect a wash of flame fuel. But if the militia in the gunship wanted to take out the Aks as well— The gunship's aft launchers coughed, and concussion missiles streaked back down the pass toward Bashan Lesh. The shock of explosions made the inferno around Mace and Nick whip and jump and spit. and was answered by smaller detonations on all sides as heat-stressed stone began to shatter. Red-hot shards of half-molten rock slashed through the flames. Wherever they landed, they stuck, sizzling. Mace's vest smoldered, and Nick was kept too busy smacking flames off his tunic and pants to even remember to curse. Mace used the Force to unclip the grenade pack Nick had taken off the mercenaries in Pelik Ba. Then he snatched the captured over-under out of its scabbard on the Grasser's harness. Nick twisted again, eyes wild, barely hanging on. "What are you doing now?" "Jump." "What?" With a surge of the Force, Mace yanked him out of the saddle an instant before a missile took their Grasser full in the chest. The explosion blasted them tumbling through the air in a cloud of vaporized flesh and bone. Through the Force, Mace felt Nick's consciousness fuzz from the shockwave. He turned his tumble into a forward flip that landed him on his feet among the rocks. The Force whipped the over-under's sling up his arm to his shoulder to free his hands, then caught Nick's limp body and delivered him lightly to Mace's arms. Nick looked up at him with eyes that didn't quite focus. "What? What happened?" "Stay here," Mace said. He tucked Nick into a gap between two house-sized boulders. Their mass would take a long time to heat, even in the raging inferno. Meanwhile, they'd offer shelter from the fire. "Are you crazy?" Nick asked blurrily. "You know what kind of firepower those Ruskaks pack?" "Two tame and back dual KX 4-ball turrets, port and starboard," Mace said absently as he crouched behind the rock, slapping a night-night grenade into the over-under, while he waited for the gunship to finish its sweep. Twin fixed-position Krupps MG-3 mini-missile tubes fore and aft, a belly-mounted Mersan Sunfire 1,000 flame projector. "And their armor?" Nick said. His eyes were only now starting to clear. "What do we have that can punch through that armor?" "Nothing." "So what exactly do you think you're going to do?" Mace said, "Win." The gunship hurtled past. In the bare second that Mace was in the gunner's blind zone, he stood up and launched a night-night grenade in a high arc. In the Force, he felt its path. As it overtook the gunship, only the subtlest of nudges was required to loop it directly in front of the gunship's starboard turbojet intake, which promptly sucked it in like a snapfish taking a bottle bug. Metal screamed. Night-night grenades didn't actually detonate. They were canisters that released jets of gas. That this one was a grenade was not pertinent. What was pertinent was that a half-kilo chunk of Durasteel had been sucked into turbojet fans that were rotating at roughly 1 bazillion RPM, in round numbers. A wash of purple gusted out the exhaust, followed by white-hot chunks of turbojet's internal fans. More superheated chunks ripped through the turbojet's housing, and the whole engine blasted itself to shards, sending the gunship slewing wildly sideways to bounce off the face of the cliff wall. Mace looked down at Nick. "Any questions?" Nick appeared to be in danger of choking on his own tongue. Mace said, "Excuse me," and was gone. The Force launched him over the rocks like a torpedo. He stayed low, blasting through flames too fast to get burned, skimming the slag beneath. Kicking off from one boulder to another, he ricocheted across the pass toward Chalk and her Ak Galthra. The two gunships approaching from below swooped up toward the gap. Besh's Grasser was down, kicking, on fire, and screaming. Lesh's was already just a pile of ragged meat. A missile took one of their Aks in the flank. Though Ak hide is nearly impenetrable, the hydraulic shock of the missile's detonation made a bloody hash of its internal organs. The Ak staggered into the rocks before it fell. Besh dragged his brother through the flames into cover behind its massive armored body. The Ak's body bucked and jounced as round after round of cannon fire slammed into it, making it twitch as though still alive. Behind Mace, the pilot of the first gunship finally recovered control, shutting down the port turbojet and bringing the craft around on repulsor lifts alone. Mace could feel Chalk recovering consciousness among the burning rocks, but he didn't have time to do anything for her right now. Instead, he followed the drift of her awakening mind into the Force bond she shared with Galthra. 1 second was enough for Mace to sound the depths of that bond. He took its full measure. Then he just took it. Gulthra's bond with Chalk was deep and strong, but it was a function of the Force, and Mace was a Jedi Master. Until he released the Ack, Gulthra's bond would be with him. Mace hurled himself flipping through the air as Gulthra sprang down to meet him. She hit the ground already gathered for her next leap, and Mace finished his flip to land standing on her back. She was not trained to carry a rider in battle, but the flow of the Force through their bond made them a single creature. Mace wedged his left foot behind her cowl spines, and she sprang out into the pass, bounding a jagged path through the inferno of flame and bursting stone. Crouching low to take some cover from Gulthra's massive skull, Mace slipped a grenade from the pack into the over-under's launcher, then slung the weapon without firing. Behind him, he felt the forward missile ports of the damaged gunship cycle open. Mace murmured, "Right on time." He and Gulthra reached the crest of the pass. The two gunships in front of him roared up the slope. The one behind launched a concussion missile at Gulthra's back. In the shaved semisecond after launch, that eye blink when the missile seemed to hang in the air as though gathering itself for the full ignition of its main engine, and the multiple dozens of standard gravities of acceleration it would pull in its lightning flight, the force bond between Mace and Gulthra pulsed, and the great Ack made a sudden leap to the left. The missile screamed past so close that its exhaust scorched Mace's scalp. And one little nudge in the Force, hardly more than an affectionate chuck under the chin, tipped its diamond-shaped warhead up a centimeter or two, altering its angle of attack just enough that the missile skimmed the crest of the pass instead of impacting on the burning ground. It streaked on, punching black smoke into turbulence vortices that trailed its tail fins, until the lead gunship swooped up the far side of the pass and took the missile right up its nose. A huge white fireball knocked it rearing back like a startled grasser, and black smoke poured from the twisted gap blown in its nose armor. Its turbojets roared, and smoke whipped from its screaming repulsor lifts as its pilot fought for control. The third gunship slewed, yawing wildly as it reversed thrust and dived to avoid ramming the other's rear end. Mace and Gulthra raced straight toward them. As they passed the shuddering hulk of Chalk's grasser, Mace reached for the thunderbolt. It flipped from the ground into his arms, its power pack nestling between his feet. He cradled the massive weapon at his hip, angled the barrel at the third gunship, and held down the trigger. Mace surfed through the flames and black stinging smoke, over the slag of melting rock, through the thunder and shrapnel shrieks of bursting stone, on the back of 3/4 of a metric ton of armored Predator, firing from the hip, hammering out a fountain of packeted energy that ripped its way up the side of the gunship. The Thunderbolt didn't have the punch to penetrate the gunship's heavy armor plating, but that didn't matter. The roaring repeater was merely Mace's calling card. Gulthra shot down the slope beneath the gunships, and Mace turned to face them, riding backward, spraying the air with blaster fire, until the Thunderbolt overheated and coughed sparks, and Mace cast it aside. The third gunship fired a pair of missiles, but Mace could feel their point of aim before they squeezed the triggers, and Gulthra was so fast in response to his force commands that neither of the missiles came close enough for its detonation to have so much as mussed his hair, if he'd had any. Now the gunship's side-mounted laser turrets rotated to track them, and through the Force, Mace felt their targeting computers lock on. The two damaged ships reached firing position, and they also locked on. They were coordinating their fire. He could not hope to dodge, so he didn't bother. He brought Gulthra to a halt beneath him. He stood motionless, empty-handed, waiting for them to open fire, waiting to give them a brief tutorial on the art of Vapad. Their cannons belched energy, and Mace threw himself into the Force, releasing all but his intention. It was no longer Mace Windu who acted. The Force acted through him. Depa's lightsaber snapped into his left hand, while his own flipped into his right. The green cascade was a jungle echo of the purple as they both met clawing chains of red. On Serapin, a Vapad was a notoriously dangerous predator, powerful and rapacious. It attacked with its blindingly fast tentacles. Most had at least 7. It was not uncommon for them to have as many as 12. The largest ever killed had 21. The thing about a Vopad was that you never knew how many tentacles it had until it was dead. They moved too fast to count, almost too fast to see. So did Mace's. Energy sprayed around him, but only splatters of it grazed him here and there. The rest went back at the gunship. Though the Thunderbolt hadn't the power to penetrate their heavy armor, a Taman-back laser cannon is a whole different animal. 10 bolts reached his blades. 2 apiece went back at the damaged ships, bursting against their armor and knocking them reeling to break their target lock. The other 6 hammered the cockpit of the third gunship, blasting a gaping hole in its transparasteel viewport. Mace dropped the lightsabers, swung the over-under forward on its sling, and fired from the hip. It belched a single grenade that the Force guided right through that hole into the cockpit. The grenade made a dull, wet-sounding whump inside the gunship. A fountain of white goo splashed out the hole. Mace grunted to himself. He thought he'd loaded night-night. Then he shrugged. Same difference. One of the forward turbojets sucked strings of hardening glop through its intake, squealed, and chewed itself to shrapnel. The gunship lurched wildly. With the crew glued fast in the grenade's glop, there was nothing they could do except watch in horror as their ship careened into the face of the ridge and detonated in an impressive explosion that splashed flame 300 meters down the slope. Mace thought, and now for my next trick. He released the over-under and extended his hands, and both lightsabers hurtled back to his grip. But the 2 damaged gunships had peeled off and were already limping away into the smoke-stained sky. He watched them go, frowning. He felt oddly distressed, unhappy. This had been strange, uncomfortable. His rigorous self-honesty wouldn't allow him to deny the actual word that described the feeling. It had been unsatisfying. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I don't know how long I stood there, frowning into the sky. Eventually, I recovered enough of my equanimity to slide off Galthra's back and release my hold on her force bond. She bounded off, searching for chalk upslope among the burning rocks. Nick came stumbling down the slope, picking his way through the dying flames, avoiding the half-slagged rocks that still glowed a dull red. He seemed most impressed by the fight. Adrenaline-drunk and childishly giggly, he seemed deliriously happy, bubbling over with jittery enthusiasm. I don't recall much of what he said beyond some nonsense about me being a walking one-man war machine. Something like that. I'm not sure the word he used was walking. Most of what he said was lost in the roar that lived inside my head. A hurricane whirl of the thunder of my heart, echoes of the battle's explosions, and the tidal surge of the Force itself. When he reached me, I saw that he was wounded. Blood washed down his face and neck from a deep gash along the side of his head, probably a graze from a rock splinter. But he just kept on about how he'd never seen anything like me until I stopped him with a hand on his arm. "You're bleeding," I told him. But that dark gleam in his bright blue eyes never wavered. He kept going on about alone against 3 gunships. 3 alone. I told him that I hadn't been alone. I quoted Yoda. My ally is the Force. He didn't seem to understand, so I explained, I had them outnumbered. What happened next I remember vividly, no matter how much I wish I could wipe it from my mind. I couldn't tear my eyes from the 2 damaged gunships that by then were mere specks of durasteel soaring into the limitless sky. Nick followed my gaze and said, "Yeah, I know how you feel. Shame you couldn't roast all 3, huh?" "How I feel?" I rounded on him. "How I feel?" I had a sudden urge to punch him, an urge so powerful the effort to restrain it left me gasping. I needed to punch him in the face, to feel my fist shatter his jaw, to make him shut up, to make him not look at me. The understanding in his voice, the knowledge in his cold blue eyes. I wanted to hit him because he was right. He did know how I felt. It was an ugly shock. As he said, I'd wanted to destroy those other gunships too. I wanted to rip them out of the sky and watch them burn. No thought of the lives I'd already taken in the first gunship. No thought of the lives I would take in the other two. In the force, I reached out toward the burning wreckage on the ridge face above, searching among the flames for what, I can't say. I'd like to think I was feeling for survivors, checking to see if there were any people, merely wounded, who might be saved from the wreckage. But I cannot honestly say that is true. I might have just wanted to feel them burn. I also cannot honestly say I'm sorry for the way the fight turned out. Though I took their lives in self-defense and the defense of others, neither I nor those I defended are innocents. I cannot honestly claim that my Koran companions are any more deserving of life than were the people in the gunship. What I did in the past, I cannot call my duty as a Jedi. What I did there had nothing to do with peace. One might call it an accident of war. It happened that this small band of murderous guerrillas accompanied a Jedi master, and so the spouses and children of a gunship crew have suffered a horrible loss. One might call it an accident of war. Even I might call it that, if it had been anything resembling an accident. If I hadn't been trying to bring that ship down, if I hadn't felt the fever in my blood fever, the lust for victory, to win at any cost, blood fever. I feel it even now. It's not overpowering. I haven't fallen that far, yet. It's more a preference, an expectation, an anticipation that has been disappointed. This is bad. Not the worst it can be, but bad enough. I have long known that I am in danger here, but only now am I beginning to understand how dark and near that danger is. I never guessed how close Haruun Kal has already brought me to that fatal brink. It is a side effect of the force immersion of Vapad. My style grants great power, but at a terrible risk. Blood fever is a disease that can kill anyone it touches. To use Vapad, you must allow yourself to enjoy the fight. You give yourself to the thrill of battle, the rush of winning. This is why so few students even attempt the style. Vapad is a path that leads through the penumbra of the dark side. Here in the jungle, that shadowy fringe is unexpectedly shallow. Full night is only a step away. I must be very, very careful here. Or I may come to understand what's happened to Depa all too well. Mace lowered his head. The electric sizzle of combat drained from his limbs, leaving them heavy and hurting. He had a variety of superficial burns, from plasma splatter and splinters of half-molten rock. He made himself look back up the slope into the pass, through the dying flames and the black twists of fading smoke. In the pass above were dead Axe, dead or wounded Grassers, and Chalk and Besh and Lesh. He recalled his force flash of this morning. "Come on, settle down," he told Nick. It was astonishing how tired he'd suddenly become. "I think we have casualties." They worked their way up the ramp of scree. Above, Chalk limped over to her wounded Grasser and shook her head. It had been terribly burned. One whole flank was only a mass of char. She walked back up the 6-meter length of its body, dropped to one knee, and stroked its head. It made a faint honk of pain and distress, and nuzzled her hand as Chalk drew her slug pistol and shot it just below its crown eye. The pistol's single sharp pop echoed from the cliff walls that bound the notch. To Mace, it sounded like a punctuation mark, a period for the end of the battle. The echoes made it into sardonic applause. Besh and Lesh still huddled in the shadow of the dead Ack, with the Ack on one side and a huge crag on the other to shelter them from the flames. Mace thought they might have made it through. Chalk got there before Nick and Mace. All the way down from the corpse of her grasser, her eyes stayed locked on where the brothers must have been, and from her face, Mace could tell that what she saw was bad. She glanced over at Nick as he and Mace came up, and she gave that same slow, expressionless shake of the head. Besh sat on the ground by the dead axe head, hugging his knees, rocking back and forth. Scattered on the ground around him were contents of a standard medpack: hand scanner, spray hypos and bandages, bone stabilizers. He didn't seem to be injured, but he was pale as a dead man, and his eyes were round and blankly staring. Lesh was in convulsions. His face had twisted into a rigid mask, a blind gape at the empty afternoon sky. He bucked and writhed, hands clutching spastically, heels drumming the rocks. Mace's first thought was head wound. Shrapnel or rock splinters in the skull could trigger such seizures. But he couldn't understand why Nick and Chalk and his own brother just stood as though they were helpless to do anything but watch him suffer. Dropping to a knee, Mace reached for the medpack scanner. Chalk said, "Leave it." Mace looked up at her. She gave him the head shake. "Dead already." Mace picked up the scanner anyway and slid the medpack cover open to activate the display. The readout said Lesh wasn't wounded. He was infected. Unidentified blood-borne parasites had collected in his central nervous system. They had now entered a new stage in their life cycle. They were eating his brain. The previous night in the wallet tent made sense to Mace now. Lesh must have been sick with these parasites already, and Mace had thought it was nothing but stress and thistle intoxication. "Fever wasps," Nick said hoarsely. He was almost as pale as Besh. He could face violent death with a wink and a sarcastic one-liner, but this had his face shining with pale sweat. He stank of fear. No telling when he might have been stung. Thistle chewers go faster. The larvae like the bark. When they hatch. End of Side 3. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 4. Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel. Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 118. He swallowed, and his eyes went thin. He had to look away. They'll hatch from his skull, through his skull, like an eggshell. The pure, uncomplicated horror on his face told Mace this wouldn't be the first time he'd seen it happen. Mace set the medpack on a cool spot by the dead Ack. It says here he can still be saved. It took only a second to charge a spray hypo with thanatazine. We can put him in suspended animation, slow down the wasp larvae until we can get him to Palik Ba and a full hospital, even if he's identified. Besh looked up at him and shook his head in a mute no. Mace brushed past him and knelt at Lesh's side. We can save him, Besh. Maybe it'll mean giving him up to the militia, but at least he'll be alive. Besh caught Mace's arm. His eyes were raw, spidered with blood. Again he shook his head. Master Windu. Nick picked up the medpack case and glanced at the readout. Lesh is way more advanced than this thing says. Medpack scanners are extremely reliable. I can't imagine it's wrong. It's not wrong, Nick said softly. He turned the case so that Mace could check the screen again. These aren't Lesh's readings. What? Besh, looking at the ground, touched his own chest with the tips of his fingers, then sagged. He seemed to crumple in on himself, breath leaving him along with hope and fear. His force aura shaded into black despair. Mace looked from Besh to Nick and back again, and then at Lesh, spasming on the rocks, and then at the spray hypo still clutched nervously in his hand. Not because the jungle kills you, Nick had said. Just because it is what it is. Nick retrieved the medpack scanner and waved it near Mace's head. You're okay, he said thinly, licking pale sweat from his upper lip. No sign of infestation. He turned to Chalk, frowning down at the medpack's readout. His shoulders slumped and his hand started to shake. He had no words, but he didn't need any. She read her fate on his face. She stiffened, and her mouth went thin and hard. Then she turned away and marched down slope. "Chalk!" Nick called after her helplessly. "Chalk, wait!" "Getting the thunderbolt, me." Her voice was squeezed flat, as unemotional as a NavComp's vocabulator. "Good weapon. We'll need it, you." Nick turned his stricken look on Mace. "Master Windu." He held out the medpack scanner imploringly. "Don't make me do my own reading, huh?" Mace quickly scanned Nick's spine and skull. The readings indicated a clear negative, but Nick didn't seem much relieved. "Yeah, well," he said with understated bitterness. "If I was going to die in the next day or two, I wouldn't have to worry about taking care of them." "Taking care of them?" Mace said. "Is there a treatment?" "Yeah." Nick drew his pistol. "I got their treatment right here." "That's your answer?" Mace stepped in front of him. "Kill your friends?" "Just Lesh," he said, his voice grim and hard, even though it trembled a little like his hand. He didn't have Chalk's mental toughness. His eyes watered and his face twisted, and he could barely make himself look at his friends. "Time enough to take care of Besh and Chalk when they start the twitches." May still couldn't believe Nick was serious. "You want to just shoot them? Like Chalk's grasser?" "Not like her grasser," Nick said. His face had gone gray. "Not in the head. Scatters the larvae. Some of them will be developed enough to be dangerous." He coughed. "To us." "So it's not enough that he dies." Mace breathed Jedi discipline into a wall around his heart. To lock down his empathic horror at the gray rictus of Lesh's face, pink-tinged foam bubbled from Lesh's lips. "The infested areas have to be destroyed. Brain and spinal cord." Nick nodded, looking even sicker. "With wasp fever. We usually burn the body, but—" Mace understood. The escaped gunships would have transmitted their position. No telling what might already be on its way. He could not believe what he was about to do. He could not even believe what he was about to say. But he was a Jedi. The purpose of his life was to do what must be done, to do what others would not or could not, no matter what it was. He unclipped the lightsabers from his belt, his own and Depa's both. Green blade and purple sizzled together in the smoke-hazed air. Besh looked up from the ground. Chalk went still on the slope, the thunderbolt cradled in her arms. Nick opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but didn't know what it might be. They all stared at Mace as though they'd never seen him before. "He's your friend, your brother." Mace took a deep breath, steadying his own fear and revulsion and his dark, dark loathing for what he must do. "You might want to say goodbye." Besh shook his head mutely. With an inarticulate sob, compounded of grief and terror, he threw himself to his feet and stumbled away upslope. Chalk only held Mace's eye for a second and gave him one slow nod. Then she followed Besh. She put one strong arm around Besh's shoulders. Besh collapsed against her, sobbing. Nick was the last. His eyes showed nothing but pain. Finally, he shook his head, and tears spilled onto his cheeks. "He's already gone." He touched Mace on the shoulder. "Master Windu, you don't have to do this." "Yes, I do," Mace said. "Or you'll have to." Nick nodded reluctant understanding. "Thanks. Windu, Master, thanks." He turned and walked after the others. "I won't forget it." Neither would Mace. He stared down at Lesh between the two shining blades. He reached into the force, seeking to touch anything of the young man that might remain, to offer what little comfort might be his to give. But it was as Nick said. Lesh was already gone. A long moment passed while Mace composed himself, found an attitude of calm reverence, and consigned whatever might have been left of Lesh's consciousness or spirit to the force. Then he took a deep breath, lifted his blades, and began. The razorback ridge eclipsed the southern sky behind them. The jungle canopy overhead glowed with early sunset. On the ground it was already twilight. The companions walked along a broad track, crushed bare by repeated passages of steam-crawler treads. The canopy had arched over the track, joining above so that their path lay along a jungle-lined tunnel that wound and switchbacked up and down the folds that radiated from the ridge's north face. Mace wore back-to-patches, trimmed to fit the worst of his burns. Nick's temple was shiny with spray bandage. Chalk wore a sling restraining the shoulder she'd separated when she tumbled into the rocks, and a compression wrap supported her twisted knee. Besh walked in expressionless silence. He might have been in shock. What was left of Lesh was buried at the tree line. Their backpacks were heavy with supplies scavenged from the dead grassers. Little of Mace's gear survived. His wallet tent, his changes of clothing, his own med pack and identikit, all had been destroyed with Nick's grasser. The war on Haruun Kal was erasing Mace's connections to life outside the jungle. Of all the physical evidence that he had ever been anything other than a Koran, only the two lightsabers remained. Even the fake data pad that he had carried all this way, its miniature subspace coil must have been damaged in the blast. He'd considered summoning the Halleck to evacuate Besh and Chalk for medical treatment, despite the fact that it would have severely compromised his mission here. The sudden appearance of a Republic cruiser in the Alhar system would certainly have drawn entirely too much separatist attention. But the datapad's holocom had been unable to even pick up a carrier wave. His last link to what Depa called the Galaxy of Peace was as dead as the Bala Y militia Mace had sent crashing into the Razorback Ridge. A stroke of irony, the fake datapad's recording function still worked. Disguise had become reality. The datapad was a fake no longer. Mace had a superstitious hunch that this was somehow symbolic. Gulthra walked among them at Chalk's side instead of ranging around. She was the last of their acts. With a little luck, her presence alone might keep major predators at a respectful distance. No gunships had yet come to the pass behind them. Mace found this inexplicable and disturbing. Once in a while, Gulthra gave a forced twitch that may have meant she heard engines in the distance, but it was hard to tell. Mostly, she mourned her dead packmates. Her forced presence was a long moan of grief and loss. They pushed on. Nick set a killing pace. He had not spoken since they'd buried Lesh's remains. Mace guessed that Nick was thinking about Besh and Chalk. He himself certainly was, thinking about the fever wasp larvae that teemed within their brain and spinal cord tissue. They might have a day or two before dementia would begin, a day or two after that, convulsions and an ugly death. Besh walked with his head down, shivering, as though he could think of nothing else. Chalk marched like a war droid, as though suffering and death were too alien for her to even comprehend, let alone fear. Mace matched Nick's pace close by his side. "Talk to me." Nick's eyes stayed on the jungle ahead. "Why should I?" "Because I want to know what you have in mind." "What makes you think I have anything in mind?" "What makes you think anything I might have in mind can make a difference?" His voice was angrily bitter. "We have 2 people about to go into second-stage wasp fever. No grassers, 1 ack, a handful of weapons, militia on our tail. And you and me." His gaze slid sideways to meet Mace's. His eyes were red and raw. "We're dead, you get it? Like that tusker in the Death Hollow. A few meters short of where we needed to be. We didn't make it. We're dead." For dead men, Mace observed, we're making good time. For an instant he thought Nick might crack a smile. Instead, Nick shook his head. There's a Lord Pelek who travels with Depa's band. He's very powerful, more than powerful. If we can get Besh and Chalk to him before they start the twitches, he might be able to save them. Lord Pelek, jungle master, shaman, witch doctor, wizard. In Koran legend, the Lord Pelek was a person of great power and great peril. As unpredictable as the jungle, he brought life or death, a gift or a wound. In some stories, a Lord Pelek was not a being at all, but was rather Pelekotan incarnate, the avatar of the jungle mind. Mace made a connection. Car Vastor. Nick goggled at him. How'd you know that? How'd you know his name? How long before we reached them? Nick trudged on a few paces before he answered. If we still had grassers and axe for warding, maybe 2 days, maybe less. On foot, with only one axe? His shrug was expressive. Then why march us so hard? Because I do have something in mind. He flicked a sidelong glance at Mace. But you're not gonna like it. Will I like it less than having to do to Besh and Chalk what I had to do to Lesh? That's not for me to say. Nick's gaze went remote, staring off into the gloom-filled tunnel ahead. There's a little outpost settlement about an hour west of here. Ones like it are strung out every 100 clicks or so along these steam crawler tracks. They'll have a secure bunker and a comm unit. Even though we, the ULF, don't use comms, we still monitor the frequencies. We get in there, we can send a coded signal to them with our position. Then we put Chalk and Besh in thanatazine suspension, sit tight, and hope for the best. A Balawai settlement? He nodded. We don't have settlements. Dokas saw to that. These Balawai, they'll take us in? Sure. Nick's teeth gleamed in the jungle twilight, and that manic spark kindled in his eyes. You just have to know how to ask. Mace's face darkened. I won't let you harm civilians, not even to save your friends. No need to scorch your scalp over that one, Nick said, trudging onward. Out here, civilians are a myth. Mace didn't want to ask what Nick meant by that. He came to a stop on the rugged track. He saw again the holoprojected carnage spread across the Supreme Chancellor's desk. He saw again images of huts broken and burned, and 19 corpses in the jungle. You are right, he said. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Nick kept walking. He didn't even look over his shoulder as he left Mace behind. Yeah, well, as soon as you come up with a better idea, he said into the darkness ahead, you be sure to let me know, huh? 6. Civilians. From the private journals of Mace Windu. In this bunker, the air is closer to cool than any I've felt since the interrogation room in the Ministry of Justice. The bunker is set into the igneous stone of the hillside, mostly just a durasteel door across the mouth of a bubble, some pocket of gas or softer stone once left in the granite here. Though it overlooks the remnants of the outpost compound below, it was clearly never meant to be a combat position. No gun ports. From the way it's constructed, excavated, I believe it was more along the lines of a panic room, a safe place to hole up in the event of an attack, a safe place to wait for help from the militia. If so, it didn't work. The night air gently curls around the twisted shards that are all that's left of the door. Its whispering passage darkly echoes the violence that still hums in the force around me. I dare not meditate. The dark is too deep here. It has a tidal pull. A black hole that I've taken up too tight an orbit around, and it's tearing me in half. Gravity draws the near half of me in toward an event horizon that I'm afraid to even glimpse. Behind me, lost in the night shadows against the stone, Besh and Chalk lie motionless, nearly as cool as the rock they lie on, in full thanatazine suspension. Only with the Force can I tell that they still live. Their hearts beat less than once per minute, and an hour spans no more than 10 or 12 shallow breaths. The fever wasp larvae in their bodies are similarly suspended. Besh and Chalk might survive a week or more like this, provided nothing eats them in the meantime. Making sure they're safe is my job. Right now, it's my only job. And so I sit among the wreckage of this doorway and stare out into the infinite night. The thunderbolt rests on its bipod in the doorway, muzzle canted toward the sky. Chalk maintains her beloved weapon well. She insisted on field stripping it one last time before she would let me inject her. I have test-fired it at intervals, and it's still working fine. Though I am trying to learn to feel the action of the metal-eating fungi in the Force, the way the Karunai do, I prefer to depend on practical experiment. There is little for me to do right now. I pass the time by recording this and by thinking about my argument with Nick. Back on the trail, Nick said that civilians are a myth. He meant, I found, that there are no civilians out here. That to be in the jungle is to be in the war. The Balawai government promulgates a myth of innocent jungle prospectors being massacred by savage Koran partisans. This, Nick says, is only propaganda. Now, here in the ruins of this Balawai outpost, I find the thought oddly comforting. But earlier this evening I rejected the idea instinctively. It seemed to me nothing more than rationalization, an excuse, a sop to consciences haunted by atrocities. On the hike along the steam crawler track that led us here, Nick and I went back and forth about it quite a bit. According to Nick, civilians stay in the cities. The only real civilians on Haruun Kal are the waiters and the janitors, the storekeepers and the taxi cart pullers. He said there's a reason why jungle prospectors carry such heavy weapons, and that reason has more to do with act dogs than with vine cats. Balawai do not go into the jungle unless they're ready, willing, and able to kill Karunai. Nobody on either side waits for the other to attack. In the jungle, if you don't strike first, you're nothing but prey. Then I asked him about the dead children. It's the only time I've yet seen Nick angry. He wheeled on me like he wanted to throw a punch. "What children?" he said. "How old do you have to be to pull a trigger? Kids make great soldiers. They barely know what fear is." It is wrong to make war on children, or with them, and I told him so. No matter what, they're not old enough to understand the consequences of their actions. He replied in staggeringly obscene terms that I should tell that to the Balawai. "What about our children?" He shook with barely restrained fury. "The Jups can leave their kids at home in the city. Where do we leave ours? You've seen Palak Ba. You know what happens to a Koran kid on those streets. I know what happens. I was one of them. Better blown to pieces out here than having to survive like I did. So then, out here, how do you tell the gunners in those ships that the Karunai they're happily blowing arms and legs off of are only kids? Does that justify what happens to the Balawai children, the ones who don't stay in the cities?" I asked him. "The Karunai aren't firing down at random from a gunship. What's your excuse?" "We don't need an excuse," he said. "We don't murder kids. We're the good guys." "Good guys," I echoed. I could not keep a bitter edge from my voice. The holographic images shown to Yoda and me in Palpatine's office are never far beneath the surface of my mind. I have seen what's left behind when your good guys are done with the jungle prospector outpost, I told him. That's why I'm here. Sure it is. Ha! Let me share something with you, huh? Changeable as a summer storm, Nick's anger had blown away between one eye blink and the next. He gave me a look of amused pity. I've been waiting for days for you to bring that up. What? You Jedi and your secrets and all that Tusker poop. You think nobody else can keep their chip cards close to the chest? He rolled his eyes and waggled his fingers near his face. Ooh, look out, I'm a Jedi. I know things too dangerous for ordinary mortals. Careful, if you don't stand back, I might tell you something beings were not meant to know. It has occurred to me on reflection that Nick Rostu can be regarded as a test of my moral conviction. A Jedi might conceivably fall to the dark from the simple desire to smack the snot out of him. At the time, I managed to restrain myself, and even to maintain a civil tone, while Nick revealed that he knew all about the jungle massacre and the data wafer. It wasn't easy. He told me that not only had he been there, at the very scene Yoda and I had viewed in Palpatine's office, he had been in the company of Depa and Car Vastor when they'd thought the whole scheme up. He had helped them dress the scene, and later it was Nick himself who had tipped off Republic intelligence. Even now, hours later, it's hard for me to put into words how that made me feel. Disoriented, certainly. Almost dizzy, disbelieving, betrayed. I have been carrying those images like a wound. They've festered in my mind, so inflamed and painful, I've had to cushion them in layers of denial. Pain like that makes a wound precious. When the slightest touch is agony, one must keep the wound so protected, so sequestered, that it becomes an object of reverence, sacred. But Nick told the story like it had been just some kind of practical joke. I find now another word for how I felt, for how I feel. Angry. This, too, makes meditation difficult and risky. It is as well that Nick left on Galthra some hours ago. Perhaps before he returns, if he returns, I will have found a place in my mind to put these things he shared with me, where they will no longer whisper violence behind my heart. The whole massacre was staged. Not fake. The bodies were real. The death was real, but it was a setup. It was a practical joke. On me. Depa wanted me here. That's what this has been about. From the beginning. That data wafer wasn't a frame, and it wasn't a confession. It was a lure. She wanted to draw me from Coruscant, bring me to Haruun Kal, and drop me into this nightmare jungle. Many of the corpses were indeed jungle prospectors, Nick told me. Jups, when they're not harvesting the jungle, act as irregulars for the Balawai militia. They are vastly more dangerous than the gunships and the detector satellites and all the Dokas and droid starfighters and armies of the separatists put together. They know the jungle. They live in it. They use it. They are more ruthless than the ULF. The rest of the corpses in that staged little scene, they were Corran prisoners, captured by the Jups, captured and tortured and maltreated beyond my ability to describe. When the ULF caught up, the first thing the Balawai did was execute the few prisoners who were still alive. Nick tells me that none of them escaped, none of the prisoners, and none of the Jups. The children. The children were Karunai. This Car Vastor, what kind of man must he be? Nick told me it was Car Vastor who nailed that data wafer into the dead woman's mouth with brass vine thorns. Nick told me it was Car Vastor who persuaded the ULF to leave the corpses in the jungle, to make the scene so gruesome that I'd be sure to come here to investigate. To leave dead children, their own dead children, to the jacunas and the screw maggots and the black stinking carrion flies so full of blood they can only waddle across rotting flesh. Stop. I have to stop. Stop talking about this. Stop thinking about it. I can't. This isn't... Nothing in this world can be trusted. What you see is not related to what you get. I don't seem to be able to comprehend any of it. But I'm learning. In learning, I'm changing. The more I change, the more I understand. That's what frightens me. I shudder to think what will happen when I really begin to understand this place. By the time I finally get it, who will I be? I'm afraid that the man I was would despise the man I am becoming. I have a terrible dread that this transformation is exactly what Depa had in mind when she decided to draw me here. She said there was nothing more dangerous than a Jedi who'd finally gone sane. I think she is dangerous. I'm afraid she wants me to become dangerous too. I need to change think about something other than, because I asked Nick about her. I couldn't help myself. Hope blossomed along with my anger. If the hollow was a setup, maybe what she'd said was no more than atmosphere, local color, something. Despite my determination to hold myself unbiased until I could see her, speak with her, feel her essence in the Force, despite my resolve to ask nothing and hear nothing, despite all my years of self-discipline and self-control, the heart has power that no discipline can answer. So I asked him. I told him of Depa's words on the data wafer, how she called herself the darkness in the jungle, and how she said that she had finally gone sane. How I fear that, in fact, she has fallen to the dark and is irretrievably mad. And Nick. Crazy? He said with a laugh. You're the one who's crazy. If she was crazy, nobody'd follow her, would they? But when I asked if he meant she was all right, he responded, That depends on what you mean by all right. I need to know if you've seen her act from anger or fear. I need to know if she uses the Force for her personal gratification, for gain, or for revenge. I need to know how much hold the dark side has on her. You don't have to worry about that, he told me. I've never met someone kinder or more caring than Master Billaba. She's not evil. I don't think she could be. This isn't about good and evil, I told him. This is about the fundamental nature of the Force itself. Jedi are not moralists. That's a common misperception. We are fundamentally pragmatic. The Jedi is altruistic less because to be so is good than because to be so is safe. To use the Force for personal ends is dangerous. This is the trap that can snare even the most good, kind, caring Jedi. It leads to what we call the dark side. Power to do good eventually becomes just power, naked force, an end in itself. It is a form of madness to which Jedi are peculiarly susceptible. Nick answered this with a shrug. Who knows the real reasons why anybody does anything? This was not a comforting response, and the rest of what he told me was worse. He said the words on that crystal are just how Depa talks now. He says she has nightmares that screams from her tent tear through the camp. He says no one ever sees her eat, that she's wasting away as though something inside is instead eating her. He says she has headaches that painkillers cannot touch, and sometimes cannot leave her tent for days at a time. That when she walks outside in daylight, she binds her eyes, for she cannot bear the light of the sun. I am sorry I asked. I am sorry that Nick told me. I'm sorry that he did not lie. It is very un-Jedi to fear the truth. I'll continue the story. Putting experience into words is a gain in perspective, which I need, and it's a way to pass the hours of the night, which I also need. Even for a Jedi Master, accustomed to meditation and reflection, trained for it, there is such a thing as spending too much time alone with one's thoughts, especially out here. This outpost settlement was built at the crest of a shoulder sloping down from the ridge. The ridge here isn't a razorback anymore, but rather a sine wave wall of volcanic mounds. The settlement stands on a green-splashed outcrop. To either side of this jungle-clutched fist of stone are blackened washes where lava occasionally flows down from a major caldera. which is about 600 meters above where I sit and record this. If you listen closely, you might hear the rumble. This microphone may not be sensitive enough. There. Hear that? It's ramping up for another eruption. These eruptions come regularly enough that the jungle doesn't have time to reclaim the lava's path. Heat-scorched trees line the washes with leaves cooked off on the lava side. Eruptions must not be too serious in these parts. Otherwise, why build an outpost here? Well, I suppose it could have been for the view. The bunker itself is slightly elevated above the rest of the compound. From where I sit in the wreckage of the doorway, I can look down over a charred mess of tumbled and broken prefab huts and the shattered perimeter wall. Pale glowvine light shows gray on the steam crawler track that switchbacks up the side of the shoulder. Out across the jungle, I can see for kilometers up here. Ghost ripples of canopy spread below, silver and black and veined with glowvines, pocked with winking eyes of scarlet and crimson, and some just dull red. Open caldera, active and bubbling in this volatile region. It's breathtaking. Or maybe that's just the smell. Another of the ironies that have come crowding into my life. All my worry about civilians and battles and massacres, and having to fight and maybe kill men and women who may be only civilians, innocent bystanders, and all my arguing with Nick and everything he told me. All for nothing. Needn't have worried. When we got here, there was no one left to fight. The ULF had been here already. There were no survivors. I will not describe the condition of the bodies. Seeing what had been done here was bad enough. I feel no urge to share it, even with the archives. I will grant Nick this. The Balawai at this outpost had clearly been no innocent civilians. The Karunai had left the bodies draped with what must have been the most prized pieces of the Jup's jewelry, necklaces of human ears. Karunai ears. Based on the limited scavenger damage and the low decomposition, Nick guessed that the ULF band who'd done this might have passed through here no more than 2 or 3 days before. And there were certain, signs, things done to the bodies, and echoes in the force that don't seem to fade away. A standing wave of power that suggests this had been the work of Car Vastor himself. The ULF guerrillas had also thoroughly looted this place. There is not a scrap of food to be found, and only useless bits and pieces of technology and equipment. The wreckage of 2 steam crawlers lies tumbled downslope. The comm gear is gone as well, of course, which is why I alone am here to watch over Besh and Chalk. When we found the comm gear gone, Nick's spirits collapsed. He seems to alternate despair with that manic cheerfulness of his, and it's not always easy to guess what will trigger either state. He let himself flop to the blood-stained ground and gave us up for dead. He returned to his mantra from the pass. "Bad luck," he muttered under his breath. "Just bad luck." Despair is the herald of the dark side. I touched his shoulder. "Luck," I told him softly, "does not exist. Luck is only a word we use to describe our blindness to the subtle currents of the Force." His response was bitter. "Yeah? What subtle current killed Lesh? Is this what your Force had planned for you? For Besh and Chalk?" "The Jedi say," I replied, "that there are questions to which we can never have answers. We can only be answers." He asked me angrily what that was supposed to mean. I told him, "I am neither a scientist nor a philosopher. I am a Jedi. I don't have to explain reality. I just have to deal with it. That's what I'm doing. That's what you're avoiding. You have a Jedi power that can get all of us to Depa and Car in a day, or 3. They're marching away from us. We can't catch up. That's reality. The only one there is." "Is it?" I let a thoughtful gaze rest on Galthra's broad back. "She moves well through this jungle. I know that acts are not beasts of burden, But one man, alone, she might be able to carry at great speed. Well, yeah, if I didn't have to worry about you guys. He stopped. His eyes narrowed. Not a chance. Not a chance, Windu. Drop it. I'll watch over them until you get back. I said drop it. I'm not leaving you here. It's not up to you. I stepped close to him. Nick had to bend his neck to look up into my eyes. I'm not arguing with you, Nick, and I'm not asking you. This is not a discussion. It's a briefing. Nick is a stubborn young man, but he's not stupid. It didn't take him long to understand that until he met me, he didn't know what stubborn looked like. We managed to rig an improvised bareback pad for Galthra. Nick and Chalk and I persuaded Galthra, through the Force, to bear Nick on her back as she had me, and carry him swiftly through the jungle on the trail of the departed Karunai. The three of us watched them vanish into the living night, then Besh and Chalk arranged themselves as comfortably as possible on the bunker floor, and I injected them with thanatazine. We all wait together, in the hope that Nick will win through the jungle, in the hope that he might find and bring back this Car Vastor, this dangerous Lor Pelek, this terror of the living and mutilator of the dead, and that this man of no conscience or human feeling might use his power to save 2 lives. I wonder what Car Vastor will think when he arrives and finds what I have done to the scene of his victory. I have spent some hours, between the time Nick left and the time I sat down here to record this entry, giving the dead a decent burial. Nick will no doubt laugh and make some snide remark about how little I understand, how naive and unready I am for a part in this war. He'll probably ask me if burying these people makes them any less dead. I can only reply to this imagined scorn with a shrug. I didn't do it for them. I did it for me. I did it because this is the only way I have to express my reverence for the life that was torn from them, enemy or no. I did it because I don't want to be the kind of man who would leave someone like that. Anyone. I sit here now, knowing that Depa has passed within a few clicks of here, that she stood, perhaps, on this very spot. Within the past 48 standard hours, no matter how deeply I reach into the Force, how deeply I reach into the stone beneath and the jungle around, I can feel nothing of her. I have felt nothing of her on this planet. All I feel is the jungle and the dark. I think of Lesh a lot. I keep seeing how he writhed on the ground, twitching in convulsions, teeth clenched and eyes rolling, his whole body twisting with furious life. But the life that twisted him was not Lesh's. It was something that was eating him from the inside out. When I reached into the Force for him, all I felt was the jungle and the dark. And then I think of Depa again. Perhaps I should listen more and think less. The eruption seems to be strengthening. The rumbling is loud as a Pelek Baw throughway, and tremors have begun to shake the stone floor. And rain has begun, as it often will, triggered by particulates in the smoke plume. Speaking of smoke, among the equipment looted by the ULF would have been, no doubt, breath masks. I may miss them more than anything else. I must have a care for my lungs. On this outcrop, I'm in little danger from lava, but the gases that roll down slope from such eruptions can be caustic as well as smothering. Besh and Chalk will be safer than I. Perhaps I should risk a hibernation trance. No predator will reach us through the eruption. Predators need to breathe too. And wait, that sounded like... Queer. Some Haruun Kal jungle predators mimic their prey's mating calls or cries of distress to lure or to drive them. I wonder what kind of predator that one was. Something that preys on humans, it must be. That cry almost got me. Sounded exactly like a child's scream of terror. I mean, exactly. And now this one. Oh, Oh no. That's basic. Those are screams. There are children out there. Mace pelted downslope, running half-blind through the rain and smoke and steam, navigating by ear, heading for the screams. Smoke from the caldera above had smothered the glowvines. His only light was the scarlet hell glow that leaked through cracks in the black crusts floating on lava flows. Rain flashed to steam a meter above the washes. A swirling red-lit cloud turned the night to blood. Mace threw himself into the force, letting it carry him bounding from rock to rock, flipping high over crevices, slipping past black-shadowed tree trunks, and under low branches with millimeters to spare. The voices came intermittently. In between, through the downpour and the eruption and the hammering of his own heart, Mace heard a grinding of steel on stone, and the mechanical thunder of an engine pushed to the outer limits of its power. It was a steam crawler. It lay canted at a dangerous angle over a precipice, only a lip of rock preventing a fall into bottomless darkness. One track clanked on air, the other was buried in hardening lava. Lava doesn't behave as a liquid so much as a soft plastic. As it rolls down slope, it cools, and its piecemeal transition into solid rock can produce unpredictable changes in direction. It forms dams and blockages and self-building channels that can twist flows kilometers to either side, or even make them retreat and overflow an upstream channel. The immense vehicle must have been trying to climb the track to the outpost when one of the lava washes plugged, dammed itself, then diverted and swept the steam crawler off the track, down this rain-washed gully until it jammed against the lip of rock. The curl and roll of lava broke through black patches of crust around it, scarlet slowly climbing the crawler's undercarriage. Though steam crawlers were low-tech, to reduce their vulnerability to the metal-eating fungi, they were far from primitive. A kilometer below the caldera, the lava flow didn't come close to the melting point of the advanced alloys that made up the steam crawler's armor and treads. But lava was filling in the gap below its flat undercarriage until the only real question was whether the rising lava would topple the steam crawler over the lip before enough heat conducted through its armor to roast whoever was inside. But not everyone was inside. Mace skidded to a stop just a meter upslope of where the flow had cut the track. The lava had slashed through the dirt to bedrock, making the edge of the gully where Mace stood into an unstable cliff, 8 meters high, above a sluggish river of molten stone. The steam crawler was a further 10 meters down to his right. Its immense headlamps threw a white glare into the steam and the rain. Mace could just barely make out 2 small forms huddled together on the highest point. The rear corner of the cabin's heavily canted roof. Another crawled through the yellow-lit oblong of an open side hatch and joined them. 3 terrified children sobbed on the cabin roof. In the force, Mace could feel 2 more inside. One injured, in pain that was transforming into shock, the other unconscious. Mace could feel the desperate determination of the injured one to get the other out the open hatch before the crawler toppled, because the injured one inside couldn't know that getting out the hatch wouldn't help any of them at all. They still faced a simple choice of dooms, over the precipice or into the lava. Dead either way. If, as some philosophers argued, there was a deeper purpose in the universe that the Jedi served, beyond their surface social function of preserving the peace of the Republic, if there was, in fact, a cosmic reason why Jedi existed, a reason why they were granted powers so far beyond the reach of other mortals, it must have had something to do with situations like this. Mace opened himself to the Force. He could hear Yoda's voice. "Size matters not," which Mace had always privately considered was more true for Yoda than it was for any of his students. Yoda would probably just reach out, lift the steam crawler from the gully, and casually float it up the mountain to the outpost while croaking some enigmatic maxim about how even a volcano is as nothing compared to the power of the Force. Mace was much less confident in his own raw power, but he had other talents. A new tremor from the eruption shook the dirt cliff under his feet. He felt it sag. Undercut by the river of lava, the shaking was rapidly destroying the cliff's structural integrity. Any second now, it would collapse, sending Mace down into the river unless he did something first. The something he did was to reach deep through the force until he could feel a structure of broken rock 10 meters below him and 5 meters in from the face. He thought, "Why wait?" and shoved. The dirt cliff shook, buckled, and collapsed. With a subterranean roar that buried even the thunder of the eruption and the clamor of the steam crawler's laboring engine, hundreds of tons of dirt and rock poured into the river of lava, organics bursting into flames that the growing landslide instantly smothered as it built itself into a huge wedge-shaped berm of raw dirt across the gully. As lava slowly bulged and climbed the upstream face, the downstream side of the cliff continued to collapse, piling over cooler lava that hardened beneath it, pushing the hotter, more liquid lava into a wave that washed around the steam crawler's side, welled to the lip of the precipice, then plunged in a rain of fire upon the black jungle far below. The landslide built into a wave of its own that filled in the gully as it rolled down toward the steam crawler and the screaming, sobbing children. And on the very crest of that wave of dirt and rock, backpedaling furiously to keep from being sucked under by the landslide's roll, came Mace Windu. Mace rode that crest while the wave sank and flattened and finally lurched to a halt, its last remnants trickling into a ridge that joined Mace's position with the corner of the steam crawler's cabin. Nearly all his concentration stayed submerged in the force, spread throughout the slide, using a wide-focus force grip to stabilize the rubble while he scrambled down to the steam crawler's roof. On the roof were 2 young boys, both about 6, and a girl of perhaps 8 standard years. They clung to each other, sobbing, terror-filled eyes staring through their tears. Mace squatted beside them and touched the girl's arm. "My name is Mace Windu. I need your help." The girl sniffled in astonishment. My help?" Mace nodded gravely. "I need you to help me get these boys to safety. Can you do that? Can you take the boys up the same way I came down? Climb right up the crest? It's not steep." I'm afraid." Mace leaned close and spoke in her ear only a little louder than the hush of the rain. "Me too, but you have to act brave, pretend, so you don't scare the little boys, okay?" The girl scrubbed her runny nose with the back of her hand, blinking back tears. You're scared too? Shh, that's a secret, just between us. Come on, up you go." "Okay," she said dubiously, but she wiped her eyes and took a deep breath, and when she turned to the other 2 children, her voice had the bossy edge that seems to be the exclusive weapon of 8-year-old girls. "Erno, Nickel, come on, quit crying, you big babies. I'm going to save us." As the girl bullied the 2 boys up onto the face of the slide, Mace moved on to the hatchway. Though it was a side hatch, the angle of the steam crawler aimed it at the sky. Inside, the crawler's floor was sharply tilted, and the rain pounding through the open hatchway slicked the floor until it was impossible to climb. Down at the lowermost corner of the rectangular cabin, a boy who seemed to be barely into his teens struggled one-handed to drag a girl not much younger up the steep floor. He had a foamy wad of blood-soaked spray bandage around one upper arm, and he was trying to shove the unconscious girl ahead of him, using the riveted Durasteel leg posts of the crawler's seats like a ladder. But his injured arm could take no weight. Tears streamed down his face as he begged the girl to wake up, give him a little help, because he couldn't get her out and he wouldn't leave her. But if she'd just wake up. Her head lolled, limp. Mace saw she wouldn't be waking up any time soon. She had an ugly scalp wound above her hairline, and her fine golden hair was black and sticky with blood. Mace leaned in through the hatchway and extended his hand. "All right, son. Just take my hand. Once we get you out of here, then I can—" When the boy looked up, the tearful appeal on his face twisted into instant wild rage, and his plea became a fierce shriek. Mace hadn't noticed the swing-stock blaster rifle slung around his good arm. The first hint of its existence Mace got was a burst of hot plasma past his face. He threw himself backward out of the hatch and flattened against the cabin wall while the hatchway vomited blaster fire. The steam crawler lurched, the hatch going even higher. His sudden movement had been enough to tip its precarious balance, toppling it toward the precipice. Mace bared his teeth to the night. With the force, he seized the steam crawler and yanked it back into place. But a squeal from above grabbed his attention. In seizing the crawler, he'd lost his force hold on the landslide, and the unstable mound of dirt and rock had begun to shift under the little girl and the two boys, sending them sliding down toward the lava. Mace calmed his hammering heart and extended one hand. He had to close his eyes for a moment to reassert his control on the slide and stabilize it. But its shift had left it less solid than before. He could hold it for the minute or two it would take the girl and boys to reach the relative safety of the outcrop above, not much more. And now he could feel the crawler slowly tilting beneath him, leaning higher and higher toward the point of no return. From inside the cabin, he could hear the boys' terrified curses and his shrieks about, "Kill all you fragging cornos." Mace's eyes drifted closed. This filthy war. The boy and the girl in the steam crawler were about to become casualties of the summertime war, because when the boy had looked up, he could not see that a Jedi Master had come to his rescue. He could only see a Corran. To use the Force to disarm the boy, or persuade him, would break the hold he kept upon the landslide, which might cost the lives of the 3 children scrambling up its face. To reason with the boy seemed impossible. The boy would know too much about what Balawai can expect at the hands of the Karunai, and it would certainly take longer than they had. To abandon them was not an option. Once he got the boy moving up the face of the landslide toward the others, he'd be able to bring the girl himself. But how to get the boy out? Mace spun the situation in his mind. He framed it as a fight for the lives of these 5 children, all of them, a fundamental principle of combat. Use what you're given. How you fight depends on whom you fight. His first opponent had been the volcano itself. He'd used the power of the volcano's weapon, the lava, where it had undercut the cliff, to hold that power at bay. His current opponent was not the boy, but rather the boy's experience of the summertime war. Use what you're given. "Kid," Mace called, roughening his voice, making himself sound the way the boy would expect a Corran to sound, adopting a thick upland accent like Chalk's. "Kid, 5 seconds to toss that blaster out the hatch and come after it. You got." "Never!" the boy screamed from inside. "Never!" "Don't come out, you, and the next thing you see, the last thing you see, ever, is a grenade coming in. Hear me, you? Go ahead. I know what happens if we get taken alive." "Kid, already got the others, don't I? The girl, Erno and Nickel. Gonna leave them all alone, you? With me?" There came a pause. Mace said into the silence, "Sure, go ahead and die. Any coward can do that. Guts enough to live for a while, you got?" He was moderately sure that a 13-year-old boy who'd load up 4 other children and set out in a steam crawler across the Karunal Highland at night, a boy who'd rather die than leave an unconscious girl behind, had guts enough for just about anything. A second later, he was proven right. From the private journals of Mace Windu. From this doorway, I can see a spray of brilliant white flares, headlamps of 4 steam crawlers, climbing the spine of the fold, heading for the broken track, heading for us. Dawn will come in an hour. I hope we'll all live that long. The eruptions have subsided, and the rain has trailed off to an intermittent patter. We've shifted some things around in the bunker. The 3 younger children are curled up on scavenged blankets in the back, asleep. Besh and Chalk now lie near the Thunderbolt, where I can keep an eye on them. I'm not at all sure that one of these children might not try to do them some harm. Terrell, a boy of 13, who seems to be their natural leader, is remarkably fierce, and he still does not entirely believe that I'm not planning to torture all 5 of them to death. Yet even on Haruun Kal, boys are still boys. Every time he stops worrying about being tortured to death, he starts pestering me to let him fire the Thunderbolt. I wonder what Nick would say about these civilians. Are they a myth, too? Now, all my work in cleaning up this compound does not seem pointless. The children have been through enough tonight without having to see what had been done to the people who'd lived here, without having to see the kind of thing that has probably been done to people they know at their outpost, possibly even to their parents. I can't consider such questions right now. Right now, all I seem to be able to do is stare past the twisted jags of durasteel that once had been this bunker's door, watching the steam crawlers upward creep. I don't need any hints from the Force to have a bad feeling about this. In Dejarik, there is a classic maneuver called the Fork, where a player moves a single holomonster into position to attack 2 or more of his opponents, so that no matter which monster the opponent moves to safety, the other will be eaten. Caught in the fork, one's only chance is which piece to lose. The word has come to symbolize situations where the only choice to be made is a choice of disasters. We are well and truly forked. I know who these steam crawlers are bringing. Jungle prospectors from the same outpost as the children, fleeing the same ULF guerrillas whose attack had forced the children away. Probably the same band that destroyed this outpost. I got the story from Terrell while I was tending to his broken arm and the girl's scalp wound. Their outpost had been the next one on this track, some 70 clicks to the north and east. They had come under attack by the ULF at dusk. Terrell's father had given him the task of gathering the other children and driving them to safety. They'd had no way to know that the ULF had been to this outpost first. Terrell's arm had been broken by either a bullet or a grenade fragment. He wasn't sure which. He told me proudly how he managed the dual-stick controls of the steam crawler with only one hand, and how he had crashed into grassers as he broke through the Koran skirmish line, and how he was pretty sure he'd managed to run down at least 5 or 6 fragging cornos. He says such things defiantly, as if daring me to hurt him for it. As if I ever would. The older girl, Keela, has the most serious injury. In the steam crawler's tumble down the gully, she was thrown from her seat. She has a skull fracture and a severe concussion. I was able to salvage a spare med pack from the crawler before it went over the precipice. She's in no grave danger now, so long as she remains quiet and gets a few days' rest. The med pack had a new bone stabilizer, so Terrell's arm should heal nicely. The younger children, Erno and Nickel, and the brave little girl Pell, have nothing worse than a few bruises and scraped hands and knees from scrambling up the landslide. So far. I have not bothered to maintain my pretense of belonging to the guerrillas, though I have also avoided explaining who I really am. The children seem to have decided that I'm a bounty hunter since I don't act like a corno, which is to say, I haven't tortured and killed them, as they were all half expecting, based on the tales they've heard from their parents. As they were all half expecting, despite being alive right now, only because I saved them. They have decided, based on their vast experience of bounty hunters, courtesy of countless half-cred holodramas, that Besh and Chalk are my prisoners, and that I'm going to deliver them to Pelek Ba for a big reward. I have not disabused them of this notion. It's easier to believe than the truth. But what should be merely a childish fancy has become unexpectedly complicated and painful. Even the kindest illusion will often cut deeper than any truth. One of the younger boys, rather arbitrarily, decided that I must be just about the greatest bounty hunter there is. A 6-year-old's instinctive reaction, I suppose. Soon he got into a heated discussion with his brother, who insisted that everybody knows Jango Fett is the greatest living bounty hunter, which led the first boy to ask me if I am Jango Fett. I cannot help but wonder, if I had told them that I'm a Jedi, who might this boy assume I am? I was saved from answering by a scornful declaration from Terrell. He ain't Jango Fett, stupid. Jango Fett's dead. Everybody knows that. Jango Fett is not dead. He is not. Tears began to well in the little boy's eyes, and he appealed to me. Jango Fett ain't dead, is he? Tell him he ain't dead. At first, all I could think to say was, I'm sorry. And I am. But the truth is the truth. I'm sorry, but yes, I told them, Jango Fett is dead. See, Terrell said with terrible 13-year-old scorn. Course he is, stupid. Some stinking Jedi snuck up behind him and stabbed him in the back with one of them laser swords. Somehow this hurt even more. It didn't happen that way. Fett was killed in a fight. Tusker poop, Terrell declared. No stinking Jedi could have took Jango Fett face to face. He was the best. With this I could not argue. I could only contend that Fett had not been stabbed in the back. What do you know about it? Was you there? I could not, still cannot, bring myself to tell them just how there I had been. And I cannot properly describe the wound Terrell's tone has opened within me. The way he says, stinking Jedi, tells me more than I want to know about what Depa has done to our Order's name on this planet. It was not so long ago that every adventurous boy and girl would have dreamed of being a Jedi. Now their heroes are bounty hunters. The line of steam crawlers has halted half a kilometer below us, where the lava wash took out the track. This won't stop them for long. When the cliff collapsed, it made a natural dam across the break. In the hours since the eruption, I would guess that the lava has penetrated the rocks and dirt and cooled enough to stabilize the slide. Intelligently cautious, they're testing its integrity before attempting to cross. But I know they'll make it. Then what will I do? It seems I have no choices left. Surrender is not an option. To save Besh and Chalk, not to mention myself, I'll have to hold the children hostage. This is how far I have fallen, even I, a Jedi Master. This is what a few days in this war has brought me to, threatening the lives of children I would give my own to save. And if these Balawai call my bluff? The best outcome I can then foresee, these children will have to watch as their parents or their parents' friends are killed by a Jedi. Best outcome. The phrase is itself a mockery. On Haruun Kal, there seems to be no such thing. Forked. And yet, in Dejarik, one doesn't get forked by accident. It's the result of a mistake in play. But where was my mistake that left us here? Glow rods below. They've left the steam crawlers and are advancing on foot. No one has called out. They will have tried to raise this outpost on comm. Getting no answer, they'll approach with caution. I wouldn't be surprised if those glow rods are lashed to long sticks to see if they draw sniper fire. There are a lot of them. Now, in desperation, I can only do as I always have when I have faced impossible situations. I turn to Yoda's teachings for advice and inspiration. I can summon in my mind his wise green eyes and imagine the tilt of his wrinkled head. I can hear his voice. If no mistake you have made, yet losing you are, a different game you should play. Yes, a different game. I need a different game. New rules, new objectives, and I need it in about 30 seconds. Terrell, come up here. All of you. Pell, wake up the boys. We're going to play a game. The voice of a boy faintly. What kind of game? A new game. I just made it up. It's called Nobody Else Dies Today. Another boy's voice faintly. I was asleep. Is this gonna be a fun game? Only if we win. 7. Games in the dark. These Balawai may have been irregulars, but they were both experienced and disciplined. Their recon squad entered the ruined compound in 3 teams of 2, spread over 120 degrees of arc to give them overlapping fields of fire. While glow rods still waved halfway along the slope below, these 6 entered in total silence and deep shadow. They must have had some kind of night vision equipment. If the Force hadn't let Mace feel the stark threat of their weapons' points of aim, he wouldn't have known they were there. He stood in impenetrable shadow, looking out between the twisted jags of durasteel that were the remnants of the bunker's door. He could feel a darkness deeper than the night gathering upon the compound like fog rising from damp ground. The darkness soaked in through his pores and pounded his head like a black migraine. There had never been light bright enough to drive back darkness like this. Mace could only hope to make himself a light bright enough to cut through it. "I am the blade," he told himself silently. "I will have to be. There is no other." "Carol," he said softly. "They're here." "Go ahead, son." "You're sure?" "I can't see anything," Terrell said from beside him. He wiped his nose, then made fists as though he were holding on to his courage with both hands. "I can't see anything at all." "They will be able to see you," Mace said. "Call out." "Okay." Staying in the shadows, he repeated, "Okay," but this time in a loud call. "Okay, hey, don't shoot, okay? Don't shoot, it's me." The night went silent. Mace felt 6 weapons trained on the bunker door. He murmured, "Tell them who you are." "Yeah, hey, listen, it's Terrell, huh? Terrell Neke. Is my dad out there?" A woman's voice came out of the darkness to Mace's left, shrill with hope. "Terrell? Oh, Terrell! Is Keela with you?" The girl with the head wound held Pell and the 2 boys well back from the doorway, but when she heard the woman's voice, she started unsteadily to her feet. "Don't go out there," Mace said, "and keep the smaller children still. We don't want anyone shot by accident." She nodded and sank back to her knees, calling out, "Mom, I'm here. I'm okay." "Keela! Keela! Keela! Is Pell with you?" A man shouted from the center, "Quiet!" "Rankin, it's Terrell and Keela. Didn't you hear them? Keela, what about Pell?" "Hold your position, you stupid nerf, and shut up," the man snarled. His voice was ragged, angry, exhausted, and desperate. "We don't know who else is here. This place is completely fragged. Rankin, they could be bait. Shut your mouth before I shoot you myself." Mace nodded to himself. He would have suspected the same thing. "Terrell?" the man called out in a much softer tone, warily calm. "Terrell, it's Peck Rankin. Come out where we can see you." Terrell looked at Mace. Mace said, "You know him?" The boy nodded. "He's sort of a friend of my dad's." "Sort of." "Go on, then," Mace said gently. "Move slowly. Keep your hands in plain sight, away from your body." Terrell did, out from the bunker door, feeling his way down the grade toward the shattered huts. "Can somebody put on a light? I can't see." "In a minute," Rankin's voice replied from the darkness. "Keep on coming this way, Terrell. You'll be all right. What happened to your crawler? How come you don't answer comm? Where are the other kids?" "We had an accident, but we're okay. We're all okay. Okay?" Terrell caught his foot on a rock and stumbled. "Ow! Hey, the light, huh? I got one broken arm already." "Just keep walking toward my voice. Are you alone? Where are the other kids?" "In the bunker. But they can't come out," Terrell said. "And you can't go in." "Why's that?" Mace said, "Because I'm in here." In the Force, he felt their tension ratchet up, sharp as an indrawn breath. After a moment, Rankin's voice came out of the darkness. "And who might you be?" "You don't need to know." "Is that so? Why don't you step out where we can get a look at you?" "Because the temptation to take a shot at me might prove overwhelming," Mace said. "Any bolts that miss will be bouncing around the inside of this bunker, where there are 4 more innocent children." A new man's voice rang out from the right, thin with fear and anger. "2 of those kids are my sons. If you hurt them—" "All I have done," Mace said, "is tend their injuries and keep them sheltered. What happens to them now depends on you." "He's telling the truth," Terrell called. "He didn't hurt us. He saved us. He's okay. Really. He's just afraid you'll shoot him 'cause he's a corno." A burst of low, half-strangled profanity came from the right. Terrell called hastily, "But he's not a real corno. He just looks like one. He talks almost like a regular person, and he's like a bounty hunter or something." His voice trickled off, leaving a silence empty and ominous. Mace felt currents of intention shifting and winding through the Force. The Balawai must have been consulting in whispers on comm. Finally, Rankin called out once more. "So, what do you want?" "I want you to take these children and go away from here." "Huh? What else?" "That's all. Just take the children and go." "Well, aren't you generous?" Rankin said, dry, bitter. "Listen, I'm gonna make a light. Nobody get twitchy. I don't want to get fragged, okay?" Mace said, "Light will be welcome." Yellow-white glow flared behind a slab of tumbled wall, and a cell-powered glow rod came flipping through the air to land not far from Terrell's feet. It bounced and rolled to a stop. Its half-globe of up-angled light stretched the surrounding shadows toward the sky, painting them even darker. Terrell held a hand at his chin to shade his eyes. "Hey, don't make me stand around alone out here, huh?" "Come on over here, boy." A man stepped into view, moving slowly into the light. He held a blaster rifle in one hand, its barrel slanting down, carefully directed at the ground beside him. His other hand was up and forward, palm out. His clothing was scorched and stained, and one whole side of his head bore a clotted mass of spray bandage, the foam covering one eye. From his voice, this was Rankin. "Get yourself under cover." Terrell looked back up at the bunker. Mace said, "Go ahead, son." The voice of the man who'd claimed to be the boy's father snarled from the darkness. "Don't call him son, Corno. You're not his father. Your stinking kind killed his father." "Stow that garbage," Rankin barked, but too late. Terrell's face crumpled in tragic disbelief. "Dad?" he said, sounding stunned and lost. "My dad?" If eyes could shoot blaster bolts, Rankin's would have killed the man. "Get him out of here," he said. Another man, also wounded, stepped far enough into the light to fold Terrell in his arms and draw him away into the ring of darkness. "Listen," Rankin said, looking up at the dark, jagged mouth of the bunker. "I guess you don't want the children hurt. Neither do we. But we've got a serious problem here, okay? We got our butts shot off tonight. Our homes are destroyed. Half the people I know on this whole planet are dead. Those crawlers are stuffed with wounded, and we've got a load of cornos on our tails. We can't just go, get it? We can't. We need a place to hold up till dawn, that's all." "You can't stay here," Mace said. "There are ULF guerrillas on their way here right now. Look at where you are. This place couldn't stand against them when it was intact." "It doesn't have to. Gunships fly at dawn. We can hold out till then." "You don't understand." "Maybe I don't. So? Not your problem, is it?" "I have made it my problem," Mace said grimly. "You have no idea what this place is, what it has become." "You know what happened here?" Rankin waved his rifle at the shattered huts. "Where is everybody?" "Dead. Mace said. "Killed by the ULF. All of them." "I don't think so. Where are the bodies? Think I've never seen a ULF action? I know the kind of things they do to our dead." "Forget the bodies." Mace tried to massage the pain from his temple with the heel of one hand. How could the simple decency of burying the dead turn against him? "If you're here when the guerrillas arrive, they'll kill all of you too. You care about your children's lives? Get them out of here." "Hey, he didn't say us," said the father's voice from the darkness. "You catch that, Peck? Kill all of you, he says. You catch that?" "Shut up." Rankin didn't even glance in the father's direction. "Then why haven't you sent out the other kids already?" "Because I don't know when the ULF will get here," Mace said impatiently. "This is the only place I can defend them. And if I had sent them out already, you'd have no reason to listen to me, would you? I'd just be another corno. One of you would have opened fire, and by now people would be dead. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Don't you understand? We don't have time to argue. On grassers, they can move as fast as a steam crawler, faster. They could be here right now, watching you from the jungle." Rankin shook his head. "That's why we need that bunker, you follow? We gotta get our wounded where we can protect them." "You can't protect them." Mace's fists clenched until his fingernails drew blood from his palms. Why wouldn't they understand? He could feel the dark closing in upon them like a strangler's noose. "Listen to me. This bunker couldn't help the people who lived here, and it can't help you. Your only hope is to take your kids and your wounded and run. All of you, run." "Some kind of stinking funny corno," the father's voice said from the shadows. "What's he so worried about us for?" "That's not your business," Mace said. "Your business is to get yourself, your people, and these 5 children out of this place without anyone dying." "Maybe he's just trying to keep us out here where the stinking cornos can get us." "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" Rankin angled his good eye up toward the bunker. "You're asking us to take a lot on faith from some guy we can't even see." "You don't need to see me. All you need to see is this." With a twitch of the force, Mace squeezed the Thunderbolt's trigger. A single packet of energy screamed into the sky and burst in a spherical flash of scarlet as it entered a low cloud. "That could as easily have been your head. I know exactly where you are, all 6 of you." He paused for a second to let that sink in. "If I wanted you hurt, we wouldn't be talking. You'd already be dead." The truth of this wiped Rankin's face clean of expression. Mace watched it hit home and had just enough time to think that this might actually work. Then streaks of blaster fire lit up the slope below. The jungle thundered with scarlet explosions, multiple bolts flashing from the cover of steam crawlers to shatter branches and blow rocks to splinters. The bursts were instantly echoed by smaller, whiter flares under the trees, crackling like a bonfire built of green logs, muzzle flashes, slug throwers. Shouts and screams from human throats underscored the whine of blasters and the shrieks of slugs hurtling in ricochets off steam crawler armor. "What did I tell you?" the father shrieked from the darkness. "What did I tell you? He kept us yapping, and now we're getting killed down there." "Don't do nothing stupid," Rankin shouted. He hunched over in the glow rod's spill, his face desperate and frightened. A jack-lighted stag. "Look, nobody do nothing." "Rankin!" The force gave Mace's voice the thunder of a signal cannon. "Pull your people back, a fighting retreat. Have them pull back here to the compound." Below, a steam crawler's turret gun spewed a stream of flame across an arc of jungle. Blood-colored light licked the bunker's ceiling. "You said coming up here can't help us." "It can't. I can. Do it. It's your only chance." Behind Mace, one of the boys had started to cry, and now the other one joined him. Pell said, "Mister, that's my mom out there." Her underlip twitched and her eyes welled. "Don't let them hurt her, okay? Don't let nobody hurt her." Keela gathered Pell into her arms. "She'll be okay, don't worry. She'll be okay." Her eyes begged Mace to make this true. Mace stared down at them, thinking that if it were up to him, no one would hurt anyone, anywhere, ever. He said only, "Hang on. Be brave." Pell sniffled and nodded solemnly. Outside, Rankin was shouting into his comlink. "No, blast it! Up here! Flares and flame projectors! Light 'em up and slow 'em down! And get those crawlers in gear!" "Rankin, don't!" the father shouted. "Don't you get it? Once we're up here, he can crossfire our butts from the bunker. Don't be stupid." "Space your don't be stupid talk. You know what's stupid? Talking to that corno like he's a human being. Believing one fraggin' word he says, that's stupid. Want to talk to the cornos? Talk with your gun." A star burst to life below and shot high into the air, a flare. It hung below the clouds, lighting the steam crawlers, the jungle, and the outpost stark, actinic white. Mace had to shield his eyes against the sudden glare, and he heard the father's harsh cry of triumph, and the Force snapped his lightsaber to his hand and brought the blade to life as a blaster rifle sang a rhythm fast as a hand could squeeze. The father was no marksman. No bolt would have come within arm's length of Mace, but they would have bounced into the bunker. Amethyst light flashed to meet the red, and instead of rebolt screamed away into the sky. Mace stood in the doorway, looking down at Rankin's awestruck face past the guard angle of his lightsaber's blade. Rankin's mouth moved in breathless silence. "Jedi." Mace thought, "Looks like we lose." "Keela," Mace said without turning, his voice tight but dead level. "Get the children to the back. Lie down behind the bodies of the Korunai. They are your best cover." "What?" Keela stared at him blankly. "What? Who are you?" From outside, the father's voice roared, "That's a Jedi!" An instant later, it was joined by another voice, higher, half-broken, hoarse with grief, betrayal, and wild rage. "A stinking Jedi! He's a stinking Jedi! Kill him! Kill him!" The voice was Terrell's. The Force moved Mace's hands faster than thought. Depa's lightsaber went to his left hand, to mirror his own in his right, and together they wove a wall across the mouth of the bunker, catching and scattering a flood of blaster fire. Bolts splintered off in all directions. The erratic staccato of badly aimed shots took all his concentration and skill to intercept. Mace sank deeper and deeper into the Force, surrendering more and more of his conscious thought to the instinctive whirl of Vapad. And even so, some bolts slipped past him and whanged randomly around the inside of the bunker. He was too deep in Vapad to make a plan, too deep even to think, but he was a Jedi Master. He didn't have to think. He knew. If he stayed in this doorway, the children would die. One step at a time, to give the shooters time to adjust their aim. Mace leaned into the gale of blaster fire and started down the exposed slope below the door. His blades flashing in blinding whirls of jungle green and sundown purple, spraying a spiked fan of deflected bolts toward the smoke-shrouded stars, he drew their fire down, away from the bunker's door, away from their own children. One step, then another. He was aware, in an abstract, disconnected way, of an ache in his arms and the salt sting of sweat trickling into his eyes. He was aware of hot slashes of blaster grazes along his flanks, and of a chunk that had been torn from one thigh by a glancing hit. All these meant less to him than the new vectors of fire as he continued his relentless march and the Jups broke from cover. He was also aware that not all the Jups were shooting. He heard Rankin's desperate orders to cease fire, and felt in the Force an irrational blood hunger that kept the others squeezing triggers until their weapons began to smoke. A blood hunger fed by the dark. No, not blood hunger. Blood fever. He felt people moving on all sides of him, new people, shooting and shouting and stumbling among the shattered huts. He felt their panic and fierce rage and the breathless desperation of their retreat. Massive shadows loomed in the force, lumbering behemoths that roared with voices of fire. Steam crawlers backing into the ruined compound, treads crushing tumbled slabs of prefab walls, grinding the dirt over graves that Mace had dug only hours before. End of Side 4. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 5. Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel, Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 157. The compound flooded with smoke and flame, with flashes of blaster bolts and snarls of hypersonic slugs. Mace paced through it all with relentless calm, his only expression a slight frown of concentration, his blades weaving an impenetrable web of lightning. He gave more and more of himself over to the Force, letting it move his hands, his feet, letting it guide him through the battle. The dark power he had felt gather in the Force now rose around him to swallow the stars. It broke over him in a wave that pushed him down and caught him up, and when he felt a hostile presence lunge toward his back, he whirled with effortless speed, and amethyst light splashed fire through the long durasteel blade of a knife held in a small hand. A sliced-off piece skittered across the ground, and green energy dropped like an axe for the kill, and stopped, trembling, 1 centimeter above a brown-haired head. Brown hairs curled, crisped, and blackened in green fire. A stub of knife, its new-cut edge still glowing hot, dropped from a nerveless hand. Stunned brown eyes, streaming tears that sparkled with brilliant green highlights, stared up at him from either side of Depa's blade. "Stinking Jedi!" Terrell sobbed. "Go on and kill me! Go on and kill everybody!" "You're not safe out here," Mace said. He threw himself backward, and with a shove of the Force, sent Terrell skidding toward the door of the bunker. A jet of flame howled through the space where they had stood. Mace rolled to his feet, blades angled defensively before him, looking up at the looming gun turret of a steam crawler as it traversed to track him. Someone inside had decided it would be worth Terrell's life to take out Mace. Mace didn't much care for that kind of math. He had a different equation in mind. 4 steam crawlers divided by 1 Jedi equals 1 huge smoking pile of scrap. The shatter points of the crawlers were obvious. Neither the linked treads nor the traverse gears that rotated the turrets would stand against a single swipe of a lightsaber. In less than a second apiece, he could turn these armored behemoths into nothing more than hollow metal rocks. But he didn't, because that wouldn't hurt enough. He wanted to hurt them worse than this black migraine was hurting him. These people had attacked him when all he wanted was to help them, when he had been trying to save them. They had attacked him without regard for their own lives or the lives of their children. They'd almost made him kill one of their children himself. They were stupid. They were evil. They deserved to be punished. They deserved to die. He saw it all in a single burst of image, a memory of something that hadn't happened yet. He saw himself dive head first under the steam crawler and flip to his back, his twin blades carving through the crawler's lightly armored undercarriage. He'd come up in the passenger compartment, where 1 or 2 armed men might be guarding the wounded. He'd use their own blaster fire to take them out, then cut his way into the cabin, take out the driver. Then he'd wash the compound in flame projected from the steam crawler's turret gun. The Jups on foot would run and shriek as they burned. Then he would use the Force to flip his lightsabers through the air to carve gaps in the armor of the other steam crawler, gaps through which his turret gun would pour flame, roasting drivers and passengers and wounded. Thick, meat-scented smoke would billow out the hatches. They'd all die, every single one of them. It wouldn't take him a full minute, and he'd enjoy it. He was already running toward the steam crawler, gathering himself for the headlong dive, when he finally thought, "What am I doing?" He barely managed to turn his dive into a spring instead. He flipped upward through the air to land poised on the steam crawler's outer deck beside the flame gun turret. He let himself fall prone to the deck, using its bulk to cover him against blaster fire from the Balawai on the ground, and his whole body sagged as he tried to pull his mind back out from the force. It was too dark here, too dark everywhere, thick and blinding, choking like the black smoke plume from the volcano's mouth above. He could find no light at all except the red flame that burned in his heart. His head pounded as though he were the one with fever wasps hatching inside his brain, as though his skull were cracking open. Fatigue and pain rushed him, barreling him toward unconsciousness. Drawing upon the force to sustain himself drew in rage as well. He clung to the crawler's deck, pressing his face into the hot, bullet-scarred armor. Every second he could hold himself still was another second for some of these men and women to live. A howl welled up inside him, a roar of dark fury raised to the level of exultation. He locked his teeth against it, but it rang in his ears anyway, echoing across the mountainside like axe calling with the voice of the blood fever itself. Mace's breath caught in his throat, a voice inside him. How could it echo? He raised his head. That howling was Ack voices after all. They came up from the jungle, climbing the steep lava-cut sides of the outcrop, massive claws gouging furrows in the stone. 5, 8, a dozen, gigantic, armored, cowl spines bristling in full threat display, white foamy ropes of slaver looping from the corners of their dagger-toothed mouths. Heavily armed Balawai fell back before them. The axe moved with the deliberate speed of creatures who had nothing to fear. Steam-crawler turret guns hosed them down with flame. They ignored it. They shrugged aside the minor stings of blaster hits. When they reached the crown of the outcrop, they began to pace around the outpost's perimeter, circling the shattered huts. Their pace became a trot, then a gallop. A ring of armored predator gradually tightening. Mace recognized axe-herding behavior. As though the Balawai were unruly grassers, the axe were forcing them into a single crowd in the central common area of the compound like a corral, working by pure intimidation. Any Balawai who tried to escape the ring was slammed back into it by the twitch of a massive shoulder or the sweep of an armored tail. No axe put its teeth on human flesh. Even one Jup who fired his rifle point-blank into an axe's throat, uselessly, received only a buffet from jaws that could as easily have bitten him in half. Mace felt the dark thunder rising in the force, and he knew. The compound hadn't become a corral. It had become a slaughter pen, a killing ground. And then he felt the shadow of the butcher. Mace looked upslope. There he was, standing on the rock above the bunker's door. A Korin. In the force, he burned with power. Huge, his sweat-glistening bare chest could have been fused together from granite boulders. His shaven skull gleamed more than 2 meters above his bare feet. His pants were crudely sewn from a vine cat's pelt. He raised arms like a space scraper's buttresses over his head. To each forearm was strapped some kind of shield, elongated teardrops of a mirror-polished metal. Their wide-curved ends extended around his massive fists, and they tapered to needle points a handspan below his elbows. Veins writhed in his forearms as his fists tightened. The edges of the shields blurred, and a high evil whine resonated in Mace's teeth. The act dogs turned to the man as though this were some kind of signal. As one, dogs and man together lifted their heads to the smothered stars and unleashed another dark blood fever howl. It hummed in Mace's chest, and he felt the echoing answer it drew from his own rage, and he finally understood. This rage wasn't all his. His blood fever was an answer his heart gave to the call of the jungle, to the howl of the axe, to the power of this man. The Balawai had not run here of their own will. They had been driven here, herded to ground that had been soaked in violence and malice and savage blood fever only days before. What had been done in this place had been deliberate, the dark mirror image of a religious sanctification. The massacre here had been only a preparation, to prime the jungle for this dark rite. Mace knew him now. This must be the Lord Pelek. This was Car Vastor. His arms swept downward, and from beyond the ring of circling axe leapt 6 Karunai, springing as high as Jedi but without Jedi grace. The force thrust that propelled them felt like a grunt of pain. They flailed as though they clawed their way through the air, but they landed coiled, balanced, crouched to attack. All 6 were dressed identically to Vastor, and each bore those twin teardrop shields that snarled like overdriven comm speakers. The Balawai met them with a storm of blaster fire. Bolts flashed and splattered and splintered upward into the clouds as the twin shields each man bore moved faster than thought. The Balawai stopped firing. Not a single Koran had fallen. Their flashing shields had intercepted every bolt. They could only have learned this from a Jedi. From one particular Jedi. Oh no, Mace thought. Oh Depa, no. On the rock above, the Lord Pelek spread his corded arms, leaning out over the drop, toppling as though he thought he could fly. Then, at the last instant, he sprang forward into a dive that carried him toward the center of the crowd of Balawai, where they massed around the steam crawlers. The killing began. 8. Lord Pelek. The Karunai waded in without waiting for Vastor to land. They sprang among the mass of Balawai and swung those teardrop shields in short, vicious arcs, angled flat as though to cut with their edges. And cut they did. Their sizzling edges bit through blasters with tooth-grinding squeals. They slashed through flesh with a meaty squelch, and the blood on them shivered to mist. Scarlet clouds trailed them like smoke. Mace saw a man cut in half, and the shield came out his other side, still shining like an ultra-chrome mirror. Shining like a vibro-axe. Vastor touched down in the middle of the compound and rolled out of his fall without slowing. He flashed into an inhumanly fast sprint toward the very steam crawler atop which Mace lay. Vastor's sprint became a headlong dive that carried him sliding between the treads. The steam crawler's armor hummed under Mace's hands, and a harsher squeal joined the chorus of snarling shields. He had to bite back an obscenity he'd learned from Nick. Vastor was cutting through the crawler's undercarriage. Had he stolen that dark dream right out of Mace's head? Mace popped to his feet, and both his lightsabers hummed to life. He felt Vastor in the Force, a torch that flared with darkness. He was almost through the undercarriage. Once inside, he'd be loose among the wounded. The Force showed him how the wounded men and women inside the crawler had already pressed themselves away from the shining blades that sliced upward from below. Mace decided it was time he introduced himself to this Lord Pelek. He sprang into the air, flipping high over the steam crawler's turret to land on its flat mid-deck armor directly above Vastor. A twitch of the Force reversed his grips so that the lightsaber's blades projected downward from his fists. Then he dropped to his knees, twisting to swing the blades in a circle around him. A vibro shield is not the only thing that can cut steamcrawler armor. A disk of that armor, edges still glowing from the lightsaber's cuts, Mace still kneeling in its center, dropped straight down like a free-falling turbolift. Mace heard one explosive obscenity from below before he and the disk of armor flattened Car Vastor like a fusion-powered piledriver. The interior of the steam crawler was crowded with wounded men and women. One of them brandished a heavy blaster. Mace slashed it in two with a flip of his lightsaber. "No shooting," he said, and the Force made his words into a command that sent several other blasters clattering to the floor. Vastor lay pinned face down to the deck, half-stunned. Mace leaned close to his ear. "Car Vastor, I am Mace Windu. Stand down. That's an order." A twitch of the Force was his only warning, but for Mace it was more than he needed. He threw himself into a back flip a quarter of a second before the disk of armor slammed upward to smash against the ceiling with a deafening clank. Before it could fall again, Vastor was on his feet. Then, as the disk dropped, an ultra-chrome flame licked through it, slicing it in half. The pieces rattled back down through the hole Vastor had cut in the undercarriage. Vastor faced Mace across the hole. Darkness pulsed at Mace through the force, but on the Lord Pellec's face was not anger, but instead inhuman focus. A primal ferocity like a crate dragon surprised over the corpse of a bantha. The way he had shrugged Mace off, the slicing of the armor disc, a predator's dominance display. He raised his shield-clad hands in salute and rumbled something in a language that Mace didn't recognize. It didn't even sound like a language at all, more like the growls and snarls of jungle beasts. But as Vastor spoke, some power of the Lord Pellec's unfurled his meaning inside Mace's mind. "Mace Windu," the Lord Pellec had said, "an honor. Why do you interfere in my kill?" "There is no kill," Mace said. "Do you understand me? No kill. No more killing." Vastor's smile was disbelieving. "No? Then what do you propose? Shall we lay down our arms?" He beckoned invitingly with one sizzling shield. "You first." The zings of blaster ricochets and the roar of steam-crawler turret guns came clearly through the gaps in the crawler's armor. "No unnecessary killing," Mace amended. "No more massacres." Vastor's response had a quality of animal directness, straightforward and uncomplicated. "Massacres are necessary, Doshalo." "You and I are not Doshalai." Mace angled his lightsabers in a defensive X. "You are no clan brother of mine." Vastor shrugged. "Where are Besh and Chalk?" "In the bunker," Mace answered without thinking, his mind still whirling around the concept of a necessary massacre. Vastor swept the wounded men and women in the steam-crawler's cabin with a contemptuous glare. "These will keep, Doshalo. They cannot escape. Follow me." With a rush of the force, he sprang straight upward through the hole Mace had cut. That same rush of the force tugged at Mace's will, inclining him to follow without thinking, but he understood now the power of this place and of Vastor himself. "You'll have to do better than that," Mace muttered. He turned his attention to the terrified Balawai around him. He gestured, and all the discarded blasters flipped from the deck to hang in midair. With a single swift flourish, he sliced every one of them in half, then cast their pieces out the hole. "Listen to me, all of you. You must surrender. It is your only hope." "Hope of what?" a man said bitterly. His face was gray. He wore a back-to-patch over a chest wound and clutched the stump of his wrist just above a wad of spray bandage that served him for a tourniquet. "We know what happens if we're captured." "Not this time," Mace said. "If you fight, they will kill you. If you surrender, I can keep you alive. And I will." "We're supposed to just take your word for it?" "I am a Jedi Master." The man spat blood on the deck. "We know what that's worth." "Obviously, you don't." In the Force, Mace felt the dark flame that was the Lord Pellec fighting his way upslope toward the bunker. For an instant he was almost grateful. He'd be happy to leave the defense of Chalk and Besh in Vastor's hands. But then he remembered the children. The children were still inside, where Vastor was going. "Massacres are necessary." "I won't argue." Mace moved to the rim of the hole Vastor had cut and looked up through the one he'd cut himself, judging his clearance. "Fight to a sure death, or surrender to a hope of life. The choice is yours," he said, and threw himself upward into the burning night. The whole compound was on fire. Choking black smoke swirled above blazing lakes of flame projector fuel. Blaster bolts flashed through every angle, their bursts in an arrhythmic drumbeat under the howling chorus of the Corran shield weapons. Vastor bounded up the slope toward the bunker in erratic, zigzagging leaps, his shields flashing, catching stray bolts, carving metal, slashing flesh. Mace dived from the top of the steam crawler, flipped in the air, and hit the ground running. His blades wove a green and purple corona of power that splintered blaster fire into the sky. A knot of Balawai huddled on their knees a few meters to the left of Mace's path, their hands finger-laced on the backs of their heads, eyes closed against the horror around them. They screamed for mercy to a gore-smeared Corran whose face held nothing human. The Corran raised twin shields, shrilling over his head, and with a roar of dark exultation, he plunged them toward defenseless necks. But before he could land the blow, the sole of a boot slammed his spine so hard that he flipped completely over and landed on his head. The Corran sprang to his feet, unhurt and raging. "Kick me? Gonna die, you! Gonna die!" He stopped because to move another centimeter would have brought his nose in contact with the rock-steady purple lightsaber blade poised in front of his face. At the other end of that blade stood Mace Windu. "Yes, I will," he said, "but not today." The Corran's expression curdled like sour grasser milk. "Must be the Windu Jedi, you," he said in Haruun. "Depa's sire." The word gave Mace a twinge. In Haruun, sire could mean either master or father, or both. He spoke in his rusty Haruun. "Don't kill not fighters, you. Kill not fighters and you die." The Corran snorted. "Talk like a Balawai, you," he spat in Basic. "Don't take your orders, I." Mace twitched his lightsaber. The Corran's eyes flickered. Mace returned to Basic as well. "If you want to live, believe what I say. What happens to them will happen to you." "Tell it to Car Vastor," the Corran sneered. "I intend to." Before the Corran could reply, Mace whirled and sprang for the bunker's door. Mace didn't trouble with the distractions that had made Vastor's path jag like a bolt of lightning. He went straight for the door's shattered gape as though launched from a cannon. He reached it only steps behind the larger man. And froze. Froze despite the chilling whine of those teardrop shields, despite Vastor's rumbling snarl like a hunting cough of a hungry vine cat. Despite a sound Mace could no more ignore than he could reverse the rotation of the planet. The shrieks of children screaming in terror. The burning compound below lit the bunker's ceiling with shifting light the color of blood, casting Mace's shadow huge and wavering, indistinct but utterly black. A shadow that shrouded all within. The only light that fell upon the core of his shadow was the unnatural wash of mingled green and purple glare from his lightsabers. Vastor stood within, hunched like a gundark, his right arm drawn back to strike. Dangling from hair tangled in Vastor's left fist, feet kicking above the floor, sobbing uncontrollably about how "all you stinkin' cornos have to die" was Terrell. "Vastor, stop!" Mace opened himself to the full flood of the Force and used it to hammer at the Lor Pelek's will. "Don't do it, Car. Put the boy down." He might as well have not bothered. Vastor's answering snarl translated in Mace's mind as, "When I am done with him." The shield strapped to Vastor's left arm made a mirrored halo over Terrell's head, but now the other angled toward where Besh and Chalk lay. "Look there and see what sort of creature I hold." "He's not some creature," Mace responded with reflexive certainty. "He's a boy. His name is—" His voice trailed away as his eyes finally made sense of what Vastor was pointing at. "Terrell." Besh and Chalk lay on the stone floor, midway between where Vastor stood holding Terrell and where Keela, Pell, and the two younger boys cowered. The clothing of the thanatazine-bound Corunai appeared inexplicably rumpled, even tattered, and over their torsos it glistened a wet, oily black. A full second passed before Mace realized that it was the light from his blades that robbed color from the wet gleam on their clothes. He figured it out by the smell, strong enough through the reek of the burning compound outside. It was the smell of blood. Someone had been hacking, inexpertly, but with considerable enthusiasm, at the two helpless Corunai. Hacking at two human beings Mace had sworn to protect. Hacking at sad Besh, who could not speak, who'd lost his brother only yesterday. Hacking at fierce chalk, the girl who had made herself strong enough to survive anything but this. They had lain down in this cold bunker floor and taken into their veins the drug that had swallowed them in a false death, trusting that a Jedi Master would watch over them to prevent a real one. On the floor below Terrell's dangling feet was a short stub of knife smeared with the same dark blood. The blade was only half a decimeter long, its tip now a sharp, straight slant. Terrell's knife. The one Mace had sliced in half on the slope outside. Strength drained from Mace's knees. "Oh, Terrell," he said, letting his lightsabers swallow their blades. "Terrell, what have you done?" "Don't worry," was the meaning of Vastor's rumbling growl. "He won't do it again." Mace threw himself into a force spring, both his blades blazing to life again as he streaked through the darkness toward Vastor's back, and in that instant he saw himself arguing again with Nick on the trail, heard again his orders within the shattered bunker, saw the steam crawler carrying children teeter at the lip of the precipice, saw Rankin step into the circle of light, faced Vastor inside a steam crawler crowded with wounded. He couldn't see what he should have done differently, what he could have done differently and remain the Jedi he was, to lead to any moment other than this one. This moment, where he knew already he would be too late, too slow, too old, and too tired, too beaten down by the inexplicable cruelties of jungle war, too useless to save the life of one single child. Mace could only roar a futile denial as Vastor struck. The vibro-shield sank deep into Terrell's body, and as the Lor Pelek ripped the life out of the boy, the blood fever told Mace what he should have done differently. He should have killed Car Vastor. He'd been too late to save Terrell, but in the bunker there were 4 other Balawai children whom Vastor could reach with a single stride. Still in the air, Mace drew back both lightsabers and whipped them forward and down, with the full grim intention to carve Vastor into pieces so small it'd take a bioscan to tell they'd ever been human. The Lor Pelek cast aside the boy's corpse with one flick of his massive wrist and whirled, shields flashing in the lightsaber glare as they flicked upward and met Mace's downward strokes. Mace used the force to drive the blades. He would cut through the shields, through both of Vastor's arms, slash deep into his chest to quench the blade's fire in Vastor's smoking heart. But the shields did not cut, and they did not give way. Their singing whine hummed into Mace's hands, up his arms, to shiver in his chest and buzz in his teeth. Then he was past, flipping over Vastor's head. Kella and Pell and the 2 boys shrieked and clung to each other on their knees, cowering back from his path. He landed and whirled to face the Lor Pelek, his blades crossed in the defensive X. Vastor stared at Mace from a motionless fighting crouch. His eyes smoldered. His growl said, "We have gone to considerable trouble to bring you here, Doshalo. Must I kill you?" "I told you before." Mace's growl matched Vastor's. "I am not your Doshalo." "It will hurt Depa to find you dead. Stand down." Mace's whole body thrummed with his need to strike, his need to dive into Vapad and allow its dark storm to drive his blades. His veins sang with blood fever, and the black migraine hammered his skull. He needed to hit Vastor, to hurt him, to punish him. But a lifetime of Jedi discipline held him in place. Jedi do not revenge, Jedi do not punish. Jedi defend. Mace ground his teeth together, panting harshly. "Leave this place, Car Vastor. I won't let you harm these children." Vastor lifted shields that still shone mirror-bright. Mace's lightsabers had not even scarred their surface. Blood fever surged in Mace's heart. Vastor moved toward him with the ponderous menace of a hungry rancor. "I see flames in your eyes, Jedi Mace Windu. Jungle green and storm cloud purple. I hear echoes of blood's thunder in your ears." He brought the curved backs of his vibrating shields together to make an ear-splitting squeal that shot chills across Mace's back, and his fighting grin showed teeth filed sharp as a vine cat's. "You have decided to take my life." "I won't let you harm these children," Mace repeated. Vastor shook his head in slow, grinning denial. "I have no interest in them. I do not make war on children." Mace's response was a grimly silent stare at Terrell's corpse. "He was man enough to kill," was the meaning of the shrug in Vastor's growl. "He was man enough to die. What he did was not war, but murder. What should I have done? Look around you, Dawshallow, in this jungle. Have you seen a jail?" "If I had," Mace said through his teeth, "I would put you in it. But instead you stand there, panting with hope and fear." "Jedi do not fear," Mace told him. "Hope I left behind on Coruscant." "You hope I will threaten the children. You fear I might not. You hope I will give you an excuse to kill me. You fear to simply act." Mace stared. In his reflection on Vastor's humming shields, he saw himself as though he looked upon a Shatterpoint in his own nature. What Vastor had said, it was true. It was all true. He burned with blood fever, ached to kill the Lord Pelek, the same way that Vastor had killed Terrell, and for the same reason. In putting himself between Vastor and the children, he hadn't been seeking to defend innocent lives. He'd been seeking justifiable homicide, a perfectly Jedi murder. Like a face full of icy water, it shocked him from a dream. Now for the first time, the flame-lit bunker looked real. Vastor was now human, only a man of power to be sure, but no longer the embodiment of the jungle's darkness. Terrell had been a boy, merely a child, yes, but a boy whose dead arms were still wet to the elbow with the blood of Chalk and Besh. Until now, Mace had looked at them, at this whole world, and all that he had seen within it, with Jedi eyes, seeing abstract patterns of power in the swirling chiaroscuro of the Force, a punctuated rhythm of good and evil. His Jedi eyes had found him only what he'd already been looking for. Without knowing it, he'd been seeking an enemy. Someone he could fight. Someone who would stand in for this war. Someone he could blame for it. Someone he could kill. Now, though, he looked at Vastor with his own eyes truly open for the first time. Vastor looked back intently. After a moment, the Lord Pelek relaxed with a sigh, lowering his weapons. "You have decided to let me live," was the meaning of his wordless grumble. "For now." Mace said, "I am sorry." "For what?" Vastor looked frankly puzzled. When Mace did not answer, he shrugged. "Now that I may safely show you my back, I will go. The fight is over. I must deal with our captives." He turned toward the bunker's door. Mace spoke to his back. "I won't allow you to kill prisoners." Vastor stopped, glancing back over his shoulder. "Who said anything about killing prisoners? One of my men?" His eyes took a feral gleam from the light of Mace's blades. "Never mind. I know who it was. Leave him to me." Without another word, Vastor stalked out into the firelit night. Mace stood in the flickering dark, his only light the shine from his blades. After a time, his hands went numb on the hand grip's activation plates, and his blades shrank to nothingness. Now the only light was the bloody glow on the bunker's ceiling, cast by the fires outside. He noted absently that Besh and Chalk hadn't bled much from their wounds. The thanatazine, he guessed. A low whimper from behind reminded him of the children. He turned and looked down at them. They quivered in a group hug so tight he couldn't see where one child ended and the next began. None of them returned his stare. He could feel their terror through the Force. They were afraid to meet his eyes. He wanted to tell them that they had nothing to fear, but that would be a lie. He wanted to tell them that he wouldn't let anyone hurt them. That was another lie. He already had. None of them would ever forget seeing their friend killed by a Corran. None of them would ever forget seeing a Jedi let that Corran walk away. There were so many things he should say that he could only keep silent. There were so many things he should do that he could only stand holding his powered-down lightsabers. When all choices seem wrong, choose restraint. And so he stood motionless. "Master Windu!" The voice was familiar, but it seemed to come from very far away. Or perhaps it was only an echo of memory. "Master Windu!" He stood staring into an invisible distance until a strong hand took his arm. "Hey, Mace!" He sighed. "Nick, what do you want?" "It's almost dawn. Gunships fly with the light. It won't take them long to get here. Time to saddle." Nick's voice stopped as though he were choking on something. "Frag me! What did they... Who would... How?" His voice ran down. Mace finally turned to face the young Corran. Nick stared speechlessly down at the bloody messes that were Besh and Chalk. "The thanatazine has slowed their hemorrhaging," Mace said softly. "Someone who's good with the medpack's tissue binder might still be able to save their lives." And are those children?" "Apparently some Balawai don't leave them in the cities after all." "What are those kids doing here? What happened to them?" Mace looked away. "I saved their lives." His shoulders lifted with his sigh, then fell. "Temporarily." Nick grunted. "Huh, always is." Mace looked at him. "When you save someone's life..." Nick cocked his head in a Corran shrug. "It's always temporary, you know." Mace drifted toward the bunker's shattered doorway. "I suppose it is. I'd never thought about it that way. Hey, hold on. Where do you think you're going?" "Parents of these children were out there. They may still be alive." "But Besh and Chalk," Nick insisted. "What about Besh and Chalk? You can't just walk out of here and leave them." "They are in your care now. I could not protect them." Mace lowered his head as he walked away, and lowered his voice as well. "I could not even protect myself." "But Mace, Master Windu!" Nick called after him. "Mace!" Mace stopped and looked back. Nick stood framed in the bunker's dark mouth, its twisted jags of durasteel surrounding him like teeth. "What about the kids? What am I supposed to do with them?" "Pretend they are your own," Mace said, and turned away. The compound was full of armed Karunai who were looting the scattered corpses with the same swift efficiency Mace had seen from Nick and Chalk and Besh and Lesh back in that Palak Ba alleyway. These Karunai wore clothing that seemed to be all patches. Most of the guerrillas bore wounds of one kind or another, and many of them showed signs of malnutrition. Only their weapons were well tended. They clearly took better care of their blasters than they did of themselves. As Mace moved through the compound, the new realness of the world he saw intensified and fragmented, a scatter of hyper-real details that he could not fit into a complete picture, vivid as a nightmare. A severed hand and forearm lay on the ground at the edge of a pool of burning flame projector fuel, fingers slowly curling into a fist as it cooked. A black splash of puddle that did not burn might have been water or blood. A half-melted blaster gas cartridge ruptured, sending it skittering wildly across the ground, spraying a jet of bright green flame. A pair of Corran teenagers danced like demented Kawakian monkey lizards, dodging flame puddles as they tried to catch ration packs being flung out through the hatch of a smoking steam crawler. The sky burned with dawn as though the clouds had caught fire. The 12 acts now stood in a ring around a couple of dozen shivering Balawai. The captives huddled together, holding each other, watching the guerrillas, eyes empty of hope and blank with terror. The Corran whom Mace had kicked sat on the angled armor skirt of a steam crawler beside the ring of acts, glaring at Mace as the Jedi Master diffidently approached. The Corran's shields were pushed up onto his forearms, freeing his hands, which were engaged in massaging a massive lump of black bruise over his right eye. The skin there had split, and half his face was painted with blood that had sprung from that bruise to join another trickle from a similar swelling on the same side of his mouth. A flash of intuition connected the Corran's glare, the lumps on his face, and what the Lord Pelek had said to Mace as he had left the bunker. Vastor must have a devastating left hook. "Want what, you?" the Corran growled. He rose and pushed his shields back down to his fists, and they whined to life. "Want what?" "Back off," Mace said expressionlessly. He walked past the bigger man. "I seem to have been looking for someone to kill. Don't let it be you." He didn't need to introduce himself to the act dogs who guarded the captives. The pack parted at his approach as though they recognized him instinctively. A simple question to the nearest captive led him to the father of the two boys. When Mace told him that Erno and Nickel were still alive, and as safe as any Balawai here could be, the man burst into tears. Relief or terror? Mace could not tell. Tears are tears. Mace could summon no sympathy for him. He could not forget that this was the man who had fired the first shot into the bunker. Nor could he pass any sort of judgment upon him. He could not say that if this man had held his fire, any of the dead here would instead be alive. Rankin was not among the captives, nor was the girl's mother. Mace knew neither had escaped. Rankin, though he and Mace could not have trusted each other, they had been, however briefly, on the same side. They had been trying to get everyone out of here without anyone dying. Rankin had paid the price of that failure. Perhaps Mace had started paying it as well. One more question to one more captive, and then the axe moved aside for him again. Vastor was nearby, growling and barking and snarling the Karunai into groups organized for the withdrawal. In his disconnected state, Mace felt no surprise to discover that he could not now understand the Lor Pelek. Vastor's voice had become jungle noise, freighted with meaning but indecipherable, inhuman, impersonal, lethal. "Not because the jungle kills you," Nick had said. "Just because it is what it is." Mace put out a hand to stop Vastor as the Lor Pelek swept by him. "What will you do with the captives?" Vastor rumbled wordlessly in his throat, and now again his meaning unfurled in Mace's mind. "They come with us." "You can take care of prisoners." "We don't take care of them. We give them to the jungle." "The Tan Peltrokal," Mace murmured. "Jungle justice." Somehow, this made perfect sense. Though he could not approve, he could not help but understand. Vastor nodded as he turned to move on. "It is our way." "Is that different from murder?" Though Mace was looking at Vastor, he sounded like he was asking himself. "Can any of them survive? Cast out alone, without supplies, without weapons?" The Lor Pelek gave Mace a predator's grin over his shoulder, showing his needle-sharp teeth. "I did," he growled, and walked away. "And the children?" But Mace was talking to the Lor Pelek's departing back. Vastor was already snapping at 3 or 4 ragged young Karunai. What he might be ordering them to do, Mace couldn't say. Vastor's meaning had departed with his attention. Mace drifted in the direction the last captive he'd spoken to had indicated. He stopped at the edge of a smoldering puddle of flame projector fuel. It had burned nearly out. Black coils of smoke twisted upward from only a few patches of dawn-paled flame. A step or two in from the edge of the puddle lay a body. It lay on its side, curled in the characteristic fetal burn victim ball. One of its arms seemed to have escaped its general contraction. The arm pointed at the near rim of the puddle's scorch mark, palm down, as though this corpse had died trying to drag itself one-handed from the flames. Mace couldn't even tell if it had been a man or a woman. He squatted on his heels at the edge of the scorch, staring. Then he wrapped his arms around his knees and just sat. There didn't seem to be anything else to do. He had asked that last captive where she'd last seen the girl's mother. He could not possibly determine if this corpse had once been the woman who'd given birth to Pel and Tequila, if this smoking mass of charred dead flesh had held them in its arms and kissed away their childish tears. Did it matter? This had been someone's parent, or brother, or sister, someone's child, someone's friend, who had died anonymously in the jungle. He couldn't even tell if this corpse had been killed by a Koran bullet, or a vibro shield, or a Balawai blaster, or if it had simply been unlucky enough to get in the way of a stream of fire from a steam crawler's turret gun. Perhaps in the Force he might have been able to sense some answers, but he couldn't decide if knowing would be better than not knowing, and to touch the Force again in this dark place was a risk he was not prepared to take. So he just sat and thought about the dark. Sat while the guerrillas splintered into bands that melted away down the mountainside. Sat while the prisoners were marched off in a gang surrounded by ack dogs. Sat while the sun slanted past a pair of northeast peaks and a wave of light rolled down the slope above him. Vastor came to him, rumbling something about leaving this place before the gunships arrived. Mace did not even look up. He was thinking about the light of the sun and how it did not touch the darkness in the jungle. Nick stopped on his way out of camp. In one arm, he carried Erno. Nickel slept against his other shoulder, tiny arms clasped around his neck. Keela stumbled along behind, one hand pressing against the spray bandage that closed her head wound, while she used the other to lead little Pel. Nick must have asked Mace a question, because he paused at the side of the Jedi Master as though waiting for an answer. But Mace had no answers to give. When he got no response, Nick shrugged and moved on. Mace thought about the dark. The Jedi metaphor of the dark side of the Force had never seemed so appropriate before. Less the dark of evil than the dark of a starless night, where what you think is a vine cat is only a bush, and what appears to be a tree may very well be a killer standing motionless, waiting for you to look away. Mace had read temple archive accounts written by Jedi who had brushed the dark and recovered. These accounts often mentioned how the dark side seemed to make everything clear. Mace knew now that this was only a delusion, a lie. The truth was exactly opposite. There was so much dark here, he might as well be blind. Morning sun struck the compound and brought gunships with it. 6 of them, a double flight, roaring straight in from the stinging glare of Alhar as it cleared the mountains. Their formation blossomed into a rosette as they peeled off to angle for staggered, crisscrossing, strafing runs. Mace still didn't move. Might as well be blind, he thought, and perhaps he also said it aloud. For the voice that spoke from behind him seemed to be answering. "The wisest man I know once told me, it is in the darkest night that the light we are shines brightest." A woman's voice, crackling with exhaustion and hoarse with old pain, and perhaps it was only this voice that could have kindled a torch in Mace's vast darkness. Only this voice that could have brought Mace to his feet, turning, hope blooming inside his head, almost happy, almost even smiling. He turned, his arms opening, his breath catching, and all he could say was, "Depa." But she did not come to his embrace, and the hope inside him sputtered and died. His arms fell to his sides. Even prepared by what Nick had told him, he was not remotely ready for this. Jedi Master Depa Billaba stood before him in the tattered remnants of Jedi robes, stained with mud and blood and jungle sap. Her hair, that had once been a lush, glossy mane as black as space, that she had kept regimented in mathematically precise braids, was tangled, spiked with dirt and grease, raggedly short as though she had hacked it off with a knife. Her face was pale and lined with fatigue, and had gone so thin her cheekbones stood out like blades. Her mouth seemed lipless and hard, and bore a fresh burn scar from one corner to the tip of her chin. But these were not the worst of it. None of these were what kept Mace motionless, as though nailed to the ground, even as gunships swept overhead and rained blaster fire on the compound around them. In the inferno of explosions, amid the whine of rock splinters and the hammering web-work of plasma, Mace could only stare at Depa's forehead, where she had once worn the shining golden bead of the greater mark of illumination, the symbol of a Chalactan adept. The mark of illumination is affixed to the frontal bone of an adept's skull by the elders of that ancient religion, as a symbol of the unclosable eye that is the highest expression of the Chalactan enlightenment. Depa had worn hers with pride for 20 years. Now where the mark had been was only an ugly ripple of keloid scar, as though the same knife that had slashed away her hair had crudely hacked the symbol of her ancestral religion from the bone of her skull. And across her eyes she wore a strip of rag tied like a blindfold, a rag as weathered and stained and ragged as her robes themselves. But she stood as though she could see him all too well. "Depa." Mace had to raise his voice to even hear himself through the roar of the repulsor lifts and the laser cannons and the exploding dirt and rock around him. "Depa, what happened? What has happened to you?" "Hello, Mace," she said sadly. "You shouldn't have come." Part 2. Victory Conditions. 9. Instinct. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I finally understand what I'm doing here, why I came. I understand the hypocrisy of that list of reasons I offered to Yoda and to Palpatine in the Chancellor's office those weeks ago. I was lying to them, and to myself. I must have seen the real reason I came here in the first instant I turned to her in the compound, in the pain-etched creases below her cheekbones, in the scar where the mark of enlightenment had been. Yes, it wasn't really her. It was a Force vision, a hallucination, a lie. But even a lie of the Force is more true than any reality our limited minds can comprehend. In the rag that bound her eyes but did not blind her to the truth of me, I found my conditions of victory. I didn't come here to learn what has happened to Depa, nor to protect the reputation of our order. I don't care what's happened to her, and the reputation of our order is meaningless. I did not come to fight this war. I don't care who wins, because no one wins, not in real war. It is only a question of how much each side is willing to lose. I did not come here to apprehend or kill a rogue Jedi, or even to judge one. I cannot judge her. I have been on the periphery of this war for barely a double handful of days, and look what I am on the verge of becoming. She has been in the thick of it for months, drowning in darkness, buried in the jungle. I didn't come here to stop Depa. I came here to save her. I will save her. And may the Force have mercy on any who would try to stop me, for I will have none. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I don't remember leaving the compound. I suppose I must have been in some kind of shock. Not physical. My injuries are minor, though now the Bacta patches from our captured med packs are needed for more serious wounds, and the blaster burn on my thigh is angry and swelling with infection. But shock is the word. Mental shock, perhaps. Moral shock. A veil has fallen between the moment when Depa came to me in the compound and the moment I came back to myself on the slope below. There is in my mind mostly a blurred haze. In that blurred haze, I find two conflicting memories of our meeting there, and both of them, it seems, are false. Dreams, imaginative reinterpretation of events. Hallucination. In one memory, she extends a hand toward me, and I reach to take it, but instead I feel a tug at my vest, and her lightsaber leaps from its inner pocket and flips through the air to smack her palm. Blaster bolts from the gunship's laser cannons smash craters in the compound. Each bolt makes rock and dirt explode like grenades. The air around us fills with red plasma and orange flame, and that old familiar half-smile tugs up one corner of her lips as she says, "Up or down? And I tell her, up, and she leaps into an aerial roll over my head, and I take a single step forward so that she lands with her back against mine. And the feel of her back against my own, that strong and warm and living touch that I have felt so many times, in so many places, pulls the dread from my heart and the darkness from my eyes, and our blades in perfect synchrony meet the fires from above and cast them back into the dawn-scorched sky. As I said, a dream. The other memory is a silent image of walking calmly at Depa's side through the rain of blaster fire, conversing with calm unconcern, as oblivious to the gunships as we are to the jungle, and to the sunlight of the dawn. In this dream or memory, Depa turns her blindfolded face toward me, her head cocked as though she can see into my heart. "Why have you come here, Mace? Do you even know?" I don't hear these words. Again, like a dream, it seems we merely intend our meaning and somehow make ourselves understood. "Why did you send for me?" is my answer. "That's not the same thing," she reminds me gently. "You have to define your conditions of victory. If you don't know what you're trying to do, how can you tell when you've done it? Why have you come? To stop me? You can do that with one slash of a lightsaber." "I suppose," I somehow reply. "I am trying to find out what has happened here, what is happening, to these people and to you. Once I understand what's going on, I'll know what to do about it." "The only thing you don't understand," says this blind dream image of my beloved Padawan, "is that you already understand all there is to understand. You just don't want to believe it." Then the veil thickens and deepens toward night, and I remember no more until some time later, not too much later, when I was running helter-skelter down through the jungle quite alone. Bounding down a long slope, half-barren with old lava where it wasn't burned with new, I could feel the guerrillas somewhere ahead by the dark pall-like smoke they trailed in the forest, and I could track them by the blood spoor their many wounded left on ground and rock and leaf. And I remember skidding down the rim of a dry wash and finding Car Vastor waiting for me at the bottom. Car Vastor. I have much to say of this Lor Pelek, of the powers I have seen him wield, from the drawing of the fever wasps out of besh and chalk to the way the jungle itself seems to part for his passage and tangle itself behind. Of his followers, those 6 Karunai he calls the Ak Guards, men he's made into lesser echoes of himself, how he has trained them in their signature weapons, those terrifying vibro-shields, that he had designed and built, even the smallest details, the primal ferocity of his gaze, the jungle noise growl of his wordless voice, and how you hear his meaning as though it were your own voice whispering inside your head, all deserve more depth of comment than I can give them here. I'm not sure why it took me so long to understand that he and I are natural enemies. The Lor Pelek stood on the slope below Mace, holding the reins of a saddled grasser. The grasser kept one of its 3 eyes fixed warily on Vastor, and when he spoke, the grasser trembled as though it would shy away were it not held in place by an invisible force that overpowered its instincts. "Jedi Windu. You are sent for, Doshalo." Mace did not need to ask by whom. "Where is she?" "An hour's ride ahead, resting in her howdah. She no longer walks." Mace felt dizzy. The world shifted focus as though he looked at its reflection in a rippling pool. "An hour? No longer walks?" It made no sense, but in the Force it felt like the truth. She was here. She was just here. No. But she was. She greeted me and... Mace passed a hand over his skull, checking for blood or swelling, searching for a head wound. "I returned her lightsaber. We fought. We fought the gunships." "You fought alone." "She was with me." "I sent 2 of my men to check on you when you did not join the march. They watched from below, hiding from the Balawai ships. They saw you alone in the compound, your blades flashing against the blaster fire. My men say you drove them off single-handed, though they did not seem to be damaged. Perhaps you have taught Bala why to fear the Jedi blade." He showed Mace his sharp-filed teeth. "Nick Rastu spoke much of your victory at the pass. Even I might not be equal to such a feat." "She was with me." Mace stared at the traces of Portok amber that stained his palms. "We fought, or we spoke. I can't seem to remember." "It is Pelakotin, you recall." "The Force? You're saying it was some kind of Force vision?" "Pelakotin brings us waking dreams of our desires and our fears." Vastor's tone was grave, but not unkind. "When we desire what we fear, and fear what we desire, Pelakotin always answers. Have the Jedi forgotten this?" "It seemed so real. It seemed more real than you do." Vastor shrugged. "It was. Only Pelakotin is real. Everything else is forms and shadows, less even than a cloud or a memory. We are Pelakotin's dream. Have the Jedi forgotten this as well?" Mace didn't answer. He had only then become aware of the balanced weight of his vest. He put a hand to his right side ribs and felt through the strained panther leather the outline of a lightsaber, matching his own, which he wore on his left. Depa's lightsaber. And if what he'd seen in the compound had been a vision in the Force, what then? Did it change the truth he'd seen? Did it change the truth she'd seen in him? From the Force, those truths become more real, not less. "A dream," he heard himself murmur. "A dream." Vastor gestured for him to mount up. "Dream she may be, but refuse her summons, and you will learn how swiftly dream turns to nightmare." Mace climbed into the saddle without telling the Lord Pelek that he already knew. Some obscure impulse prompted him to ask, "And you, Car Vastor, what visions does Pelakotin bring to you?" His response was a limitless stare, inhuman, as full of unguessable danger as the jungle itself. "Why should Pelakotin show me anything? I have no fears." "And no desires?" But he had already turned to lead the grasser away, and he gave no sign that he had heard. From the private journals of Mace Windu. Car Vastor led my grasser on foot. He was able to find a path through the densest, most tangled undergrowth so effortlessly that we could move at a steady trot. After a time, I began to believe, as I now do, that his ability to move through the jungle was only half perception. The other half was raw power. Not only could he sense a path where none could be seen, I believe he could at need make a path where none had existed. Or perhaps make is the wrong word. I never saw this power in action. I never saw trees move, nor knots of vines unbind themselves. Instead, I felt a continuous current in the Force, a rolling cycle like the breath of some vast creature alone in the dark. Power flowed into him and out again, but I did not feel him use it any more than I feel my muscles use the sugars that feed them. And that is exactly how it seemed, that we were carried through the jungle effortlessly like corpuscles in its veins, or thoughts in its infinite mind. As though we were Pelakotin's dream. In that ride from the rear to the front of the guerrillas' line of march, I got my first view of the fabled Upland Liberation Front. The ULF. Terror of the jungle, mortal enemy of the militia, ruthless, unstoppable warriors who had driven the Confederacy of Independent Systems off this planet. They were barely alive. Their march was a ragged column of walking wounded, tracking each other through the jungle by splashes of blood and rich stink of infection. I would learn later, during the days of hellish march, that this latest operation had been a series of raids on jungle prospector outposts. They were not out here to kill Bala Y, but to capture medpacks, food, clothing, weapons, ammunition, supplies that our republic cannot or will not provide for them. They were heading for their base in the mountains, where they had gathered nearly all that was left of the Koran people, all their elders and their invalids, their children, and what was left of their herds. Living in confined, crowded space was unnatural for Karunai. They had no experience with such conditions, and it swiftly took its toll. Diseases unknown in the civilized galaxy ravaged their numbers. In the months since Depa's arrival, dysentery and pneumonia had killed more Karunai than had the militia's gunships. These gunships circled like vultures over the jungle. The trees constantly hummed with the sounds of heavy repulsor lifts and turbofans. The hums rose to roars and fell to insectile buzzing, mingled to swarms, and split to individuals that curved through the invisible sky. Now and again, flame poured into the jungle from above, bringing harsh orange light to the gloom under the canopy, casting black shadows among the green. I don't think they were actually expecting to hit anyone. They harassed us constantly, often firing down at random through the jungle canopy, or sweeping overhead to set vast swaths of fire with their sunfire flame projectors. To return fire would only fix our position for their gunners, and so all we could do was scurry along below the canopy and hope that we would not be seen. The guerrillas barely seemed to notice. They slogged along, those who could walk, with heads down, as though they had already accepted that sooner or later one of those carpets of flame would fall upon them all. Koran to the bone, they never uttered a word of complaint, and nearly all could draw strength from the Force, from Pelakotan, to keep them on their feet. Those who could not walk were bundled like baggage upon the backs of their grassers. Most of the animals now bore nothing but wounded. The supplies and equipment looted from the Bala Y rode crude but sturdy travois that the grassers dragged behind them. On this march, too, the ULF would endure a new tactic from the militia. They had begun night raids. They didn't appear to have any hope of actually catching us. That wasn't the point. Instead, the gunships flew high overhead and fired laser cannons down at random. Just harassment to spoil our rest, keeping us awake and jumpy. Wounded men and women need sleep to heal. None of them would get it. Every dawn, a few more would lie still and cold on their bedrolls when the rest of us arose. Every day, a few more would stumble, blind with exhaustion, and stagger away from the line of march to lose themselves among the trees, usually permanently. There are many large predators on Haruun Kal, half a dozen distinct species of vine cats, 2 smaller variants of ack dogs, as well as the giant savage ack wolves, and many opportunistic scavengers such as the jacuna, a flightless avian creature that travels in bands of up to several dozen monkey lizard-sized birds, which are equally adept at climbing, springing from branch to branch, or running on flat ground, and are not at all picky about whether what they eat is actually dead. And most of the large predators of Haruun Kal are intelligent enough to remember the good feeding to be had in the wake of a column of wounded Karunai, which is why stragglers rarely caught up with us again. We were, as Nick would say, a walking all-you-can-eat buffet line. This is also why the ULF didn't have to post much of a guard on the prisoners. There were 28 all told, 24 jungle prospectors and the 4 surviving children. The Jups were left to stagger along, supporting each other as best they could, dragging those who could not walk on smaller versions of the travois hauled by the grassers. They were watched by only a pair of Vastor's ack guards and 6 of their fierce ack dogs. As Vastor led Mace past, he explained that the guards and the dogs were there only to make sure the Bala Y did not steal weapons or supplies from the wounded Karunai, or otherwise attack their captors. The guards didn't need blasters. Any prisoner who wished to escape into the jungle was welcome to. That is, after all, what was going to happen to them anyway. Stripped of everything but their clothing and boots, they would be turned loose in the jungle, left to make their way to whatever safety they might be able to find. Tan Peltrokal, Jungle Justice. Mace leaned alongside the grasser's neck to speak softly for Vastor's ears alone. How do you know they won't double back along the line of march? Some of your wounded are barely walking. These Balawai might think it worth the risk to steal weapons or supplies. Vastor gave a grin like a mouthful of needles. Can you not feel them? They are in the jungle, not of the jungle. They cannot surprise us. Then why are they still here? It's light, Vastor rumbled, with a wave of the wrist at the green-lit leaves above. The day belongs to the gunships. We give prisoners Tan Peltrokal after sunset. In the dark, Mace murmured, Yes, the night belongs to us. Mace remembered the recording of Depa's whisper. I use the night, and the night uses me. It gave his chest a heavy ache. His breath came hard and slow. Nick was down with the prisoners, leading by the reins a mangy, underfed grasser. This grasser had another dual saddle set up like the one that had been blown to bits on Nick's grasser back in the Notch Pass. Each saddle was big enough to hold 2 children. Erno and Nickel rode in the upper, forward-facing saddle, gripping the heavy pelt of the grasser's ruff, peering out from below its ears. Keela and Pell rode in the lower saddle, facing the rear and clinging to each other in mute despair. Seeing those 4 children reminded the Jedi Master of the child who was not there, and he had to look away from Car Vastor. In his head he saw the Lor Palek holding the corpse of a boy. He saw the gleam of the shield through the wet-streaked sheen of Terrell's blood. He could not meet Vastor's eyes without hating him. And the children, too? The words seemed to swell up Mace's throat and push themselves out at the other man. You give them to the jungle? It is our way. Vastor's growl softened with understanding. You are thinking of the boy, the one in the bunker. Mace still could not meet his eyes. He was captured, disarmed. He was a murderer, not a soldier. He attacked the helpless. So did you. Yes, and if I am taken by the enemy, I will get worse than I gave. Do you think the Balawai will offer me a clean, quick death? We're not talking about them, Mace said. We're talking about you. Vastor only shrugged. Nick caught sight of them and gave a sardonic wave. I'm not really a babysitter, he called. I just play one on the HoloNet. His tone was cheerful, but on his face the Jedi Master could read the clear knowledge of what would happen to these children at sunset. Mace's own face hurt. He touched his forehead and discovered there a scowl. What's he doing here? Vastor stared past Nick as though to look upon him would be a compliment the young Corran did not deserve. He cannot be trusted with real work. Because he left me behind to save his friends? Chalk and Besh are veteran fighters. Aren't they worth the effort? They are expendable, as is he. Not to me, Mace told him. No one is. The Lor Palek seemed to consider this for a long time as he walked on, leading Mace's grasser. I do not know why Depa wanted you here, he said at length, but I do not have to know. She desires your presence. That is enough. Because you are important to her, you are important to our war. Much more important than a bad soldier like Nick Rastu. He's hardly a bad soldier. He is weak, cowardly, afraid of sacrifice. Risking his mission, his life, for his friends might make Nick a bad soldier, Mace said, but it makes him a good man. And because he somehow could not resist, he added, better than you. Vastor looked up at the Jedi Master with jungle-filled eyes. Better at what? From the private journals of Mace Windu. I don't see Vastor as evil, not as a truly bad man. Yes, he radiates darkness, but so do all the Karunai, and the Balawai. His is the darkness of the jungle, not the darkness of the Sith. He does not live for power, to cause pain and dominate all he surveys. He simply lives, fiercely, naturally, stripped of the restraints of civilization. He is less a man than he is an avatar of the jungle itself. Dark power flows into him and out again, but it does not seem to touch him. He has a savage purity that I might envy were I not a Jedi and sworn to the light. Black is the presence of every color. He doesn't make the darkness. He only uses it. His inner darkness is a reflection of the darkness of his world, and it darkens the world around him in turn. Internal and external darkness create each other, just as do internal and external light. That is the underlying unity of the Force. As Depa might say, he didn't start this war. He's just trying to win it. And that was it, right there. My Jedi instincts had made a connection below the threshold of my consciousness. Vastor, the jungle, the Act Dogs, and the humans who had been made into Vastor's pack. Depa. Darkness so deep it was like being blind. Nick's words. The jungle doesn't promise. It exists. Not because the jungle kills you, because it is what it is. The war itself. Only later, when I would spend a full day riding alongside Depa's howdah on the dorsal shell of her immense ancox, when I would have to lean close to the gauzy curtains to catch her half-whispered words, would I understand where my instincts were leading me. There are times when her voice is strong and clear, and her arguments lucid, and if I close my eyes and ignore the rocking of the ancox gate, the insect stings and rich floral rot of the jungle, I can imagine us chatting over a couple of cups of wrecked tea in my meditation chamber at the Jedi Temple. In those times, she makes a terrifying sense. "You still think like a judicial," she told me once. "That's your fundamental error. You still think in terms of enforcing the law, upholding the rules. You were a great peace officer, Mace, but you're a terrible general. That's what cost so many lives at Geonosis. We went in like judicials, trying to rescue hostages without loss of life, trying to keep the peace. The Geonosians already knew we were at war, so only a few of us survived. And if I thought like a general, what should I have done? I asked her. Let Obi-Wan and Anakin die? A general, murmured the shadow through the curtains, would have dropped a beradium bomb on that arena. Depa, you can't be serious, I began, but she had stopped listening to me. Win the war, she went on. Win at the cost of 2 Jedi, 1 senator, and a few thousand of the enemy. At the cost of everything that makes Jedi what we are. Instead, 100 and more Jedi died, and you have a galaxy at war. Millions will die, and millions more will end up like that boy Car killed. Twisted, angry, and evil. Gather 1 million corpses, and tell them your ethics outweighed their lives. To this I have no easy answer, even now. But as Yoda says, there are questions for which we can never have answers. We can only be answers. That is what I must try to be, for I know now what it means to be a keeper of the peace in the galaxy of war. That is, it means nothing at all. There is no peace. What we thought was the great peace of the Republic was only a dream from which our galaxy has now awakened. I doubt we'll ever fall back into any dream like that again. In the galaxy of war, no one sleeps that well. This understanding came later. At the time, as I sat in the Grasser's saddle and looked down at Car Vastor, the prisoners behind us, and Depa's ancox still unseen ahead, I had only a notion, a hunch, a mass of unprocessed feelings and unsorted ideas, an instinct. But somehow my instincts seemed to be working again. which is why I chose to send Vastor on without me. As I asked Depa 1,000 times when she was my Padawan, is the true lesson what the teacher teaches, or what the student learns? A few paces beyond where the Balawai prisoners stumbled along the jungle floor, Mace Windu reached past the grasser's nose and took its reins in one hand. This is far enough. Leave me here. Vastor stopped, looking back over his massive shoulder. Depa awaits. She's waited for weeks. She'll wait a few hours more. For the first time since the battle at the Notch Pass, Mace felt calm, sure, on solid ground. Go on without me. I will attend her when I choose. You are sent for. She is not to be defied. Vastor turned and tugged on the reins, but Mace had them in his fist, and they might as well have been bolted to a cliff. Vastor's eyes flickered with distant danger, lightning from a storm below the horizon. You will regret this. I am a Jedi Master and a senior member of the Jedi Council, Mace said patiently. I am a general of the Grand Army of the Republic. I am not to be sent for. If she wants to see me, she will find me at the Steamcrawler track before dusk. The lightning in the Lord Palak's eyes came closer. I have said I will deliver you. Mace matched his stare exactly. Funny, that's almost what Nick said. He didn't have much luck with it either. My orders are your problem. Mace let the reins fall and spread his open hands. He went perfectly still, perfectly relaxed, perfectly calm, except for the sizzle of the Force that arced like static electricity from the two lightsaber hand grips to his empty palms. Unless you choose to make them our problem. You can do that right now, if you like. Vastor let the reins drop as well. He stepped away from the grasser and turned to face the Jedi Master squarely. His immense shoulders bulged, and muscles across his chest went rigid in acid-etched definition. The air shimmered like a mirage around him. Anger beat against Mace like a hot wind in the Force. You will come with me. No. Dark power clutched at Mace's will. You will come with me. Slowly, reluctantly, Mace slid himself out of the saddle and slipped to the ground. He took 2 steps toward Vastor, and stopped. I no longer enjoy your company, the Jedi Master said. Go now. Do not return to me without Depa. Vastor's eyes widened. His mouth worked soundlessly. You and I should not be alone together. There may be a fight. Tendons stood out in Vastor's neck, winching his head downward and pulling his lips away from his sharp-filed teeth. I do not wish to fight you, Dashalo. Despite the rage smoking off him in the Force, his voice was soft. Depa will be angry to find you dead. Then you'd best be on your way, Mace replied reasonably. Don't want to make Depa angry, do you? Apparently he didn't. Vastor's growl thinned to a snarl of frustration. And what should I tell her you are doing here? Nothing that I can be bothered to explain to you. Mace turned back to his grasser and took its reins once more. Any questions Depa might have, she should ask me herself. Though pretending to be busy himself with adjusting the grasser's tack, Mace paid absolute attention to Vastor's white-hot stare burning its way into his shoulder blades. He stayed loose and balanced, ready to spring in any direction should the Lord Palak lunge for his back. Instead, he only heard a snarl and a growl and several short, deep yips. Vastor had said something to one of the Ack guards who watched the prisoners. With one last glare that Mace could feel as though a lens focused sunlight on his skin, Vastor whirled away and plunged into the jungle, loping up the line of march. Mace watched him go, bleak satisfaction on his face. He thought, so much for being the welcome guest. The Ack guard whom Vastor had spoken to gave Mace a dire look, echoed by the 3 Ack dogs nearby. Mace ignored them all, and a few seconds later the Ack guard stomped off to find his partner and the other Acks. Mace caught Nick Rostu's eye and beckoned. Nick turned the children's grasser over to one of the Bala Y and trotted over to the Jedi Master, keeping one eye turned toward the departing Ack guard. Those guys give me the creeps. Looked a little tense there, Master Windu. What did the big guy say to you? Here, hold him. Mace handed the grasser's reins to Nick. How much did you hear? Some of what you said. Got some guts, you do. Nick stretched up to scratch the grasser on the side of its neck. But Vastor, maybe you've noticed? You can only understand him when he's talking directly to you. When he's talking to somebody else, he always sounds like he's growling or whistling or making some other kind of animal noises and stuff. Yes, I had noticed something like that, Mace said, slowly, nodding. But I'd thought it was just me. Back at the outpost, things were confusing. That's why it's kind of like you're talking to yourself, you get it? In my head, he talks like a Pelek Ba curb monkey. So what did he say to you? He was, Mace said dryly, trying to impress me with his sense of duty. So, what now? You didn't dust off the most dangerous man in the Coronal Highland just to come and have a chat with the president of Rostu Jungle Nannies Incorporated. You have a move to make. Mace nodded. We have a move to make. Mount up. You're going to lead these prisoners to the steamcrawler track so that the militia can find them and pick them up. Nick's mouth dropped open. We? Me? Why would I want to do something like that? Because I gave them the word of a Jedi Master that if they surrendered, I would keep them from harm. I will not be made a liar. What's your word got to do with me? Nothing at all, Mace said. I'm sure you enjoy thinking about Keela being disemboweled by a vine cat. When you think of Pell, do you see her starving to death in a grapevine nest or having her eyes pecked out by jacunas? Nick looked sick. Hey, easy with that tusker poop, huh? You think the boys will be gored by tuskers or shredded by brass vines? Maybe they'll get lucky and fall into a death hollow. At least that is relatively swift, as their lungs are eaten by caustic fumes and their own tears scald their faces like acid. The young Corran turned away. You have any idea what Car and Depa will do to me? You've been over the ground in this region. If I lead them myself, I'll end up losing us all in the jungle. Mount up, right now. Nick snorted. Still pretty free with the orders, aren't we? What if I just don't wanna? What if I do like thinking about all that stuff? What if I want those people dead? What then? Mace went still. He stared off into the jungle, his eyes filled with its darkness. Then I will beat you into unconsciousness, he said quietly, and ask someone else. He looked at Nick. Nick swallowed. Mace said, I won't tell you again. Nick mounted up. Car Vastor, the Jedi Master said, looking again into the jungle, this time up the line of march where the Lord Pelek had vanished, is not the most dangerous man on the Coronal Highland. Nick shook his head. You only say that because you don't really know him. I say that, Mace Windu replied, because he doesn't know me. End of Side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over.